up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. We are fearless when we fight and not afraid to. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up?
I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. It's just I never thought you were sitting next to me. I don't understand. It's just I never seen you smile. You wanna make out, give me a second. It's just you never talk, I never listen. When do we fall in love? Make up your mind, honey, 'cause I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. You need a friend. I can't help this time. I'm in trouble. It's your eyes, I can't seem to focus. It doesn't matter 'cause you live a lie. You want attention from every guy in the park, but when you call, give you my heart, you rip it out. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not take a chance and I can't pretend to like you. Call my bluff for the last time. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste, I can't help you now, okay, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up, take a action, now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say done, it's why you sad. I said I just need the thing. Red tape, got too close, I hit the city. I black face, show you everything you need to your phone. Get it back. Someone said it's sad. Cause I used to want, it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times, yeah, yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay, bad face, hey. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay, bad face, hey. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay, bad face, hey. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay, bad face, hey. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay, bad face, hey. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay, bad face, hey. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. You got a voice, then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you want it to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody.
Let's take our time right now, it's just a vibe with you. I feel alive, now I'm feeling like her to the fine, will it stand the test of time right now? I need a sign. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer, should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over, am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Whisper my name, say what you want, show me your thoughts. I do the same, my breath on your neck while I slowly caress. Feelings in gray, it's still the same. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer, should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over, am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over?
Don't you know I'm a bad little mama? I got moves like Madonna. Don't tell me 'cause I move when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to
Up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hands. Travel light lanes, it's just enough, oh yeah. Just for you, just a man. Just an ocean in the wind. We ain't gotta make plans. Fair enough, it's fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. And I know it feels like a light years in the making. Up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Travel light lane, just your height, man. Just the one, just a believer. I don't care, I see you loading up my mind. Place me on the sidewalk. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless, yeah. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck, yeah. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, but we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck, oh no. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Just the dust, just the sand, yeah, yeah. Travel like travel lanes. Just the dust, yeah, just the sand. Hey, just the dust, just the sand. Just the dust, just the sand. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Oh, duh, 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck, yeah, yeah. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing.
She don't wanna listen, tryna go far, but you got mixed feelings, so I'm finished. I'm on my way. Then you tell me you need it. Back in my space, hey, yeah. How could I lie? Just to be cold. Wanna be honest, you should know. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you with me now. You know what the message is. I'll be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. I don't want your empathy, I just want another enemy. I'm not gonna change a thing for you. I'm over middle ground, and I really wanna burn it down. I'm not your friend, and I won't pretend I am. So don't reach out and I mean that. I'm under siege and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a favorite place, you're at a leisurely pace. I'm unscathed, I'm unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game.
Welcome to the war game.
You're no ally of mine. Your life is a kind of lie, and I know that I won't change your mind. We have no common ground, and we're never gonna figure it out. So don't get friendly, get angry. I'll bury you down by the bar. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a favorite place, you're at a leisurely pace. I'm unscathed, I'm unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game.
Introduce me, I'm the renegade. Ooh, every single night, I crave the taste. It's the adrenaline running through my game. It gets me high, high, high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm fast at you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just fast at you.
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Another beautiful day here in sunny Australia means another day of ESL 1 Thailand powered by Intel. And once again, I would like to welcome you guys here to our Mercedes-Benz pre-show where I've got a new panel for you guys where we can break down our triple header for today. Day number 10 means we've got 3 series back-to-back for you guys here. My panel for today will be Danog as well as Mr. Poggett. Mate, welcome. Welcome back here to the panel.
Thanks so much. I have been looking forward to coming back. As much as I love casting, there's just something about being on a panel. It's a nice, fresh take.
Yeah, you got to get some of those predictions right because you're running at about 30% at the moment.
Well, the problem was I didn't realize I was being scored to start with. I think I went 1-5 or 1-6, and then Fluke mentioned, "Oh, we're scoring these in surprise." I was like, "Oh, it's time to panic." And since then, I've actually been above 500.
We'll see. We'll see.
Well, at least you got 2 people to carry you for today, Poggett. But boys, as I said at the top of the show, we have 3 series back-to-back here for ESL 1 Thailand, day number 10. All of these series today will have implications on the groups as well. It's not like any of these series are going to be nothing series. A lot of these teams, they really want to get the victories so they can start to secure that playoff spot. But as we start to get through the day, we will be able to see how these groups are going to pan out for a lot of these teams. And I'm super excited to see how all these series are going to pan out.
I think we're going to be seeing a bit of an upward trajectory in terms of, like, so far the wins overall that these teams have obtained, and then the importance as well in terms of the seeding. Some of these teams are playing for their tournament lives. Some of them are playing to be on that cusp between the lower and the upper bracket, and some of them even going for that #1 spot in their group. So really important.
Yeah, exactly. It was yesterday. We had a little bit of a short day for ESL 1 Thailand, day number 9. So if you guys missed it, I'm going to take it easy on you guys today. But let's have a quick recap of how yesterday panned out for everyone. There was a short day. It was another day of 4 games for us. But, you know, our first series of the day was the boys here from an by hashtag going up against Sparking Arrow. So that was an interesting one. Sparking Arrow being able to get to another victory was always nice.
It was a few little shaky things coming out here and there, but we just see the play coming through from the OP God, along with his God King, was able to secure that for themselves. And it was a pretty clinical victory. You can see at the end there, 30k net worth lead at 35 minutes. You're rarely going to come back from that, although question mark have shown that they have once or twice.
Yeah, definitely. The big problem I have with this game for Sparking Arrow, they brought a cheese strat to a 2-0. Like, obviously, we can see here the Morphling Earthshaker, something that I view as a slight bit broken, a slight bit memey. But we will have to talk about them later on once we see them.
I don't mind them throwing, like, you call it a cheese strat. I don't mind them throwing out the Morph Shaker because then that's just something extra that these other teams that they're going to face in the future need to be considering. Like, it's fine to throw it out in a quote-unquote throwaway game where they're probably expecting to win. But, yeah, I think it's good draft mind games coming through. And, of course, we saw the second series between Neon and Ares. Neon just seemed dominant from the start.
Yeah, Neon really just starting to fall back on their tried and true strategies, giving Skim that anti-mage in that second game. Another one of those 2-0s. Unfortunately for us, Ares is sitting at 0-3 in their group right now, so they would have loved to have gotten that victory. But the boys from Neon were able to pull that one out nice and quickly. Unfortunately for Neon in that first game, they didn't have a stand-in, but luckily enough, they were able to get the victory there. And I think that was the one real weakness that Asta Ares could have potentially tried to take advantage of, but you know, unfortunately, they just didn't get it done.
Yeah, it shows the importance of your PR, your relationships with other people. Like, you don't want to be unasked to anyone that's not on your team because they had to use the position 4 from Team 496, and he did a pretty good job, I thought.
Yeah, definitely. I was surprised by how well he played. Obviously, we've talked about a lot of these subs, a lot of these newly formed teams in the last month or so. So far, most have been performing pretty well, but they've had shaky games. And it's good to see POS4 coming in, a role that I believe is the most crucial right now, where obviously carries, cores are great, but POS4s create so much space and so much momentum. To have one as a sub, it's a great thing to see that they still won.
Yeah, and I think maybe they just gave him some simple instructions. Look, we've picked a new Earth Spirit, just roll in, create the chaos, and we'll use our pre-existing cohesion to follow that up.
Especially because it was Playhard that was getting replaced there for Team Neon. He has over 1,000 games for Neon as well, so he's their most valuable player in that aspect. The fact that he's had so much experience for that team. But as I said at the start of the show, boys and girls, all 3 of our series today will have implications on the standings. So let's have a look and see where they are. Starting here for day number 10. For today, this is all Group A action, and then tomorrow we'll be having all Group B. So this is the 4th round for all these teams here. Boom sitting quite comfortably 3-0 right now, top of their group. Team Trust, though, this is our first series going up against Motivate Trust. If Team Trust is able to get this victory here, pushes them to 1-3, pushes Motivate to 1 and 3 as well. And that's when we're going to have to start, as we get throughout the day, how much more of these implications are going to happen with Adroit playing in that second series for today. And we'll see how the standings do come towards the end of today. But rolling into Group B, those of you guys are playing along here, this is what we'll be having for tomorrow's matches. Geek Fam, Sparking Arrow Gaming, sitting at the top 3-0 right now. And unfortunately for us, Aries and Question Mark, it feels like right now 0-3 is the death mark for this group. And it feels like they potentially could be our 2 teams eliminated from the group stage. So boys, I asked this question yesterday. Is there anything surprising from either of these groups? I think we should start with Poglet. Man, it hasn't been on the panel for a while.
To tell you the truth, none of this surprises me too much. Like, I thought TNC, Fnatic, Boom were obviously going to be top 3, and the 4th was going to be a bit of a free-for-all, and so far it proves pretty much exactly that. Adroit, Team Trust, obviously they versed each other. They've still got both have to verse TNC, I believe. So obviously there's still a way for them to get back in, but those 3 teams at the bottom are really close, and it could be anyone's game.
It could be anyone's game. I feel like it's going to take a miracle for Team Trust to be able to make it through because, A, they need to win this series today, but then they're just on level pegging with Motivate as well as Adroit. And they already lost to Adroit, which was the other potential easy series that they could come up against. And so Adroit, Motivate, they still need to play against each other. And so one of them is guaranteed going to be sitting in that 2 and 3 position at the worst.
Yeah, it really does feel like Team Trust, they have to win this series, and they have to hope that some of the series do go in their favor. Before we start to dive into our first series of the day, we're going to leave it with Jenkins one more time for another pro tip video.
As we all know, a couple of times per year, Dota 2 has a major patch that changes the orientation of the map. In the recent years, a defining factor of the Dota map is that there are a lot more trees and a lot more high grounds. As a result of this, there are some extremely useful spots that you can stand in to deward using enemy towers. For example, at the start of the game, you can easily deward the typical mid-ward spots by standing in the trees to the left and right of both the Dire and Radiant Tier 1 towers. If the tower hits you while you're standing in the trees, well, there's a ward on top of you, and your mid laner gets a free deward and usually a free lane. Similarly, if you stand in this spot next to the Dire Safe Lane Tier 1 tower, the creeps will aggro to you if there is a ward on top of you. You can do a similar trick on the Radiant side to check for wards using the Tier 1 tower instead of creeps. On the Dire side, if you are Radiant, you can deward this high ground by standing in the Tier 1 tower range to the northwest of the tower. A similar trick works to check for a high ground ward here by using this Tier 1 tower instead. The opposite does actually work on the Radiant side if you're Dire at this Tier 1 as well. But it's not just Tier 1s that you can do this at. Every Tier 2 tower has a high ground deward spot that you can easily find just by holding Alt to see the tower range. Some of the more niche tower deward tricks include dewarding this Tinker ward right here by standing in the trees to the east of this Tier 2 tower, and also standing in the trees on the low ground to the southeast of this Tier 2 tower to deward this hill right here.
More nerdy stuff coming out from Jenkins there. You might be able to utilize those in your pubs. You get some very easy dewards because a lot of those spots are quite easy to deward, boys. But another interesting pro tip there from Jenkins.
And I feel like across the years, we've seen the level of overall play just increase year on year. Not just at the pro scene, but your average, let's say 4K these days, is much better than your average 4K from back in the day.
Yeah, definitely. I still have the belief of anyone in the Divine range could probably beat TI1 winners, to tell you the truth. The gap
Immortal,
between
let's say Immortal.
Immortals. We'll give them Immortals. But the niche stats like that, looking at Jenkins, have those little tiny things. I got to be honest, the last one, the Radiant D-Ward, I've never done that on the low ground. I've just thrown a sentry on that hill every single time because that's just the best warding spot in Dota, I believe.
You just need that pause 5 mentality, you know? Like, these are the sorts of things that I was like, damn it, Jenkins, you're giving away all my secrets. This is what I need to climb the MMR. But, I mean, that's some quality content right there.
Exactly. When I have 2 support panelists here, that's when these dewarding videos start to tickle their fancy a little bit more here. But let's go and have a look at how today will be panning out for everyone at home. As I said, it is a triple header, and this is all Group A today as well. First series will be Team Trust going up against Motivate Trust. Second series will be Fnatic versus Adroit, and then the banger of the series, which will be game number 3, will be Boom going up against TNC. All of these series right now have implications on the standings, so we have to keep a close eye on how these series do pan out. And as we go throughout the day, we'll let you guys know who's going to need the wins, who's going to need the losses, who's going to need to do what for the rest of today. But boys, which one are we hoping for the most?
I feel like you want to see successful teams play. You know, overnight we saw some European Dota. We've seen some great Dota happening in the ESL Thailand Americas region. But it's really the ones that are winning that provide the best spectacle. Or it can just be an absolute clown fest and you watch the worst teams play, which is pretty entertaining as well. So I'm going to say either the first or the last, although Adroit Fnatic, that's a good show regardless.
Yeah, definitely. I view it as something different because sometimes you see very good teams versus each other and it's a stomp. Like we talked about Secret OG off stream. I think Game 2, Game 3 has the potential to be something like that. Obviously, Fnatic are coming in as favourites, but Game 3, I have a feeling they're going to both be testing something out. They've pretty much locked top 3 for themselves, so we might be seeing some meme strats coming out from Boom. We should see TNC try a bit harder than Boom.
Seeding is super important for this group stage.
Well, seedings are really important, and let's be honest, Fnatic are probably going to win against Adroit. And that makes that series between TNC and Boom so important. Boom wins, they go 4-0, bring TNC down to 2-2, whereas it's all tied up 3-1 across those 3 teams. So I don't think people are going to be memeing around or testing anything at this point.
Well, before we do jump into our first series, I have to remind you guys one more time about our Mercedes-Benz MVP. You guys saw my wonderful trophy that's standing here for the rest of ESL 1 Thailand, so make sure you guys do get your votes in for your favorite player or your most valuable player, whichever one you guys want to go for, and we'll have a look at how our standings are going for that a little bit later on in the day. And also you guys can join in the conversation across our social medias, Twitter, Facebook, wherever you guys want to go, but make sure you do use that hashtag ESL1 to let us know where you guys are watching these games from or which series you guys are super excited for in this long day of ESL 1 Thailand. But it is now time for us to roll into our first series of the day. Both these teams are looking for the victory. Team Trust going up against Motivate Trust. We'll go to a short break and we'll see you guys for game 1.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th gen Intel Core processors and bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Yeah. And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the light, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances.
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
Can't say why.
We're starting to get ready for our first series of day number 10 here at ESL 1 Thailand. It's going to be a long day ahead of us, so we better start right now. We have Team Trust going up against Motivate Trust. Both these teams are looking for the victory. Team Trust basically have their tournament lives on the line in this series. If they don't win this, they're going to go 0-4 in their group and mathematically will be out of playoffs. My boys back here on the panel, we have Danog and Poglet. Boys, are you guys excited for this first one? Team Trust, let's go!
Trust v Trust. Who are you going to trust? I got the Thai boys. They showed a lot of promise, and it's not like they've been stomped in the 2 series that they've lost as well. So I'm keen to see a bit more about them.
Yeah, definitely. Motivate Trust is the team I'd be looking for more. And Team Trust, they've looked so iffy. Even in the games they've won, they've had to win off really clowny stuff. We talked about the Rapier stop pretty much ad nauseum after their games. But that was the level that they needed. That ridiculous late game, all-in strat. It could have gone either way. And they only just came on top. There was no stomps where Motivate have had a few stomps.
Well, speaking of Team Trust, starting out here, this is a team that, as we said, 0-3 in their group so far, so they are certainly looking to try and get something done. Do you think the Team Trust are going to try and rely on a few more cheese strats going up against Motivate, being not one of those high-tier teams that they're expecting to play against?
I'll be honest, I'm not sure if they have it in their arsenal, I think we've seen everything that they've had to throw at these other teams so far. We already saw them play that series against Adroit a couple of days ago, and that was effectively what the closed qualifiers were meant to be before circumstances meant that both Adroit and Team Trust made it through. So the fact that they were looking so promising in the early stages of the closed qualifiers and then went out in this actual tournament and lost leads me to believe that they don't handle pressure all that well.
It could be that. It also could be they had to show their hand in the closed qualifiers. Obviously, we talked about Adroit not having to play that last series to potentially get eliminated, but Team Trust had to play, and they had to win. So they've shown their best strats. We talked about their one-trick pony style that they like so much, and every time they've picked it this tournament, it's looked very iffy. People have had insta-counter picks. They've been picking heroes on top of them within seconds, so that could be it.
Yeah, and they've tried different things. They went that all-in Death Ball strat, full regen, and they left an AA in the pool, just not respecting the enemy team at all. So I don't like that kind of play. You always need to respect your opponent. We see it from the best teams that they never really clown on other people unless, if you're fountain diving, you've gotten to that stage of the game, sure, mess around a little bit, have a bit of fun there. But don't do it in the draft. I don't think at this point you're capable of doing that.
Well, we saw in those replays, one of their victories was up against Boom, one of the best teams that they have so far in the group. And they were able to get that victory off the back of a Morphling Rapier. So, it's one of those clowny ideas. I wouldn't really call it clowny, but it was a extenuating circumstance that led them to get that Rapier. They defended against Mega Creeps and they were able to get that done. But ever since then, it hasn't really felt like the Team Trust are expecting from that first game of the first series of ESL 1 Thailand.
it was a last-ditch effort. Let's call it that. You know, they weren't clowning, they weren't memeing. They were like, look, we've tried everything else. We're 20k net worth down. Let's buy a rapier if we win. Fantastic if we lose. It was going to happen anyway.
I do agree with what they did, though. The Hail Mary passes, a lot of sportsmen obviously call it. And if it pays off for you, you get that win, sure, you can make teams scared of your Morphling pick. You can make teams scared that you will do anything to make sure you win this game. There's no towel that's being thrown in from Team Trust. So I'm looking to see this go to 3 games, to tell you the truth. And if it doesn't, it'll be because Team Trust clowned themselves in the draft, if anything.
All right, well, Motivate Trust, they're a team that showed a bit of performance to us in this ESL 1 Thailand. As Matt was saying, the series they lost, they weren't like, they didn't get stopped, right? It was fairly close series. They were coming up against some really good opponents in a lot of their series. They were able to play up against, you know, these higher tier teams in their Group A, and they're starting to look pretty good. You know, they've got a few strats in their wheelhouse. They've got Jackie, who's always really good. I think Q, for me, is someone that's really big for Motivate Trust. If they're able to get him like a Tiny or another one of these position 4s, he can get a lot of work done on the map. The Motivate Trust really have a good showing here up against him.
I was about to ask you on that. You know, you mentioned the Q Tiny, but do you feel like it's just the Tiny, or do you feel... I don't really think that he's shown all that much versatility. Like, yes, if you pick him, it's going to have a fantastic time. The thing that I like is that they can play a few different heroes in different roles. Like the Pango 5, I think they're the only team that we've seen that from so
And
far
it
with
looked
Boomdel.
good too.
Yeah.
The issue I'm going to have with this Tiny, obviously we talk about Q so much, his Tiny is so much better than everything else. I feel the team doesn't play around it well because obviously in their scrims and their practices, it feels like to me that they're picking Tiny a lot in these scrims, and then when it comes to the competitive scene, it gets banned, they panic. And that could be another issue that they're having before the game even starts.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully Team Trust have done their homework there, because you can very clearly see for both of these teams, and it's the 4s that you can target. It's the Tiny that gets banned out if you're going up against Motivate Trust, and then you've got the Rubik that Team Trust like to pick up a whole lot. So very easy ones to get out in that first phase if you want to.
All right, well, before we do start to get super deep into this series with Team Trust versus Motivate Trust, we're able to catch up with Motivate Trust before ESL 1 Thailand, and we got their thoughts.
Out from Massaros, and now the rest of his team going to be right behind him. Q looking for that blink, does get an avalanche into the toss back on Fearless, into the Aether Remnant. Oh, they're styling on them now.
That's sick.
That is beautiful. That'll be the tier 2 mid.
Hello, I'm Pumipat Fearless, Tri-City Planet. I'm currently playing for Motivate Trust Gaming as mid laner. We have done lots of preparation for this tournament, such as every single day we watch replay, even is public match or tournament match. And we come down together and share our idea about how we gonna use this hero and how we move the map. And we hope to create some new meta for this tournament. So my team has the best coach ever, the Lacos, because the other teams cannot have him unless he takes illusion. Winning this tournament means a lot to me because we can prove ourselves by winning this, and next time we're not gonna need to play qualifiers anymore. My hunger to improve myself, to be the best in the world, because the chance to be the best in the world is not gonna happen much in life. Credit for HY. We're gonna do our best, and I hope you guys cheer for us and enjoy the game.
It's always good to catch up with these players coming in from these teams, especially teams that we don't get to have the spotlight on as much. You know, Fearless there, we had an interview with him at the start of ESL 1 Thailand, and he is this kind of humble, jovial kind of guy. We saw in that video just there, he says that his coach is the best in the world, and the only other way that these teams can get it is if he picks up an illusion rune. So it's really good to see that Fearless has this kind of jovial and very kind of humble idea about himself.
Humble idea until you get him to take the mask off. You just need someone like QO to make him clown around a little bit and take off the mask, basically. Release that inner persona that all mid laners have.
Yeah. The issue I have with those interviews that we always have, they always start so nice. I want to see Flair. Obviously, we talk about how humble he is, how nice he is, talking up his team. I want to see some Flair because, like he said, you're not in the spotlight too much for them. And if you're in the spotlight now, you play these games well, you get qualify for free. A lot of these teams didn't have to obviously play their close quals. That's what matters to me. And I think having some flair, having some personality helps it along if you're choosing between two teams of equal footing.
Well, that as well. And you see I think it's probably most prevalent within the Chinese scene, right? Where the Western audience gets so few opportunities to see and connect with these Chinese players, so that when you do have ones like, Chuan, ROTK, FY, maybe these styles of players, even though they're fantastic players, it's their personality that really makes them stand out and have that fan following. I'd say ROTK is probably at the top of that list.
Yeah, well, I mean, China at one point even had a TI all-star team. So that's how famous and how popular he was just then. And it wasn't like it was a China versus US style. He was so popular at that stage that they had to put him there. You're definitely right when you're talking about how popular these players are, and how we can affect their team morale for starters, and also their team's invites and their team's popularity on the global stage.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the biggest things that came out of that video was the fact that they were saying they want to have a good showing in ESL 1 Thailand so they can get those more invites to events, so they don't have to continue to play through all these qualifiers, they don't have to come through things like the national champs and stuff like that. They just want to be that team that's well known in the Southeast Asian region and a team that constantly gets invited. And it was always good to hear from those guys. Felix also said that they wanted to recreate the meta, have a few different things coming in, and we've seen it through their play. These guys seem to come to every series ready and raring to go.
I think everything that Fearless said was exactly what I would want to hear if I'm a fan of Motivate Trust, because I personally didn't know that Lekels was their coach. I mean, when I think of Thai Dota, he is the name that comes to mind back in 2013, 2014, 15, those years. He was the pioneer for Thai Dota. And I believe Thai still plays a lot of Heroes of New Earth. So you've got a lot of players over there that still do that. I'm seeing more transfer over to Dota, which is fantastic. And just that mentality to have, we've had Valve delay their DPC system for next year. We don't know what it's going to be like, but as per the previous structure, there were 16 slots within the Southeast Asian region. Even if you're only in that lower division to start out, for a team like Motivate Trust, that would be huge for them, and this is the exact environment to really put your foot down and say, I want to be at the top of my game.
Of course, I mean, this delay might even be good for them. We've talked about teams, Neon as well, obviously they're Fluke's boys, but those kind of teams, they might not have been looked at prior to these tournaments. And now they're looking...
I'd put them top 8.
Yeah, they're looking strong in their... Not just their country, but their actual region themselves. They're looking so strong. You almost can't pass them up. You have to give them a slot, and then it becomes harder at that top end. Who's going to get cut out?
I completely agree that players do need to take a little bit more advantage of these player interviews as well, because... I mean, can you imagine if everyone, like you mentioned, is so humble? Can you imagine if you come into an interview and it's like, did you see how hard we stomped those guys? That was amazing. My ultimate just smashed the other mid laner. He's got nothing on me. That would get you fans. Some people would call you arrogant, but it puts your name on the map. And so hopefully these guys, when they get the freedom to, don't go too far, but be confident in yourselves.
Yeah, we want more player interviews, guys. But before we do get into our first series, guys, Poglet is another trivia prepared for you guys. Matt's sitting right now at 1 and 2. Poglet, fortunately enough for you haven't partaken in it yet, so you've got a clean slate. But if you aren't aware, for everyone playing along at home, the trivia here is what I do is I bring up a build on screen for you guys, and my panel have to figure out whether or not it's from ESL 1 Thailand, whether or not it's one of their builds from a pub game that they've had, or whether or not it's something that I've completely made up.
Can I confirm? ESL 1 Thailand or any ESL event?
Any ESL 1 event.
Okay.
Any ESL 1, sorry.
So currently ongoing. I need to make sure that I'm
there won't be any from ESL 1 Thailand, but it's any ESL 1 that has happened
gone back
prior.
to like 2013.
Yes.
Oh boy, some of those builds were garbage.
Yes, some of them were old and were very weird. But are you guys ready? You guys ready for trivia?
Born ready.
Born ready?
No, but I'm here now.
All right, Poglet seems to be ready, so let's chuck it up on screen and see what you guys are going to go for. This is a Weaver build. Oh boy, that one is bad.
All right, so it's old, right? Because Ring of a Killer, he's in the...
Yes. So this is old, yes. You get that freebie.
The problem is I know full well I've done this before, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you found that game from 2015. That's back when Aquila was new and Vanguard had that HP regen on top of health, and it was very busted.
Even on a Weaver?
I found it hilarious. I played that POS 4 when I did a build strikingly similar to this.
This would have been when Weaver, like Abyssal Blade, didn't have that cast reg, remember? So you actually needed to be on top of the hero.
He would Sakuchi pass, Abyssal, and then just keep running. That's an interesting build.
It's not something I would do. I don't think you're big brain enough to think this up.
You don't think I'm big brain enough to do this?
No.
The last one stumped you guys.
I think it's his build.
The problem is I'm 100% certain I used to build Abyssal POS 4 Weaver. I just don't remember building 2 Vanguards. Or what was 1 back then? Because Abyssal used to be
Not
with
need it.
Basher plus Demon Edge.
Sacred Relic.
Sacred Relic, sorry. So
All right, what are we locking in, boys? What are we locking in? You think it's a Pogba build?
I 100% know I've built an Abyssal and an Aquila before. So it's whether or not you've made this up and there is a game that exists, you just didn't find it. It's,
So
I think
what are
it's
you
mine.
going to go with?
I think it's mine.
You going to go with yours? Daniel, you going to go with Poglets as well? You guys are too good. This was a build from you.
I
Poglets.
knew it.
I'm surprised that you knew what was like. You were able to pinpoint the year that you did this. You told me what position you were on and everything.
Did
That's
I get the
insane.
W though? I can't remember.
I think these are all from wins.
These are all from wins. Yes.
Oh my god, that's basically what it is.
I think we talked about before about the quality of Dota going up in years. This must have been from the Stone Age because this is a trash build.
Oh, if you can pinpoint the teammates I had then, they were probably about 2-3k. I was probably playing with my real life friends back then, and I don't want to be rude to them, but there's a reason they don't play there anymore.
Okay.
There's a reason they gave up after I started climbing ranks because it became impossible to play together. And this is probably not helping them along, seeing this trash build getting Ws.
That ain't it. I mean, we need to find that game, and you need to link that to your mates. We need to clip it and ship it.
Yeah, they're
Clip it and
probably in
ship
it. They're probably going to remember like that was the last day before they quit, kind of thing.
That was the thing that tipped them over the edge.
That would tip me over the edge. Like me and Poglet, we've played quite a lot of pubs together, and if I ever saw that in a build so far, I would be like, listen, I'm not quite sure if we can play anymore. I don't think we can be friends after
This
that.
isn't working out.
This isn't working out. It's not you. It's me. You were Pog champ. I was cringe. You know. Unfortunately, this is Bible thump, and now we're gonna get into a draft. I'm gonna leave that with you guys. Whatever you guys want to do with that one.
So dirty from Team Trust.
Oh boy.
Clean up in aisle, Matt.
Dude, clean up in aisle every lane when you have these ultimates up. Those two combination ultimates is so hard to deal with because we talk about the Snapfire having that little shredder to counter Phoenix. Snapfire doesn't usually get Greaves early, doesn't usually get a 4-star of Yule's, something to dispel the overgrowth. This egg's just going to be placed in the middle of the team fight, and you can't deal with it.
You can't deal with it. I think they're going at this in two different ways, right? Team Trust are obviously going big team fight centric, so it's going to be up to Motivate to avoid those situations, either with clever smokes. This is a great pick-off potential, right? You hook shot him with the clockwork, and then you've got the Snapfire just to get the easy Mortimer's Kisses off afterwards. Both of these heroes, you're probably not going to build something like a 4-star on either of them. There are much higher priority items to get beforehand.
Yeah, I don't hate it on clockwork as a POS 5 going second item 4-star.
Oh no, I mean on the Team Trust heroes.
Oh, yeah,
they're not
Team
going to be able
Trust.
to get out of cogs.
You can on the Treant, I guess. It's not great.
It sucks. Like,
Because-
you want a Blink Dagger on this Treant. You want a Meteor Hammer on this Treant.
I think Blink's more important this game because Blink means you don't have to worry about Phoenix being in position. You're the one that has to be in position. You've got that level 10 Invis talent. And don't at me, everyone should build the Invis talent. I don't even
Of
care
course
if
they
you're
should.
a core, that 50 damage is not worth it.
No way.
But this Blink's going to be crucial, and as an Invis hero or a hero that can just sit in the trees, he can farm it up decently enough. I do want to see them combo it with a mid Earth Spirit, though. Something clowny.
Something like high tempo, like one of the spirit. Obviously, Void Spirit is in banned here, but high tempo mid hero for them.
Yeah, I'm all in. Earth Spirit. It's the AoE damage on Magnetize, plus it's a natural Veil triple combo. And it's so hard to deal with. Already we can see those two heroes are not great Lotus Orb pickups. And usually your Lotus Orb is on your 3, 4, or 5. Usually 3, 4, but 5 sometimes have to bite that bullet. If you force Motivate Trust to have an entire draft revolving around your POS 3 having Dispels, it's a very awkward game.
I'm kind of thinking that Motivate Trust are going to go with a Legion Commander here. We talk about their pick-off potential that they need. That provides them some level of scaling. You know, if you've got this, even just Legion and Snapfire can perfectly get a ton of dual damage up, and you then have the Purge for Overgrowth, for example. You can either get out or have the free reign to hit the egg.
Yeah, and the attack speed as well. So that definitely helps with the egg. They've gone with a Doom, though, which pretty much ruins your
Could be
Legion
mid.
Commander. Oh, yeah, true, actually, because Doom mid's a bit too strong. Even with that Devour HP nerf, it feels like he can't get pushed out of lane very easily.
Well, he did recently get a buff to his armor as well, so he can stay in lane a little bit longer. You know, drums, braces, all those cheap items are very easy, and your phase boost is always a strong pickup.
I think if it's a mid-Doom, there's always just one build that you go, it's cookie cutter every single time. You know, phase, drums, blink, Ags. That's it. Every single time.
Yeah, it's interesting, though. Before this tournament, I didn't see Ags as the crucial build-up. And then you see it in the game, you're like, oh my god, that is busted.
I mean, if you've got Centaur Stomp with it, it's 3.75 seconds of stun, and the cooldown for the Infernal Blade is 4 seconds once you've got that Ags. So you're going to be able to chain that together pretty damn well. Ooh, something a bit different though. A Drow Ranger coming through for our Shifu.
The Blue Frost Lady coming out here for Team Trust. Gives them a lot of ranged DPS as well. You know, coupling team fight AoE with ranged DPS is always really strong. Forces these Motivate heroes to try and get on top of the Drow, right?
Yeah, it definitely will be hard for them to jump on top of him. The issue is also, when we talk about the egg combo, you gust them. It's similar to when you get hit by the EMP, the tornado combos from Invoker. That gust slows you down just enough to not be able to hit the egg.
Slows you down. They might even choose to go for the talent that increases the gust pushback distance. Who knows, right?
Yeah, and even the blind as well on the gust is always really... It's 50%, which is pretty ridiculous going up against Phoenix Egg.
Yeah, I mean, those are niche... Or not niche talents, not quite there yet, but the other side, it was almost always you take them. Like, you take stats, you take agi, you take movement speed over gust, movements, blind, etc.
I love this Spectre pick. You want to get on top of the Drow Ranger every single time. Get rid of that marksmanship. Make sure it's not a factor. And they've got the team to be able to back it up, right? If you're dealing with this Spectre that's harassing your carry, you're not paying attention to the Snapfire that's just raining in death on you from the back lines. And so I think a strong laner like Slaughter is a pretty good response to it. But so far, I'm favoring Motivate Trust's draft.
I do like the Slaughter pick as well. And you are right when you're talking about getting on top of Drow. But it's also a natural man to pick up. We talked about this removal. That's why the Legion Commander suggestion was so strong. I actually think the Legion might have been better than the Doom if they run it off lane.
They can still pick up the Legion Commander from Motivate Trust, right?
It's a lot of melee heroes. By that I mean it's 4 and a Snapfire against an Egg and an Overgrowth. I don't want to say yikes, but that's pretty much where it is.
I mean, I don't mind it too much, right? Because you've got the Snapfire that might be out of Overgrowth range, although it is pretty damn big. You've mentioned it before. You've got the Manta Style, so maybe saving that for specifically the Overgrowth if you're predicting a team fight's going to come up. And then if they do opt to go with the LC, then they'll at least have that to get something else out and be able to hit the egg in that fashion.
Yeah, that could work. I'm curious to see, though, because obviously it makes it easier for us as panelists. You see what the enemy team's banning. So what are they scared of? And they're banning out Zeus, and that shows they're more scared of a mid than the Doom playing in that mid lane.
Well, with this Storm ban coming out from Motivate Trust, is this leading us towards an Arc Warden mid for Motivate?
Ooh, I would like it. They don't have first pick, though. And I think Arc Warden would be very good on Team Trust as well. The double bubble is fantastic against these melee cores that can't really get inside of them, can't really deal with these ranged heroes. And Arc Warden itself is not really scared of Doom's Snapfire, Clockwork, because you can just send the Tempest Double to cop these spells straight on its head first.
Yeah. I'm interested to see how Team Trust are going around this out as well. They've still got their mid laner to pick up.
Mars ban?
Anyway, at the Mars, so they're feeling like it's going to be an off laner. I don't know, I'm still feeling the LC. It's their most picked hero on Motivate Trust's side.
I do agree with you. LC would be a fantastic pick. They do have the benefit of last pick. So they can decide if they want to run this Doom, which is so crucial when you have these flex lanes. Like we obviously talked about Motivate being able to run that pos 5 Pango, etc., moving their positions around where they need to. So having this level of flex, despite the fact we know where the Snapfire, we know the Spectre, we pretty much know the Clockwork's for. But just that one lane, the 2 cores that could rotate. And Team Trust is showing they're taking their time to do this last pick.
Do you think for Team Trust it needs to be some sort of minus armor hero that can really take advantage of that and stack up on it, make that much more core to their strat? Or is it something we talk about they really have one playstyle? I would think Ember Spirit, but no, they're going more minus armor. Okay. Venge.
Core Venge? X-Venge?
Possible. We've seen Mid Slaughter be thrown out a couple of times, and against a Doom it's not horrible.
Mid Venge as well isn't terrible against the Doom. It's a hero that can max its Wave of Terror, max its Vengeance Aura, and actually rail into the Doom. So I don't hate it. And again, another flex pick. Slaughter mid might not have the right tempo that they want to set, because if you go mid Slaughter, are you rushing this Blink? Are you rushing a Vlad's? Are you rushing an Ags? And I think you need 2 of those items, and it's going to be a bit awkward from that mid lane if you're not able to rotate quick enough.
Well, the final pick here coming out from Motivate Trust, I'd imagine it's probably going to be Fearless's hero. I'm sure he can play the Doom as well. Fantastic player. So
the thing is that they've banned out the rest of his pool, basically, at least from what we've seen. I think Motivate have done a lot of homework as well, getting rid of a lot of the heroes that Team Trust like to build. Like all the spirits are gone except for Ember Spirit and the Puck as well, which we've seen X play fantastically. So
yeah, definitely. Oh, it's a bit awkward to see. I do want to go back to Legion though. We've talked about it enough to convince ourselves that it's viable.
But now with Avenge coming out though, if it is a support, you really don't mind swapping a hero that's been dueled and you have that potential to turn around with all of your team fights, so it's not quite as strong as it used to be.
Yeah, it is awkward with the
Conquer, huh?
Okay, Conquer mid. So they still have 4 melee plus Snapfire, but that is a lot of AoE damage. It is a nice swap counter, obviously with the X marks the spot. You can't really swap until it's all said and done.
And it's good for pick-off as well, going around what their style was. You know, you've got the Doom, which is good in team fights, but great for pick-offs. Spectre, good for pick-offs. Clock, Snapfire, good for pick-offs. Conquer, X-Mark, good for pick-offs. And so I think they're just going to be going for like a death by 1,000 cuts sort of style here.
All right, with X picking up the Aslada here for Team Trust, boys, where are we holding off here for game 1?
I'm going to go Motivate.
What about you, Poglet? You're sitting at 30%, bro. This is going to have to count.
I don't think they have anything to hit the egg, but Motivate's a better team, so I think they'll pull it out. I do like Team Trust draft well and truly more, though.
So you're going to go with Motivate?
I'm going to go with Motivate.
All right, Dano's going with Motivate as well here. And on my panel, I'm going to have to stick with my analysts as well because they seem to be right most of the time here. But we're going to head into our first game of Team Trust going up against Motivate Trust. And our casters for today will be MLP and QO.
You're my mission, my grand prize. Catch my vision, no damn pride. Girl, you max easy. I don't mind leaving, just let me know. Then she told me take it easy. I just came in to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you with me now. You know what the message is. I be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience, ain't no conversation. Feel good, sometimes make you feel good. I just wanna talk, but you don't wanna listen. Tryna go far, but you got mixed feelings. So I'm finished, I'm on my way. Then you tell me you need it, back in my space. Hey, yeah. How could I lie, just to be cold? Wanna be honest, you should know. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you with me.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for another day of the ESL 1 Thailand group stages. It is MLP Dota and the lovely QO here to cast this one for you. QO, Motivate Trust versus Team Trust, Battle of the Trust. How are you feeling about this one?
Trust versus Trust.
Yeah?
I mean, like the Chinese Trust have to play better.
Okay.
I think they have to just get back onto the point, like what they have to do. I think the past 3 days were a bit disappointing in my perspective, but I think this game's draft was a panel were expecting the Motivate Trust gonna get this game. I think they have better draft.
You think
The
Team Trust has
have
the
a
better
better
draft?
Yep.
Okay. Why do you think that though? Is it the Drow Ranger, the Slider? Like what makes it come together for you?
So like, I really didn't like about the Motivate Trust last pick. They picking a Kuka against Drow Ranger and Slaughter. Well, obviously, if you win your lane, I'm sure you're gonna be able to get all the things that you want to. But the team trust not gonna just let that happen. They are gonna be like Slaughter will be just like whacking the Conka's head unless like the the Motivate trust rotates.
Okay. It is going to be that Slaughter verse in the Kunkka, so it could be a bit of a tough time for Fearless, but Bounty Runes are about to spawn up, and it does seem like it's going to be a very even 2-for-2 trade as per usual. Neither team really wanting to fight it out quite yet. And we'll get into it. So this X-Slaughter, versing that Kunkka, you brought it up. It's going to be painful for Fearless in this matchup.
It can go both ways. Like if Fearless actually lanes well in the first 2 waves, I think he can use like Tidebringers to damage him back. But if he doesn't harass him enough, then he's just gonna get bashed. So we just have to see how that's gonna go. And like support's involvement is also critical for both like the side of the lane.
We'll see very early harassment out from both sides, but of course with that Tidebringer, Fearless should have a slight advantage for now. Looking over to that bot lane, you'll see Q and Masaros up against XMP and of course I always forget this man's name. Shifu is what we're calling him. Shifu. Well, your pronunciation's a lot better than mine, QO. But Masaros is probably going to go down here on the Doom and does. That'll be first blood out for our man on the Drow Ranger, Shifu.
Never underestimate Drow Ranger level 1 with 1 slow. I think Doom's gonna have a like disastrous time at bottom.
Top lane Jackie might actually have a go here onto Ching Fun. Phoenix is already very low, still level 1 without Icarus Dive and does eat a Fairy Fire, but that's not going to be enough. Jackie able to find his own pick off now.
I like how like Motivate wasn't they were like confident like about charging it into Phoenix after his W spirit, the Fire Spirit is down from Phoenix. Normally when there's a lot of creeps, you don't want to go there, right? You don't want to just dive him.
I'd say no.
But they just charged in and get a Phoenix kill and got out. I think that was really impressive.
Was already a 1-1 in this first match. Look at mid lane. X is starting to fall a little bit low in HP, but he does have a salve available. Just holding on to it for now. And Fearless actually going to try for a kill attempt, but the torrent will not connect. And X going to go back in now after Fearless, providing that harassment back. He has a stun in 1 second, but he could not get it off in time. But Fearless can't really go in for any more CS. Oh, the stun out from X. Oh, he just pushed the limits of the Slaughter AoE.
X was just styling on Fearless.
Oh my.
I was wondering why both heroes didn't salve up there, because I was expecting that Fearless to be just immediately salve up, otherwise he won't be able to lane.
It's a lovely play out from X. Fearless, of course, will now come back with full HP and full mana on the Kunkka, but X is going to be very, very happy with that bonus called an XP. He did get an even Q bot lane. There's your Nature's Grasp. He does go for the Cogs. They aren't going to have the damage up or Q. He will be fine to just walk out, but he is very, very low on HP with no regen. Bit of a tough place for the clock.
He has to just go back home, and Doom's not going to be able to hit any creeps.
He did take the Chain Lightning off the Harpy creeps. I guess he could try to secure creeps that way.
The wave is pushing in, so that's another great sign.
X. A nice stun. Fearless going to try and turn around. Will force out the salve usage. In fact, it was his own salve from Fearless. X doesn't actually have a salve available, so just going to have to rely on his own tangos to get himself back up.
I think Motivates, like they have to rely on this Spectre. Like the other 2 lanes are not gonna go like looking too good until now.
I suppose so. Of course, Jackie is gonna have a lot of pressure on his shoulders to pull off the carry here on the Spectre, but bot lane again, Masaros gonna be chased down by XMP. Shifu is gonna go back to farming now, but they are really threatening the presence here from Masaros, not making him feel comfortable whatsoever, and even now just trying to get a nice range creep deny off, but he just could not get it off in time. It's a rough position for Motivate Trust so far in that off lane anyway. Still Fearless, gonna get stunned up by X now, but top lane, Boombill, gonna be the one to fall quite low here on the Snapfire and does die to UU. Now Jackie, gonna take some harassment on the way out, but ultimately will be able to get back towards his tier 1 tower.
not just a kill, they lost once like entire wave because of the tomato. I'll say tomato.
Except
The full bear.
also going down the bot lane there. The Treant Protector losing his life. That'll leave Shifu by himself for now. Boombill also going to go for the TP back towards that top lane with Jackie. We are approaching that 5-minute mark very, very soon, so bounties are about to come up. And it looks like it's going to be another 2-for-2 trade. Trust, they'll take the top runes, and the bottom runes will go to motivate Trust. But Yu getting chased down by Jackie and Boombill.
Jackie has to be careful. They can actually turn.
Icarus dive, they are looking to turn. Cookie is going to get him out of range now of Ching Feng. He'll be just fine. He'll have to salve up. X was actually on the way on the slider, but now he'll TP down bot lane where Shifu is in a bit of danger. But Q is going to get stunned up, and now Shifu will just turn around.
That damage.
It's a very nice rotation out from the slider, X. And they do give the kill to Shifu on the Drow Ranger. Even top lane. Ching Feng now being chased down to the Phoenix. Might just go, but does dodge out the cookie stun. It will not be enough. Icarus Dive was on cooldown for another 4 seconds.
Yeah, really nice play by Team Trust, how they are not giving enough like CS for Jackie. Like he's sitting at 26 when Drow is like hitting at 32. I think that's another big part.
Masaros. Go after XMP again. Comms is going to be good out from Q, and XMP really just has no way out of this one. He's trying to tank it with the living armor, but there's going to be a bit of a body block there from Masaros, and they do get XMP for the second time. Now, mind you, they're not killing off Shifu, and they're not slowing down Shifu's farm at all.
Yep. As long as if position 5 defend the carries to farm, then it's all good. It doesn't matter how many times you feed, 1 or 2 or 3, because Drow Ranger is not getting any interruption in terms of farming.
So you're more than happy if your team Trust with the current state of the game. Of course, Jackie is also farming quite nicely on the Spectre, so both position 1s getting what they want.
I like how Fearless is not focusing on a lane too much, but focusing on his farm.
Lane, boat, gonna be thrown out. X is trapped from the cogs with the battery sold out from Q. He does eat a fairy fire, and now the living armor to come in. Still alive, but no. Q does manage to secure the kill, and Ching Feng is gonna have to Icarus dive out of there. That's a great little rotation out for Motivate Trust.
That's what they needed. They can't just let X2 just keep on staying on mid and take all the free CS. They have to be just continuously kicking this slot out, so he gets forced to like go off lane or safe lane. But him staying mid, it doesn't make sense.
Fearless has really taken over that mid lane too. Like just even before that that rotation happened from the supports of Motivate Trust. I mean, he's sitting at 63 and 2 on the Kunkka. And now, of course, just going back into the neutral camps to just take stacks for himself. Looks like he is rushing a very early Spirit Vessel on our Kunkka.
It looks like Trust has to make some moves soon, otherwise X is going to be dying next 2 minutes.
DD rune. He's going to be taken by X. He's going to go down to the bot lane now.
I like how he's rotating.
Boombill is very, very slow on that Snapfire, but so is Q. Here comes Ching Feng on the Phoenix. X gets the Corrosive Haze off. Q just stands there waiting for a second.
That was questionable, right? I think he could just run out. The Slara didn't have enough movement speed to actually chase him up.
Now Masaros does get stunned up. Q with that double damage. He hits like an absolute truck, and god damn, he just takes him out off the map. Masaros going down. X with a double.
I like it. I like how he's like so confident that the tower damage doesn't matter for me. Just TP in. If Motivate Trust actually TP'd for that fight, they're gonna be losing so much more map. But fortunate that they didn't, react much.
Absolutely. XMP mid lane does show himself in Q. Every time he sees this tree, and he's gonna go for the kill with the bones are flying in, and Fearless should be able to get a kill, but Q is gonna have to take it. The Fire Spirit's attack slow was just way too much. But they'll be happy, and now a mid-tier 1 tower to go down. That's a big deal.
Yeah, it looks like Motivate Trust are like online enough to take all the objective. Like this is the problem with the Slaughter and Drow Ranger. They both require farms, but they don't have good like escape ability. So they have to play really safe. And I think this tier 1 tower at top side is like really important for the Trust as well. So I like how they're getting it.
But this is not, I mean, the trade, right? You lost your mid tier 1 tower, now you're going to take the top tier 1, but it's not the trade you'd like if your team Trust. You'd much rather just have your mid tower still standing there.
Obviously, like that's the best call. You never want to lose mid tower, especially when you have a Slaughter and Drow Ranger in your team.
You need space to farm.
Yep. I was surprised, like, how come they didn't think about defending at mid tower? Was it just because of that tree dead? Because Konka used the boat for it, right?
It seems, yeah, he did. It seems like they were just relying on XMP to just hold that mid tower, but he just couldn't get it done. Still, got level 6 now on to the clockwork, but bot lane, Yu gonna get caught out by the Exa Fearless with the boat to come in, and Yu does swap out into the Phoenix now, but still goes down to Fearless. They just can't get any form of a trade. In fact, drums are gonna be popped. They're rushing in again. Masaros goes for the Doom onto Ching Feng.
Oh,
Claims the kill with the Mortimer's Kisses. Trees do not like fire, but XMP will get out of range. They will even take the Vengeful Spirit illusion.
Motivate, getting step by step, all these small kills into objective.
It's just great play out from Motivate Trust. It's very surgical. Always finding a couple kills and straight into the next objective. XMP, there's just nothing he can do to defend this. He's spamming Living Armor and Nature's Grasp, but with that TP, it's going to be enough to force them back. Fearless, he's been left there. They are not going to try and take this team fight, Motivate Trust.
I think there was the max range swap as well, so really good play by Yu.
Boombill. X knows he's there somewhere. Or maybe he doesn't. He must have assumed a TP out from Boombill, so hiding in the trees sometimes just works. That's what he does.
That small juking spot.
Boombill might show himself here. He does have a TP, but he hasn't committed it.
Yeah, they want to get bottom tower as soon as possible. So once they're ready, they're gonna be creeping up, like trying to get bottom tower again. So there's no point for him to TPing out.
Boombill now will show himself, and he never really left. But nobody's going to be there to punish him. He'll be just fine. The rest of his team slowly making their way back down to that bot lane. And on the brighter side for Team Trust, you do still have our Drow Ranger, who is farming extremely well. 5.8k, just behind the Kunkka on the side of Motivate Trust. Hook shot, Q, gonna go onto X. Boats are flying with the X there, out from the Kunkka, and that should be your Slaughter gone. He does get a stun off in time, but it's not gonna matter. They'll lose one, and they'll also lose Ching Feng. Everyone else from Team Trust just gonna have to back out.
Yeah, you mentioned that Drow Ranger is like pretty farm, but like Spectre is also way farm compared to how the laning went. So. And who's gonna... Oh, they're gonna get so much EXP with these stacks.
Just sharing it with each other. It's great to see. Motivate Trust seem to have woken up on the right side of the bed this morning. They are playing very, very well so far. Team Trust, they've got some catching up to do, but they'll just allow their Drow to keep farming up, and they'll smoke up with their supports. UU and XMP gonna move down towards the south of the map. They are gonna see the TP in from their own Phoenix, and Boombill and Masaros gonna get scouted out here. UU does start onto Masaros with the magic missile, but Cookie is gonna get him out of there. But now the overgrowth down from XMP with the egg committal. Masaros cannot sustain the damage and does die. Q looking to turn back around, but now he gets stunned up, and in fact, they are coming in. They want to commit to the fight. Shifu gonna be there with the frost arrows, and they get a second.
I don't know, Trust had to be careful. I mean, Motivate had to like sort of be careful because all their spells were down. There was no boat, there was no horns. I think when you're going into no vision area, like I think you have to go like more safer route, because that was a bit greedy play.
Was definitely greedy. They have been very desperate for that bottom tier 1 tower, just not wanting to slow down and motivate Trust, but obviously you've got to be just slightly cautious. In fact, speaking of, Fearless will have to throw the bow down, but there is control there from X. Still though, X him out. Now UU getting caught by the Torrent. Who are they aiming for? It's going to be the Slaughter. X, the first to go down, and now XMP dying to Jackie on the Spectre. UU getting very, very low, trying to kill Fearless, but he just couldn't get there. And even Q gonna find Ching Feng. There's only one man left on Team Trust, and that is your Drow Ranger, and Masaros has the control for now.
Be so big
but they will not dive underneath the tier 2 tower. But I'm sure you're still very, very happy. 4 heroes dead without losing any of your own that last team fight.
Yep, and Bounty Rune as well. 4 Bounty Rune.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, I feel like Trust has to use his timing to get Roshan, just because the Haunt and the Ghost Ship is down. And after this kill, I hope they...
Masaros is going to come in and contest this. Boombill, there is a regen rune right in front of him, but Masaros will take it for himself. How dare you, Masaros? Now Boombill's going to die. X will continue going after Q. Q does get forced up, but it will not matter. He did not get to the high ground, and they're going to rush a Roshan.
Yeah, they have to play really fast. Once the Spectre has Manta Style and Scotty, I really don't see how Trust will be able to play.
There's going to be no contention. Team Trust will get a free Aegis. Shifu is still very, doing very well in terms of net worth. Of course, is behind Jackie, but he's been having a decent game on the Drow. But there is a 7k net worth lead for Motivate Trust. So even with this Aegis available, do you want to fight? Well, they're going to have to now. Masaros has jumped in onto UU with the boat to come in, and it looks like we might just lose our bench. UU does end up going down. Now XMP just surrounded on the Dream Protector. They also got the Aegis off their Drow, and that means Shifu is probably not going to survive this as he does get Cog's pushback. He tries to fight back, but it is no good. Q with the control on the Clockwork. And that also was a buyback on XMP.
Yeah. Oh, I think... I don't know. I just feel like Motivate Trust has to, you know, they're just doing their own stuff, and it is very calculatable. You know, you can read their movement, like you know what they want to do, but I just feel like Trust also like keep on making a mistake. Both sides are not respecting each other.
Bot lane, they're gonna go again, Motivate Trust. They're not done, but there are more heroes here from Trust. On the Radiant side, that is an X. He's looking to rush in onto Fearless. Does see him. Can he reach the Kunkka? No, he cannot.
Yeah, just need to wait for the Haunt on the Spectre. And I don't know, I feel that the Lotus Orb is a big value item here, just because it's a +2 Slaughter. Right? Like ignoring his damage gonna make Team Trust to have so much less damage. So I hope I can see some Lotus from Kunkka or Doom.
We have a big smoke up. MG Trust gonna run straight into the Venge. Q didn't actually see him. The Fog of War gonna block him out. No, they found a bigger target. It's Shifu. Oh, that is not great news for Team Trust. You would have much rather your Venge just die, but well, he's gonna die anyway. Fearless, he has caught him out with the X and the boat to come in. Boombill with the follow-up Scatter Blast. Oh, that is a rough engagement for Team Trust.
I was thinking that if Venge sacrificed like his life, Draw wouldn't have died, but they both ended up dying at the end.
It's not what you want. That'll increase the net worth lead now to 13k for Motivate Trust. It's only getting worse and worse.
10k on Spectre, 10k on Kunkka.
Jackie's just working straight into an Eye of Skadi now. Just trying to reduce the heals coming in from Team Trust. Not that they really need this Eye of Skadi yet. He just, I guess he can afford it because he's having such a good game. Q gonna spot out UU, but they have started onto Ching Feng. Still, he'll Icarus dive in. They do have the egg available, but Q, he's gonna block the staircase perfectly.
forced everyone's reaction, and they can decide whether they want to farm or they want to fight. And they decide to fight.
Yeah, they want XMP on the train, but they will not be able to exit back in time for the torrent. Still, Masaros jumps in with a 3-man stun, and now the team fight starts. The boats are fly in. There's already 2 gone. They'll buy back on Ching Feng. He still has the egg available, but is he going to be able to get it off in time? Still, MG Trust want to keep fighting. Jackie, he'll go after UU now. There's your egg, but it's going to get bursted by Boombell. Oh, it's just a missed position out from our Phoenix. And again, Shifu is the only one to survive the team fight.
It's a disaster.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
It's
attack.
what it is.
Masaros, what a great initiation.
That 3-man stun into 3-man cookie as well. So they got locked down for 4 seconds, 5 seconds, entire fight. That's why even though with the buyback, like they lost six lives there without killing any single of the MG Trust like heroes.
Domination is what we're seeing right now from MG Trust. And well, like you said, neither team's really respecting each other right now. Unfortunately for Team Trust, Motivate Trust seem to be more disrespectful, and it's working out. Still, 19k net worth lead here for this dire side. QO, I'm going to ask you a hard question.
Yep.
If you were captaining Team Trust right now, what's the game plan? How do you come back?
I mean, it's very hard because they have Drow Ranger. You never want to be into this situation.
Shifu. Fearless. Oh, he's going for the DD rune. Fearless, he's going to get the X off in time. They could initiate, but looks like they think better of it. You get out. But you were saying, how would you come back?
Oh, wait, let's watch this thing first before. Oh, like there was...
It's perfect.
Yeah, 2-man boat, 3-man stun, and 3-man cookie.
It's a fantastic moment out for Motivate Trust, and you saw the secondary egg. Ching Feng, he bought back. He wanted to get the egg off. He got the egg off, but you can't use it right next to a Snapfire.
Yeah, when you're versing Snapfire, you really wanna... You need to egg like from level 12.
Yeah.
Level 1 egg doesn't do anything if you're egging next to the Snapfire. But like, I mean, like Team Trust, like because you asked the questions, they have to slowly get the maps, but they have to be winning some team fights. Like there is no way they can actually come back if they don't get the like map back, and they need the kill goal. But it looks like really hard to win that situation. They need to fight. I mean, Team Motivate Trust has to be just coming to the Trust jungle without the Spectre having a horn.
That's fair.
So I'll say they have to bait them out like, slowly.
Out, who they caught there? Hookshot is going to be onto Shifu, but they are going straight after X, who just picked up the Aghanim Scepter, but it does nothing. They got the egg off again with the overgrowth onto Q. It is only the clockwork that's being controlled at the moment, and still Q is alive as Fearless. He'll come back in with the cookie out from Boombill. Still Shifu trying to survive, trying to get that gust off in time, but it may not matter. Spirit Vessel is ticking him down. There goes another in the form of XMP. UU still trying to just kill off this clockwork, but Q, the man's just unkillable. And Jackie was chasing Ching Feng, but at least the Phoenix gets out. Still, you lost 4 more heroes for Team Trust.
I'm not gonna be surprised if Team Trust pulls GG right now. I think it's just better to reset to the next game.
It is a very, very tough game here for Trust. Team Trust. I mean, Q on this clockwork, he's been so influential this game as well. Like, from mid of 1, he was just running at them over and over again and setting up kills. It's a very tough predicament where in a team fight, you control a position for clockwork and you still don't kill it.
I think Q is really good with all this tiny clockwork, something that breaks down the positions. And Q, I think he's the one who's like solving out like a lot of this part of the games.
MG Trust.
They just need Roshan and tier 1 tower at top side.
Well, they're going to wait for the Roshan. We're still 20 seconds away from finding out when it is going to spawn up still. Team Trust looks like they want to try and re-invade their own triangle. The Masarosi sees Ching Feng with the hookshot follow-up from Q. They could get the egg, but no, the swap is going to be there in time. Still Q, four-staffing forward. Now the boat out onto UU. There goes your Phoenix and probably your Venge, as Masaros is not done yet. The puddle does not help your Vengeful Spirit. Still a great overgrowth is there, but he got the Doom off in time. Back onto X. He'll force crossed up, but it is not enough. He could not get to the low ground. It's Q with a double kill. And they want to go for that drow. Shifu, he is not safe. Not outside his home and not inside his home as they knock the door down. XMP, they know he's around there somewhere. Gets Nature's Grasp off. Will try and hide in the trees. But the Spectral Dagger going to give vision of where he's going, and well, I guess he's buying a bit of time, but that's all he's buying.
So, I don't know. Like, they're just doing no damage. I mean, they're receiving 0 damage. Motivate Trust. Spectre, Concat, they both got aimed by Drow Ranger with Corrosive Haze on it, but they only hit like 10%, 20%. Yeah, so I think that like their winning angle, like at the moment, Trust have to somehow burst the Doom and kill 2 supports and then kill Concat and Spectre at the end. But can they possibly do it from this situation?
Perhaps. That's all we can say for now. It's just Masteros and Q. They're playing so well off each other, this Doom and Clockwork combination.
And he's so aggressive too. Like Masteros doesn't mind dying.
No.
Look at the Concat damage receiving.
I don't mean to make any puns happen here, but there is quite a lot of trust happening with Motivate Trust between Q and, of course, the Doom. They just clean him up again. It's just fantastic play, and poor old Shifu just trying to get out. But Jackie, he was on top of him.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're not giving up. They're trying. Looks like we are going to have what seems to be a Shadow Blade into a Silver Edge coming out onto our Drow now. So maybe just a way to disengage, just another way apart from that Hurricane Pike. But even then, it still could not work. And now a smoke out. Q just hook shots in. He found the Drow Ranger with the Haunting from Jackie, and that is just a dead Drow. Yu trying to stick around, but he could not get the swap up in time. Oh boy.
I'm surprised how Shifu is always the one who gets jump first, like most of the team fights. I think they have to do something about the maps together, but nothing's really happening that much.
Tier 2 mid tower not going to last long, and to make matters even worse for Team Trust, the Roshan is also up. If Motivate Trust wanted to go for it, still XMP getting caught out on the Dream Protector with the boat, does connect. Q is not done, he has the hook, but he will not dive tier 4 towers, there is no need for it, but Jackie kills off X. Just Jackie and Masaros.
Yep. And Roshan is up, so they're probably gonna run towards Rosh. Motivate Trust.
It's about that time.
Yep.
I mean, they don't really need it, but if you can, you just take it.
And once they finish the Rosh, they're gonna be having Haunt again, like on a cooldown of 20.
It's a very, very tough predicament. 31k net worth lead here for Motivate Trust.
Yeah, you're versing against a Spectre as a Drow Ranger and you're stuck in the base. You're just gonna get 200 net worth every minute. Meanwhile, Spectre is making 800, 700. So, I don't know, you don't wanna stay in this situation, right? Like, you rather wanna just, like, hit them up and try to do stuff before
smoked up,
they lose.
Yu. He's gonna get caught by Fearless. X boat fly in, he swapped himself out, but no, he's still gonna get hit with that boat. Fearless now getting stunned up. There's your egg. Will it be focused down in time? The overgrowth is there, but Boombell gets in with the shots on Snapfire, and they found another onto Yu. Hook shot from Q will not connect, but it does not matter. X still in the middle of the team fight, does end up dying. And XMP. What do you do?
It's the right call. Like, you have to do it. They have to prepare for the next game.
Where do you think they need to change things up for Team Trust?
I think the only problem was they picked the Drow Ranger really early instead of banning any like Spectre or something. Like, why would you play Drow Ranger when Spectre's in the pool? It's so risky.
Right. So just a bit of a drafting error here from Team Trust, you reckon?
Yeah, and like that Slaughter mid, I know it's good against Kunkka, but it's still a questionable hero.
Well, with that, we are going to head off back to the panel, but we will be back with Game 2 very, very soon.
We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over. Am I alone? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Whisper my name. Say what you want. Show me a touch.
All in the past, 'cause the war isn't over yet. You lost one fight, but it's not the end. So get back up and fight again. Take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. To the drum of steel boots, banish the fear inside. You're strong enough that you don't have to hide. No, you don't have to hide. You're strong enough with your battle cry. Clash of steel spills your blood. A whisper out fills your head, but you have to fight again. So take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. With your battle cry. You feel the earth move to the drum of steel.
Motivate Trust get another dominant victory here for ESL 1 Thailand, and they're starting to put Team Trust on the back foot, going one victory up here in our first series of Day 10 for ESL 1 Thailand. My boys back here on the panel, I'm going to break down that game. Dan Dog Poglet, boys, that was a dominant victory from Team Trust.
And we got it right.
Motivate Trust.
Motivate Trust. I know, it's so confusing.
So many trusts, man.
All these trustworthy teams, but only one can come out with the chocolates at the end. I know you said you liked the draft. How could you like a Drow into a Spectre?
That part I was the most iffy on, but I just love seeing a Phoenix plus Treant combo against a team that can't hit the egg. But the problem is, you need that draft to lift off. You need a bit of time to make space, and like you said, this Spectre just ran on top of whoever the hell he wanted in these fights.
Yeah.
And you can't play Drow into this, and especially because this Venge couldn't get swaps off. So like the big window where Drow could be saved, we're seeing fights where he's in the middle of the team fight. Like there's no way you're saving anyone when you're on top of the egg yourself on this Venge.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't feel like there was any point of the game that Team Trust was stronger than Motivate, right? There were a few mistakes, honestly, that happened from Motivate in the laning stage. That we saw the Kunkka step forward, get that bash of the deep hit onto him when he was on like 100 HP. We were like, what are you doing? Come on, Fearless. I know you're Fearless, but this is something else. But yeah. I think overall it was just a really solid performance by Motivate, and I think it'll give them a lot of confidence going into the second game.
Of course.
I think the biggest thing is, obviously Poglet touched on it, the fact that he felt like this draft was a little bit better from Team Trust, but Motivate, they were able to overcome any of their shortcomings with their 4 melee draft. Kyo is a pioneer of 5 melee heroes, so, coming up with a lot of these melee heroes is okay for them, but it was a good showing here from Motivate, the fact that they were able to just get their Spectre going. Fearless is showing his hero pool a little bit more here, just coming into good spots where he's able to flex his mid prowess a little bit more and, come out on top.
The thing that I was like really questioning as well was Qingfeng on his Phoenix there. Yes, he eventually bought that 4-star, but he was holding on to 2,000 gold at the 28-minute mark when you're getting overrun with a 25k net worth deficit. Like, it was not what you need to do. You need these item build-ups that are at least going to maybe get that one extra kill in a team fight.
Yeah, even stats. Obviously, 4-star is not the greatest item to build in parts because 10 int is doing nothing on Phoenix. What's it, a 1.5 regen on something pathetic. So it's not like the best build up. But he could have turned around, built something immediate to keep us in the fight.
Veil.
But
I was thinking Medallion as well for the Drow.
I mean, another build here, speaking of the Drow, unfortunately, it says Tranquil Boots here, but that was a Blitz Knuckles, so he was going for that Shadow Blade build-up, so trying to have a little bit of survivability coming up against that Spectre, but I think at that point it just got a little bit too far gone for the Drow Ranger.
It was just too much, and we talked about it on the panel when the draft was finished up. Pick-off style from Motivate, they did it very well. They were constantly picking off heroes, even Masaros jumping in there, but Fearless was the one that it was really centered all around. He soaked up a ton of damage. Even that Sunray, it felt like it was tickling him at the end of it. So yeah, I think he would be pretty happy with an MVP vote for this game, although you do have to clean up a couple of those extra early dives in the laning stage.
When you think about it, we laughed at that death, right? He only died twice, so he only made one other mistake, and that mistake was in a team fight where it was just he got jumped on. So if you remove that just clown fest that was getting bashed by a Slaughter without sprint, he played near a perfect game.
I think you can't be too delicate about this, though. Like, there's a line between flaming and being constructive, and I feel like this is constructive. You need to get that crap out of your game if you're going to want to beat the teams that you're going to be going up in this playoff stage, and so far, they're setting themselves in pretty good stead for that. I think if they win this series, they've basically locked it in, but we'll see.
It really does feel like Motivate are on the right track here to get themselves a playoff berth. But before we do start getting into our game 2, it is that time. One more time here. DHL Drop Quiz is ready for you guys in chat. Make sure you guys do use exclamation point DHL Drop and the corresponding letter to the answer that you want to give here to be a part of our DHL Drop Quiz. We also do have a live leaderboard for you guys to check out as well. Let's head it over to Shiva for our question of today.
Welcome to the DHL Dota 2 quiz, where you can win prizes by typing !DHL drop in the chat, followed by your corresponding answer. The letter of that answer, that is. Here's your following question. Which hero did Sumail play in the final game of the International 2015 Grand Finals? That's right, the one that he was indeed victorious in. Which hero was he playing? Is that A, Storm Spirit, Is it B, Templar Assassin? Is it C, Gyrocopter? Or is that D, Wind Ranger? And by the way, if you're curious how you're doing compared to everybody else, make sure to check the leaderboards below in the DHL Motion blog.
A question today about the king himself, Samael, the man that won EG, their first TI victory in TI5. He was a magical star kid coming up the ranks, coming out from that DAC victory that he had, and then coming into the TI finals, he was a tear and was able to win it out there for North American Pride EG. But lads, you guys remember that grand final? I remember that grand final. I'm a huge EG fanboy, so I remember that. I was kicking and screaming that.
Some fond memories. I was hosting a pub stomp of it back then, so
Yeah.
that was nice and fun. But yeah, back then he was still just a little 16-year-old lad, I think, Samael, and he was playing in the mid lane for EG. So maybe that's a little bit of a hint for our chat.
What about you, Poggle? Where were you when you saw TI5 grand finals?
I remember watching it. To tell you the truth, I don't remember the last game. I remember the series. I remember him really abusing Aghanim's on Two of the Heroes. He loved to play.
Well, you think back to those iconic TI moments. You've got the $1 million Dream Coil. What was the TI5 version of that? So if you can think back to that play, that might give you a bit of a hint, although Samael wasn't actually part of that play.
Exactly. Unfortunately for Samael, he wasn't part of the magical moment that did get EG their victory there for TR5 finals. But you guys will have to figure out what hero he was playing there for that final game. We're going to go to a short break, give you guys some time for our DHL drop quiz. And on the other side of that, we're going to have game 2 of Team Trust going up against Motivate Trust.
Are you the biggest Dota 2 fan? Then look out for the DHL Drop Quiz and show off your incredible Dota knowledge. Reply with the right answer in Twitch chat and track your position on our live leaderboard. Will you make it to the top and win the €1,000 prize? Hashtag Gamers Unite.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th gen Intel Core processors. And bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
You know what the message is. I be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. Sometimes make you feel good. You're my mission, my grand prize. Catch my vision, no damn pride. Girl, you max easy. I don't mind leaving, just let me know. Then she told me take it easy. Yeah, yeah. I just came in to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you with me now. You know what the message is. I be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. Feel good. Sometimes make you feel good. I just wanna talk, but you don't wanna listen. Tryna go far, but you got mixed feelings. So I'm finished. I'm on my way. Then you tell me you need it. Back in my space. Hey, yeah. How could I lie? Just to be cold. Wanna be honest. You should know. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you with me now. You know what the message is. I be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation.
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
Your time is up here for our DHL drop quiz, and yet another banger of a question here for our DHL drop quiz. Hopefully you guys got the right answer, because I think the king might be sad if you guys do get the wrong one for this. As I said, your time is up, so let's have a look at how our answer went for today's question, and it is quite an obvious one. It is the Storm Spirit for Samal. Very, very iconic hero for him. Very, very iconic hero so far through a lot of these TI Grand Finals as well. Boys, did you guys get that one?
I did. I got every little detail of it right as well. Imagine being in TI Grand Finals and not banning out Samael Storm Spirit. That's just crazy to me.
Yeah, to tell you the truth, I did have to predictive guess this one. I didn't quite know if he played Storm on the last game. I do remember that exact play that you discussed. I just couldn't remember if that was the final game or not.
It was. That's why it was the $6 million Echo Slam coming through from Universe there.
It was a very, very good moment, you know, watching that Echo Slam, A Blast come in, everybody dies, they're all dead except for the PL. They chase the PL down, they get the Aegis as well, and that was game done. But a game that we do have ahead of us, boys, is game 2 here between Team Trust and Motivate Trust. There's a few things that Team Trust need to fix coming into this second draft, but I think Motivate, they're looking pretty strong.
I think there's a lot of things that they need to fix, to be perfectly honest. None of that went right for me. Draft was a loss, despite what you might say. Gameplay was a loss, laning was a loss, item selection was a loss. There was nothing redeemable about Team Trust.
I definitely agree with the last three. I think draft is close to even. If you ban out the Spectre, I think they're winning the draft.
Yes, I agree. But they didn't. So that's why it's a loss.
And the big problem I have with the way drafting is right now, you have 3 bans in the middle phase. 3 bans, 3 carries, or 3 cores, I should say, because some people ban mid versus carry. Why is Spectre still being allowed through?
It's not even just why is Spectre being allowed through. Why are you picking Drow then as opposed to picking it later on after you ban out the Spectre. Like, sure, if you think 3 other heroes are higher priority, I know they wanted to get rid of some of the more comfort heroes away from Motivate with, I think, Queen of Pain, I want to say Storm Spirit, and...
I think it was Puck as well.
No, Puck was on the other side.
Morphling then. It was Morphling.
So, yeah, I think you just need to make sure that if you're going to run a Drow strat, you don't leave the direct counter to that still in the pool.
Yeah, and don't deal with it in the lane, too. We talked about, obviously, they lost the items. You made a bit of a joke about Phoenix not buying an item, which is quite sad to see.
2,000 gold just sitting in your inventory when you're dying over and over and dying back as well.
It's just, I mean, there's nothing you can say about it. We talked about constructive criticism. There's a lot to learn from that game, and I think that's the best positive we can come out of it for Team Trust.
I mean, I feel like I'm a fairly lenient
Go on, do it, Matt. I know you want to do it. Lay the flame out. Lay it out.
Honestly, me personally, I like to sugarcoat a lot of things. You know, if there's an up-and-coming team, I always root for the underdog. That's what I'm going for. But you need to show improvement across the tournament. Like, I was expecting Team Trust to get at least 1 game out of this series. But if they play like that again, they're not going to. They need to wake up. They need to realize that they still have a chance of qualifying through if things go their way and they take this series. But you can't let a mistake like that happen again.
On the other side of this, though, do we think that Motivate are starting to improve? Like you said, you wanted to see these up-and-coming teams. Do you guys think that Motivate are improving through ESL in Thailand? Obviously, they've lost the series so far, so you know, not getting all the victories across the board. Do you think these guys are on the up and up coming in towards playoffs?
Including close quals, I would say they have definitely improved.
Is this Motivate?
Motivate.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Team Trust.
Team Trust versus Motivate. Motivate, they have some hard losses to their name. That's the issue I have. They haven't played badly in those losses, which is why I would say like they have improved off the fact that they haven't been stomped. That was a stomp from Team Trust.
But I see an upward trend, right? You could say that their series victory against Fnatic was unpredictable, which, you know, it was for all intents and purposes, but that was up against, you know, Raven, who's just come in. You've also got Forev taking Ice's place in that offlane. So Fnatic were a little bit vulnerable for that first real professional series that they were playing with this new roster. But now that things have kind of settled, they've gotten that easy win out of the way, they have played a bunch of other good teams in their group as well. And it hasn't been total stomps. Yes, there's been 1 or 2 here and there, but those have been actual learning experience that they've applied, and that was a stomp on their end. So that was what I want to see, and I want to see that continue, assuming they make it into the playoffs, which I think they will.
They should. I mean, it's up to next game. In fact, if they win next game, it's pretty easy for them. Obviously, they'll need Adroit to win out, so beat Fnatic, then beat them themselves. So it's near impossible. If they win this series, it pretty much locks them for. I do agree with you.
Yep.
Yeah, it does feel like a lot of these series are very important for a lot of these teams. You know, Motivate feels like they're probably going to be able to get the victory here up against Team Trust, but then those later series, even for today, will really determine how our groups are going to go in towards our final day for Group A. But are we expecting anything a little bit different here from Team Trust? Do you think they've got all the win knocked out of them so far? Do you think this might be a little bit of a rollover game, or do you want to see a little bit more fight from the boys from China?
Of course I want to see the fight. You know, no one wants to see complete stomps unless, you know, you're a secret fan against OG.
Oh, he got that one in there. He got that one in there.
I mean, I'm an OG fan, so it was unfortunate for me to see that.
But you are a Bloodseeker fan now.
No, I'm not. That's you.
No.
But no, I want to see it go to 3 games, in all honesty. I feel like there's so much that China can still bring to this tournament. Yes, you've got Sparking Arrow in Group B doing it, and Asteros, they've shown a little bit of promise, but I've been somewhat underwhelmed by Team Trust, and I think they would be disappointed in themselves by how they've gone so far in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you're not making top 4, you should be disappointed. I understand some teams will view it as like, if we make playoffs, that's a win. But that's the bare minimum. Like, we talk about other sports, we talk about this tournament, we talk about other tournaments. The bare minimum is you want to make playoffs, just so you're in that last week of gameplay. And you're right, Team Trust, they haven't performed as well as we hoped. And I think they have to go back to a drafting style that actually wins them lanes.
Yeah.
Because they lost all 3 lanes pretty comfortably, even with that fearless, disastrous play to give X the step up.
Other than that, he did play reasonably, though, in the mid lane. So I think that's something that he can... It was good that he got his ego checked a little bit at the start of the day, to be perfectly honest. And, you know, that mid laner arrogance maybe shining through a little bit too much. But you touched on it before, right? No one wants to go into a tournament just effectively to use like a track and field analogy, just get that participation ribbon, you know. You want to come out at least with, you know, a bronze or something like that. Something that shows that you belong at this level. I feel like Motivate have shown that so far. Now it's up to Team Trust to do the same thing. And, well, they're running back the Phoenix. Hopefully he buys a few more items this time, but I think the Doom is still a perfectly viable pick for him.
Yeah, I do like the Doom. I think we talked up, at least I talked up the Phoenix Overgrowth combo. The issue was they let so much else slip through. They let pretty much Motivate have whatever they wanted. And they've registered that Doom was just a bit too strong. There were a few times we commented they were getting triple wall stomps on a Doom. And then obviously you turn around, hit them with the Scorched Earth, hit them with the Infernal Blade, and then someone dies with
Combo together with a Snapfire Cookie as well, so like 4.5 seconds of stun. When you've got a Kunkka, that just enables the setup with the Torrent and the Boat. It's just, there's no way that you can win, and suddenly their team fight, their game style on Motivate Trust, which was much more heavily focused around pickoff, if you can get those initiations like that, then suddenly you've got the edge in both of those factors.
Of course, but we are going to see more pickoff potential coming from Motivate. Obviously, we saw what the Snapfire did. We don't need to say anything more there. But Mirana now as a pickup. And we've seen some very, very good Miranas this tournament alone. And obviously Southeast Asia Dota, they play Mirana, even if the hero's trash.
So do we think this is going to be like a Q Mirana, or maybe Fearless run that in the mid lane? We have seen that before for a few of these teams.
I'd like it on Q, to tell you the truth. Obviously, they've banned out his own Tiny, but it's a flex pick. And I think every single draft I see flex picks, I'm happy. Because right now, drafting is 50%, sometimes even more than that of the game. But they go with the Magnus, so...
Pack it up, boys. Game's over.
I'm almost ready to call it for Motivate. I mean, it's still a little bit in the air as to who's going to be playing this. You know, it could be Fearless mid. It could be thrown into that offlane for Masros, who I think did a fantastic job as that Doom last game. Yeah, he gave up a kill early on, but it wasn't really the be-all and end-all of the entire game. The thing I'm a little bit concerned about is that when you get the Mirana and you've got, let's say, a melee core with you or something that just has a hard time securing these range creeps, like Mirana's great, but if you want to go for that kill lane as well, you need something that's able to set it up. Is Skewer enough for that? Probably not. It's just more about getting out of that laning stage decently strong if they're opting to go for this Magnus.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, Magnus offlane has never been a lane winner. It's always a, I will farm, I will get level 4, level 5, and then I'll start to out-farm you at such ridiculous pace. And like you said, Mirana can just secure the range creeps, pull the lane, annoy the lane. I don't want to see them run that, though. I want to see this on Fearless mid, and I want to see them pick something really aggressive for Massaros. So they can have a really aggressive lane with this Mirana, because Terrorblade Oracle is 800 health combined, max health, when they come into lane. It's pathetic. So if you get a stun, you get a combo with the arrow, you could kill those two heroes even though they have high armor on the Terrorblade.
Well, I like what Team Trust are doing here. They're coming in with the Oracle. It is a good counter to that Magnus. You're able to throw down that false promise onto anybody who does get hit by that reverse polarity. It always allows the Terrorblade to get his Sunder off. It also allows the Doom to potentially get Doom off. Same with the Phoenix as well. So they have good ways at allowing themselves to team fight right now. But is it enough for them to not just get run over in 20 to 30 minutes with this Mag Faces Void combo?
I think they need to pick something else that I don't think they've played throughout this entire tournament, or if they have, they've only picked it up in that first phase where it was counted in the Tidehunter for Team Trust. It's something where if you get RP'd, you got that Kraken Shell, so you can break out of it anyway, so that's great. You don't need to worry as much about the Void. Obviously, you've got the inherent damage block coming through from him, and it enables you to turn around these team fights, so if you don't get caught in the Chronosphere, you at least force the BKB out of the Void and or force him into an item build that he might not necessarily want to go. So I want to see the Tidehunter for Team Trust. For Motivate, you can see where Team Trust is kind of going with this bans with the Zeus. It feels a bit close-minded though, that it's specifically targeted to the Terrorblade. You just don't want the Terrorblade to have a horrible game. Timbersaw's still in the pool though, and I don't think that would be a horrible pick for the offlane.
Timber, Legion both in the pool. Legion obviously can remove illusions very quickly. He's quite solid. Obviously it's not great against False Promise, like we said, but it's quite great with Mirana. You duel plus arrow, even if they get out of it, it's another 4.5 second stun on top.
Yeah. Brewmaster still in the pool as well, great against illusions.
Does anyone play Brewmaster at the moment, other than KP?
We've seen it a few times from a few of these other teams.
Yeah,
KP have played it a decent amount.
Haven't seen Motivated play it all too much, but well, they actually ban out the LC themselves, so they're thinking that this Doom is more likely to be mid for Team Trust, and well, they're going to have the luxury of having the last pick overall, the boys from Thailand.
Yeah, I think you're right with this Tidehunter. It's the idiot-proof build, right? You get Kraken Shell, even if you get arrowed, you get Chrono, you don't die instantly, but they
Ember
go
Spirit.
Ember. At least they're going to be fast tempo. They've got 3 very fast heroes while this Terrorblade can farm, and their timing windows are quite similar. Like I think the Blink plus the Yule's drums will come at the same time. So the Blink on Doom, Yule's drums, if that's the Ember Spirit build he goes for. So they'll be able to actually play together quite well.
When the game actually goes live, I'm going to be watching this off-lane for Team Trust with the Doom and the Phoenix, which is most likely how it's going to be set up, because Phoenix is one of those heroes that he's so strong when those fiery spirits are up, but when he's not, he is super squishy. He does nothing. So you're a lane dominator early on, but then nothing. So it's like this roller coaster where for level 1 it's 50 seconds and then it goes down by about 7 seconds each level that you get up beyond that. So I think it's going to be up to Motivate Trust to realize when those fiery spirits aren't available, and then if you get lucky, that is a kill lane for you. Faceless Void and Snapfire, which is how they're most likely going to build this, can very easily take down a Doom or a Phoenix early on.
Of course, and obviously Time Walk means that a lot of this damage over time, they can remove it, and if you miss some of the orbs, it's a bit of a hard lane. Like you really need to keep that sustain up on Void. I think I do agree with you. This could be a kill lane for Motivate. I don't think they need it to be. That's the best part of it. I think they're happy with just farming on Void. Obviously, once Magnus gets level 7 to level 10 region, he'll start moving around, giving him power to Void. And however sad the lane is for him, he'll just catch up anyway. So it's not a big issue.
Well, what are we thinking for the final pick here from Motivate? They've already got the Magnus pairing with the Faceless Void. Do they need more team fight? Do they need another initiator? Do you want some more damage?
I want a team fight initiator offlane. And I know this might be a Masaros. Oh, Mars is good. I was thinking a throwback. I want Axe to come back into the meta. I don't think Axe is very good this game, but I just want to see it.
You just want to see it. Why not?
I just want to see it.
I mean, it sets their tempo quite well as well.
Batrider, okay. It's lasted all the way through, which is fine. You're going up against an Oracle, though, which is, you know, it's fine. Like, Team Trust are going to be relatively okay with this unless they try and do some musical chairs with the lanes. No, it is Masaros playing the bat, so...
It forces defensive use of Oracle spells. No longer can you use Fate Edict offensively, or even just to use a heal. You need to hold it when this Batrider goes with the Firefly. You can't use Purifying Flames too often because you need to have that mana pool ready and able when they jump on you. So it's going to make Oracle awkward.
Game 2's just around the corner. Who are we sitting here for our predictions?
Motivate.
2-0.
2-0 for both of these teams. All right, looks like we're going to get a 2-0 here for Motivate Trust on my panel. We have Team Trust going up against Motivate Trust for Game 2. We've got our casters, Milady, Let's Party, and QO.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for game number 2 between Team Trust and Motivate Trust. It's MLP Dota and the lovely QO. QO, welcome back, sir. I asked you at the end of game number 1 what the problems were, and you said that, well, the side of Team Trust, their draft might have been an issue. Game 2, how do you feel about the draft this time?
I think like Trust, like even the first game, the draft was fine, but it's just a matter of how they utilize their draft is like one of the big thing. But first game that didn't happen. I'm just wondering second game is a lot more easier to play, just in terms of draft. So maybe I think they'll probably do better.
All right, you were questioning the last pick Batrider out from Motivate Trust. It was a bit slightly questionable into the Oracle pickup that was there from Team Trust, but they must be feeling quite confident here on Motivate Trust to still run it, even though you do just purge off the sticky napalm, you do just purge off the lasso.
Yeah, there has to be a reason why they just pick last pick on the Batrider, and they saw Oracle there. I'm pretty sure Motivate is not calculative enough to pick Batrider against Oracle. they will be able to. They know the solutions, so I trust them.
Before we do go, what is your prediction, by the way? Are we going home after this? Is it a 2-0, or are we looking at a third game between these two? Just based off the drafts.
Just based off the draft?
Yes.
Well, I'll say it's 50-50. I think both drafts were fine here.
All right, 50-50
Yeah,
it
it's
is.
50-50.
I suppose Jackie is in the game after all. And I was reading the Twitch chat. They were having a bit of fun with good old Jackie. Bit of internal envy in there, but we will be getting to the game number 2 very, very soon. Apart from that, QO, how was your day?
What do you mean? Outside of Dota or inside of Dota?
Well, whichever one you prefer. Which one was better? Did you even play Dota today?
No.
Oh
I haven't been playing Dota for 5 days, 7 days.
Why?
I don't know. Australia has bad connection to Southeast Asia from Sydney, so I hope there is one day,
Yeah.
the Dota gets brighter in Melbourne and Sydney region, not in Perth.
So do I.
Yep.
Speaking of, if anyone wanted to host a tournament in Sydney, be pretty darn nice. ESL.
Yeah.
Love to see it. ESL Sydney does sound pretty nice to me. Still, we'll see if that ever happens. Yeah, no Dota for the past 7 days. That's a bit upsetting, QO. I've been playing Dota. I was telling you before, but I did win 2 double downs in a row last night. I was very, very happy about that.
With your Bane?
With my Bane, yes.
Okay.
Spamming position 5. I actually had a mid Zeus game as well, believe it or not, QO. I don't usually play mid, but I made it happen. I made it work.
Zeus is so boring. Just don't play it. It's not fun.
How dare you?
Okay. Oh, Magnus. Faceless Void.
What's wrong with that? You don't like it, QO?
I mean, TNC won a lot with those heroes. So, I'm pretty sure Motivate is, capable enough to pull, similar level as what TNC did.
Isn't that what we want, though? Like, the big RPs, the big chron... Who cares how it works once we get into the game? As long as we've got those big ultimates there, that's all we really care about here on the casting desk. And I'm sure the viewers also just want to see some excitement between these two. We should be getting there pretty darn soon. Still, Motivate Trust. I mean, coming out, obviously their names are looking pretty good now. Fearless has been talked about quite a bit in that mid lane. Of course, Jackie been getting a lot of attention. Q was the MVP last game, if I read correctly, on the Clockwork, and rightfully so. On that Clockwork was doing a fantastic job. The Team Trust, they have their work cut out for them for game number 3, or rather game number 2, trying to get to game number 3, and they do kind of need this, right? That's the thing. They need to win out this series to actually have a chance at making it through to the playoffs.
Yeah.
So there is a lot on the line. Of course, Motivate Trust obviously want the win as well, because then that will help them get to the playoffs, because they aren't really so much safe and secure quite yet.
Well, I think they will. They strategized up what they needed to do throughout the whole tournament. I think they're getting better and better the more the tournament goes. So I trust on Motivate Trust. But Team Trust, I think I want them to, slowly prove prove it, and then somehow make it in the last minute. As long as you're in playoff, like, you're satisfied.
Yeah. We do get into the game. Apologies for the delay there, just a quick DC, but we are now here. Team Trust versus Motivate Trust, game number 2. XMP going in for a very, very early warding mission there on the Oracle.
Do you know which server is getting played this on?
I do not, but you have access to the pings, QO.
Oh, yeah.
I should be asking you that question.
Okay, so it looks like it's going to be...
Well, the pings are so low, you can't really tell which server it's on, so I guess it doesn't really matter.
Oh, it is Chinese server. Yep.
30 seconds to battle.
Feels good to have access to observer, you know? You can check all these like console like damages.
I'd say so.
I feel like checking ping is like pretty cool.
It is.
Yeah.
It is cool. But the pings are quite low, so I'd say there's not too much of a disadvantage for either side in this series, which is good because you don't want the handicap.
Yeah. And both sides are getting sort of fair like a side anyway, fair like chances of playing their own server anyways. So.
And G Trust can take the bottom bounty runes, and the top bounties are going to go to the way of Team Trust. So another 2-for-2 trade to get us started for the day. Looks like X, of course, going to make his way into the mid lane as the Ember Spirit into the Magnus.
I like how Trust, the Q is moving into ward as soon as the game starts, instead of just ward it from the beginning, because you can get so much better like positions to ward.
You were talking about this while the draft was going on. You didn't seem to mind the Ember pick into the Magnus, and you were kind of saying it might be a bit awkward here for Fearless on this Mag in this mid lane. Do you think this is going to be a problem for Fearless, or should he just be okay up against this Ember?
I think in the laning wise, like Fearless is going to get a lot out of it, but if Ember somehow be able to rotate a lot and be really annoying with the like side of Fist and Searing Chains, I think that can cause some issues because Magnus just have to be farming. And Ember is the rotation hero, so side lane might get dropped by Ember. He'll make them hard time.
Bot lane, Boombill. Trying to get those denies in, a bit more harassment out onto Shifu. Arrow actually going to connect. Shifu just kind of took it straight to the face.
That was a really good arrow. A really good double scatter blast.
They will back off. Gotta love the fact that Motivate Trust is running the aggressive tri-lane here up against Shifu on the Terror Blade, and they have left Masaros alone up at that top lane, but as a Bat Rider, that's kind of what you prefer anyway.
I'm surprised how they didn't like check out the lanes. Like when you pick Bat Rider into Oracle, it's pretty usual to like go aggressive with smoke or like just with the move wise, but they didn't check it and they ended up just having Oracle TV bottom.
Bot lane, Q able to get XMP while Shifu was chasing Boombill on the Snapfire. He just cannot keep up, and it looks like he's actually given up on the lane already. Just with the Metamorphosis, he'll start farming the jungle, but they are closing in again. Boombill knows what he's doing, sneaks up behind him, takes the creep away from him as well. And poor old Shifu.
This game reminds me of OG versus EG. That Thompson and Jerax consistently annoyed RTZ as a Terror Blade. So, I don't know, I feel like they have... Oh, Fearless?
Fearless? It's a Fairy Fire. X, he wants to dive for this and does get the kill with the Sleight of Fist. Boombill might be able to get a trade here. Q also going to be around on the Mirana, but it is a lot of commitment for an Ember Spirit. And he's still making a run. He does have the TP up. Can he get himself out? He'll see a courier, he'll go for the courier, he'll get another thing for himself.
What about another
Boombill,
one?
watch your
Let's
courier.
go
So
one.
this guy's a madman, he'll go for it. Oh, he'll get a double courier and a kill in the mid lane before he does die.
I think it's worth it. I think it was better choice than just TPing back home or walk back home. Better that he kills 2 courier and die. It was like the best thing that he could do.
Not to mention the solo pick up on the Magnus.
Yeah, that was impressive.
Very nice play from X. Still doesn't really solve the issues going down at this bot lane where Shifu, I mean, he's on 3 last hits at the moment. Jackie has 20 more last hits and we're 3.5 minutes in. In fact, XMP might just be dead again. He does. Jackie getting some very nice bashes off, and it's back to farming.
And Lamasaros are also like having an okay
Dire's
lane.
top
It's,
tower is
I
under
think
attack.
he's like doing completely fine in
Dire's
the safe lane.
structures are fortified.
Like this ward in the bottom like hill, the Radiant jungle side. I think that one sort of makes motivate Trust to like play so aggressive because they can either check out this Phoenix rotation. Like they only can TP in, but you don't want to TP in if there's nothing happening. So
Radiant's
I think they were like well planned about like what they wanted to do.
Fearless has a DD rune now up on that bag, so he's just going to enjoy himself in the jungle for a bit.
For CS, like, yeah, you need to do something about that.
Shifu is going to TP up top lane, so he's going to hang around with XMP up against the Batrider of Masaros, and well, they'll get UU out of there. So
oh, Doom TP'd out.
He did, which means they can switch lanes again.
Well, like, I was expecting him to TP out a bit later after sort of secured TP to lane, like, for CS.
Jackie, yeah, gets a bash.
Jackie.
Radiant's courier has been
Shifu.
killed.
He's having a better time up top already. XMP, not so much, but he does get himself a bounty. Masaros will go ahead and bottle up the other one if he makes it in time, but you know, it seems as though anyone that has to lane up against Jackie right now is just going to have a guaranteed bad time.
Yep.
It's even the Doom. I mean, you haven't got the highest armor. You can't really harass him back.
Yeah, this feels so bad that he like already wasn't laned too well at the top lane and bottom. If you go out of the line, you're just dead by 3 heroes. So
Masaros. This looks really bad for Shifu. He does use the wand charges and will survive. Now popping the meta, and they do turn around. Great pick off there onto the Terrorblade, but mid lane a great arrow out from Q, it seems like, into the skewer back, but X will be able to get the Remnant in time. Just TP back to the fountain and reset. Things are going decently for both teams at the moment. Trust have kind of caught back up. X gets the reset, comes back in up against Fearless. And as it stands, if you're this Terrorblade, you just kind of need to get a couple Wraith Bands up and maybe just hide in the jungle for a bit. But Q does actually end
there
up
was
going
a
to Ching
noble
Fang.
sacrifice. Fearless got the regen because of that, and he really needed
Radiant's
that.
middle tower is under attack.
Ooh.
Good support dying for his
Yep.
cause. Gotta do it sometimes. Fearless will
Dire's
go
top
ahead back
tower
into that
is
jungle.
under
Bard, UU, bot lane. Just could not sustain the damage in Masaros. You wouldn't expect the rotation for the bat this early on, but he makes the play and he's gonna leave Q up at that top lane by himself.
That's the thing, when you're switching the lane, you have to... There's no such thing as offlane or carry. You just have to think about your
Dire's
own
middle
level
tower
and
is
see
under
what's like the
attack.
best choices to like add on. Even though offlane and carry is in the same lane, it doesn't matter.
Masaros is gonna stick around here.
He's level 6 now.
He is, he's got that lasso and he is gonna spot out Ching Fang. Can't get the lasso off, but he will force out the Icarus dive.
But you were chasing.
You've also got the Chrono up on Jackie. You were talking to me before when the game was still in the draft that he loves to use these Chronos very early on, and it looks like he is trying to find an opportunity, but he will probably not need it up against XMP as he is dropping quite low still. Maybe now he does. X makes a rotation with the chains out. Jackie going for the back lines. No, he'll turn back around onto XMP with Masaros. But X is looking to punish someone for this. RP in the backline is going to be committed by Fearless onto UU. And again, this Doom's in trouble. Jackie goes back in and is bashing on command. X needs to be careful. They have the Chrono, but X is still fighting. He's confident. Those bashes, however, Jackie just bashing every time with the Chrono! Oh, just on the edge, but the Sunder is there. From Shifu, he will protect his teammate. They're still going to lose Ching Fang. The bashes are still going from Jackie. Now the skewer in from Fearless. Back onto Shifu. And now X, he just can't stop getting bashed.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Jackie, that's enough. That's enough, Jackie. He's had enough. Let X go.
Oh,
Boom Bell. He's got a double damage. Scatter Blast not going to connect.
But that was literally 2v5. Like even Terrorblade TP'd in, used all the Thunder to help, and Terrorblade ended up dying. I think.
How do these position 1 players get this lucky? Every time I play Void, I never get a bash.
I think that triple bash all started it. Like triple bash on an Ember, that was the turning point.
He's got that Mask of Madness up now as well, so expect some more bashes to come.
They have lasso.
They might go for it. X, he has to be cautious.
Oracle's behind now.
Radiant are scanning.
Well, Masaros does make his presence known. Goes for a bit of a firefly, but he's not going to bother trying for the lasso, rather the flame break. And now, he's thinking about it, but XMP going to reveal himself, and Masaros has had enough.
I just feel like the Terrorblade needs to start build up some Mask of Madness and just focus on the farm. Like, I think he started with the bad laning phase. Plus, I think that death at the bottom with TPing in, that was a big. So
he's doing okay now, sitting at 3.4k, but in all fairness, he is 2k behind Jackie, which is problematic.
Yep.
Just roaming around the jungle, and I mean, Mask of Madness Terrorblade is something I have not seen before. I've got to admit, QO, but
I mean, you eventually want to get like Satanic at least. Butterfly, I'm not too sure. No TV wants to get it. But if it was God King and if he's in this situation, I think he will choose that Mask of Madness.
oh, God King will do it 100%. X goes back in for the refresh. Fearless. He didn't just get the power rune, he got an RP expended.
RP off, like let them waste all the mana.
Ouch. And now straight up towards that top lane, it looks like they are going to try and help out their Doom, who is in a spot of danger, but X is going to protect, going after that Batrider. The Doom was already there. Can they at least deny him off? No, they cannot. The Purifying Flame is going to be enough from XMP, and X won't really chase any further. He's got no remnants left. But things are slowly starting to look a lot better now for Trust. They are gaining that momentum off the back of X on the Ember.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And I mean, the net worth, if Magnus and Void starts with this sort of net worth, they're just gonna farm 1.5 times faster than Terrorblade will. So I think.
I thought Terrorblade was meant to farm faster.
Yeah, but he got annoyed in the lane. And he was laning against 3 hero. He was 3 CS until 4 or 5 minutes. And yeah.
Chrono going to be expended again into that mid lane, right onto Ching Feng. Jackie, he does not like having that off cooldown at all. They will force the mid tier 1 defense.
Maybe that Chrono seemed like a bit of waste, but in the same time, because of that Chrono, they saved the catapult, and that leads into the mid tower. So I don't know. At the end, I think it was very worth it, Chrono.
Yeah, I mean, the mid tower is so important as well, right? Because it opens up more space in the map for you to farm. Map control is priceless, I would argue.
I really like how Jack is building MKB. He's going the same item build every time with the Mask of Madness and MKB. You can't really go too wrong with it. Battlefield can go wrong, but with this build, as long as you know what you're aiming for, what Chrono target that you want to go for, then this build is 100% work.
What do you think he'll follow up with after the Mask of Madness, though, dude?
He's just gonna buy BKB, because once you get Mask of Madness and MKB, you have all the damage. You can't just burst anyone down. So even there is an Oracle, I think he can still burst other guy down within the time anyways. So I think he's just gonna choose that defensive items once he gets it.
Fearless, he's got a double damage rune bottled up with that Echo Saber and has the RP available. Meanwhile, Boombell and Ching Feng just
they're just staring at each other. They're in the vision together.
Just stare each other down. Masaros. He's got the BOTs up. He's going for the Blink Dagger next. But Masaros is basically going to have to focus down the Oracle every single time, right? Never mind
I
that
think
for a
that's
second.
gonna be the plan. Oh, there's Scatter Blast.
Doom is there, and that's a great cookie out from Boombell, but X is going to come in now with the chains out. Still, they are chasing, and they will eventually get the kill onto Fearless. However, they do lose Ching Feng. Boombell does manage it. However, XMP does have a Dust available, and that means Boombell will be the second to drop. And it just seems to be all off the back of this Ember.
Yeah, they used 3 hero, but they lost a lot of space. Batrider is farming a lot. Void is farming a lot because of that. and
Radiant's top tower
I think they
is
used a
under
lot of
attack.
Sentry and Dust there too.
So you're saying it wasn't really worth their time to go for those kills?
Yeah, but like you still have to kill Magnus, you know.
Of course. Jackie's got Chrono on 3. Reflection out onto Jackie. He's not going to commit now. There's too many heroes around. X going to show himself now with the great chains out. Throws out the Chrono. Gets 2 and just wants to retreat. RP, Fearless wants to go back in with a great arrow out from Q, and now the Q are onto 2. X and Chingfeng going down, and Team Trust, I'm not sure if this is the fight. The lasso is now out on your Oracle, so XMP, he's gone. Sunder is there, but Jackie does not care for your Sunder. He will just rip apart Shifu. It's 4 heroes down again. And they're still going, Fearless. He's not done. In fact, yes he is. He's not going to dive tier 3 towers. Jackie is almost daring you to try.
I wanted to see him diving tier 3 tower, but didn't end up happening.
You would have done it.
Yeah, I would have done it. And it's a 3 stack as well.
Very, very nice. This is just very surgical play out from MG Trust. They are just... We saw it in game 1. They're just doing the same thing in game 2. A 7k net worth lead at 15 minutes. Yep. QO.
I like how Fearless like blocked that ancient camp and then tried to clear a little bit of the jungle, so the TV doesn't get to come to their safe jungle farm. Because Dota is not about like you farm faster, right? Like if you're making them farm slower, it's the same effect anyways.
Right, it's all about taking resources away from the enemy and bringing it to yourself. X almost got arrowed there by Q, but does just sidestep. Team Trust with this draft, QO, do you think they're in a lot of danger right now? I mean, obviously you've still got this Terrorblade that can farm forever and just get huge later on in the game. But is there anything specific they need to be doing right now on this Radiant side?
I don't know. These days, if you're behind, it's so hard to come back into the game. I think I was mentioning that on the panel as well. Like this amount of differences is where the Dota is just unplayable. And there's nothing really wrong about people calling like for the game and like just calling GG, but obviously like I want the Trust to like bait someone and Oracle use ulti and kill like 1 or 2 heroes from Motivate. I think that's the best angle they can fight, but that doesn't happen because Terrorblade is way too behind at the moment.
They're going to try now. They've smoked up. They spot out Boombill, but a great doom out straight onto Jackie. Infernal Blade not going to land. Invis not going to save Jackie either. They do have the dust, and that's a big pickle. There goes your Faceless Void. And that's what you want to see.
Yep.
Boombill not out of the woods quite yet, but X does not connect with the chains. Boombill's still in danger, however. X going to cut him off here on the Ember Spirit and just try to burn him alive with the Flame Guard. Arrow flying in, does connect on a TV illusion. And Boombill, he's buying a lot of space, but does end up dying regardless.
Look at this mid lane and top lane. Like look at these creeps like just keep flowing in.
Radiant's middle tower.
MG Trust have been very good with that. They just continuously make sure these lanes are pushed in consistently.
Yeah. If you don't get those like creep access, you're basically losing like 250 gold like itself. So we have to compare whether that kill is like worth to the chase. Was it worth it?
But to kill off Jackie,
kill off Jackie was worth it, I think. But chasing the Snapfire with 4 heroes all the way to tier 1 tower of the Dire is like that wasn't worth it, I think. And they're just going Rosh.
Jackie.
No Doom, and just let's go.
Alright. Master Madness and MKB.
Look at this damage.
It's yeah, it's a lot of damage. It is a lot of damage. Jackie just, when did he even get an MKB? We're 18 minutes in. Yep. He's working towards the BKB now.
Not just BKB, he has 1 Mithril Hammer too. Like, which means almost like they're to BKB. And I think this team fight will determine a lot of things.
Bill gonna run up, give vision. Jackie is looking for a chrono opportunity. Nice cookie out from Boombill, but X is gonna be able to secure the kill. Still Jackie, still trying to chase. Fearless also has the RP. There's a lasso out. They have caught out XMP. No, that was the Phoenix. Chingfeng going down, and now the RP out from Fearless does get X. Alright, so even without the chrono committal, the RP did prove to be enough. They'll go after that top tier 1. Yu trying to skip the creep wave the best he can, but this may cost him his life.
Really? The creep?
Oh, Jackie's gonna let him be. Arrow.
Is it gonna connect?
No, but it gave vision.
Oh.
And Jackie commits the chrono just in the nick of time. Oh, poor old Yu thought he was out of there, but that is not the case.
Motivate just way too confident. Usually you never wanna chrono those sort of target that's in the tree. You don't have information, but he's like, I don't care even if I miss this chrono. I'm just gonna use it on you.
Just throw it out.
Yeah.
Masaros though did go down mid lane. It's a nice pick off there from Team Trust, and that is going to allow them to get some damage off onto this mid tier 1 tower. It's just a matter of whether they can actually finish the mid tier 1, as the 5-second arrow does land from Q. But it looks like they are going to have more than enough time, as Motivate Trust aren't looking to try and defend, but rather go onto X up at that top lane. Pop the Moonlight Shadow, but they are going to disengage. I suppose you don't really have the lockdown right now for this Ember.
I don't know, a bit questionable items that I'm seeing from Ember Sphere right now. Like, he's building way too defensive. I think this hero, okay, like, he's not tanky and stuff, but if you're not gonna build like offensive item and try to outplay them, I just feel like you're not using Ember properly. Because you're not gonna do a lot of damage.
What would you like to see him build though?
Probably like a drum and, you know, the Maelstrom as well, like other people build.
Right.
Right now the Slider Fist is like, it's not gonna do anything. He's just pretty much like a post for Ember who can just chain people down for additional like CC for Terrorblade to hit, but it's a post 2 player, so I know he's behind, but
they need something.
Yep.
MG Trust, they are not slowing down, back towards that bot tower.
And they have BKB this time. If they're not gonna fight bottom, then the Motivate's just gonna push to tier 3 tower as well.
Q's got a BKB up on this Mirana. That's a BKB up on your possible Mirana this early on. They are going to get a free T2 tower. There's not really much to stop them.
Don't wanna fight. Jack is fully loaded with BKB and Aegis. There's no reason not to go to high ground. Eventually they have to just force back.
Chrono's in 15 seconds. Yep. Jackie is pretty darn big on this Void at the moment. And force all these rotations in. They will not take any further risk. There is no need for it. Just going to wait for a better opportunity. You still control pretty much 80% of the map right now if you Motivate Trust. There's just no reason to rush.
It's the same feeling as that draw game, like previous game. But at least like TV can get like 400, 500 net worth, even though like their map is fast.
X gets RP'd by Fearless. Oh, Jackie, he had his smoke broken. I thought X knew they were behind him, but Fearless just too quick. Now with your Ember down, you start to wonder, with this Aegis, do you want to just keep going?
Yep. There's no reason not to.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Probably they're not gonna go to high ground. It's an important match, so Motivate going step by step.
They've got on every single tower apart from that top tier 2 so far, and judging by their positioning, they're getting ready to take that final outer tower of Team Trust.
Will they use Aegis?
Sticking out. Doesn't seem like it's really necessary to even use it at this point. Maybe now at this top tier 2, they are starting to push. X is going to be there to defend. Looks like Jackie won't commit. And there's your Aegis gone. So now they jump in, stun. Not going to land from Yu. Jackie has been chained, does get doomed as well. This could be really bad for Motivate Trust. Jackie needs some help, but no, they're going to leave him be. They'll let him die and get everyone else out safely. And that seems to be the case. Everyone else from Motivate Trust is out of this team fight.
This is the importance of writing down this Roche timer. I'm very sure Trust wrote it down, and as soon as like Boys Aegis is down, they started charged in. So, but it was questionable play because Jackie had BKB, and he didn't bother use any of his like spell for walking in Doom.
Seemed like he didn't really care about his own life at that point. Lasso is going to be towards the south, and it's onto UU, and unfortunately for this Doom, he is completely alone. He has teammates running in, but the damage output is just too high from MG Trust. That's going to be a 13k net worth lead now. I mean, you've got your Terrorblade slowly catching up in terms of net worth, but it's up against the Void. It just doesn't feel like it's anywhere near enough yet.
Yeah, and because Batrider is very mobile and he's only thinking about catching Oracle, no one else. Which means Void has nothing to be scared about whenever he chrono. Whatever he chronos and he attacks, like that target will die.
Arrow gonna fly through from Q. Fearless back onto that tier 3 bot tower, and funnily enough, without the Aegis, they're gonna jump in with a 2-man chrono out from Jackie. He caught both supports, and they have been deleted. Immediately buying back. Disengages here. You've still got to worry about the RP out from Fearless, but they miss. X with a nice juke out. Back onto Jackie, but he pops the BKB, going after the Ember, and he just melts. Now, well, False Promise is going to save Shifu. He does get the Sunder off in time, but it may not save your Doom. UU in danger here as Masaros chases him down. They're going to be expended, but Boombill just blows it up. Now Shifu's gone on the Terrorblade, and they just keep going. A full team wipe out from MG Trust, and that's going to be probably at least 1 Rax.
It will be 2 Rax.
Uh-oh. Shifu buys back. He's the only one with buyback. What are you going to do, though? They just jump in after him. And that's GG.
He's just calling it, right? Like,
yeah, I think he's just calling.
Yeah. There was no way for him to make that move.
It's a tough position, but I suppose when you're that far behind, you may as well just call it.
Yeah.
They just didn't see the light at the end of the tunnel. That'll be Motivate Trust, getting a 2-0 victory over Team Trust. And Q, I've got to tell you, this team is looking really good.
It looked really good from Motivate side, but it's also like a Trust. Maybe it's because of like they lost the first game and they lost the confidence. They're placing not that great in the placings, and it just felt like they lost the concentration of the games.
That's fair. Well, we'll head over the panel, and of course we do have some series coming up right after this. See you soon.
This feeling I get, my heart's in the right place, and so is my soul, yeah. I won't take no excuses for it. Love any day, I feel like something's missing when I do not have it. I feel it in my bones, gotta find my space. These emotions on my face, taking a toll, I gotta pay it forward. I'll get all that I can, no matter what. It's in my soul, it's in my blood. I won't take no for an answer if it don't hurt me.
down and never did. Picking up scars and I hold them close. They shut me down, but I got this fight. Shine a light on me when my heart goes dark. Cause I'll never lose faith now. I'm in the flames of an angel. Fire, fire, burn. Fire, fire.
Another Magnus game, another victory, and another victory here for Motivate Trust, taking the series 2-0 and eliminating Team Trust here towards the playoffs. Welcome everyone here to our Game Fuel post-match where me and my panel break down our first series of today. We still have 2 more series to go, but we're going to get into this one first. Danog, Poglet boys, welcome back. That was a good series for Motivate Trust, and unfortunately, Team Trust just didn't turn up.
They didn't turn up at all. I thought there were some nice individual plays coming through, and yeah, you could sense the team mentality that Team Trust were trying to go for with that position 1 Terrorblade sundering to make sure that his mid laner still survived, but I think they only barely got away on the Ember Spirit in the end.
They both end up dying for it.
No, you got away. Remember the Snapfire wasn't able to get that second
the Snapfire
right click?
double damage, they forgot to actually auto-attack.
Yeah.
Which is a bit sad to see.
Oh, well, but in the end, they were on different levels.
Yeah, it really did feel like Motivate were a step above Team Trust today. So now, Team Trust, they put themselves 0-4 in their group right now. They are outside of playoffs, so unfortunately for them, they will be hovering around 5th/6th. But now, Motivate Trust put themselves 2-2, so they are now in a good spot for playoffs, but they still need a few things to go their way, and they also need their next series to go their way as well. Yeah,
I mean, essentially their fate's in their own hands, right? If they lose to Adroit, I'm pretty sure Adroit qualifies, because then they would be sitting on the same record, 2-3, assuming Adroit's going to lose to Fnatic in our next series, and they would have the head-to-head win. So the next series is everything right now for Motivate Trust.
Yeah, of course, it does help that they get a roadmap. I think Fnatic vs Adroit's going to be a huge example of how to potentially beat Adroit. I don't want to say Adroit have no chance, but it's quite low.
It's pretty
And with the way Motivate are playing, like you can see these games here, this is clean Dota from them. Of course, we talked about Fearless being a bit sloppy in the mid lane, but everyone else played fantastic in Game 1, and everyone, including Fearless, played very solid Dota in Game 2.
Yeah, I think you can see a lot of the confidence coming out from Motivate Trust. They're chat-wheeling all the time, they're taunting all the time, they're playing around, they're running at these heroes coming out from Team Trust, and that's a good sense of confidence going into their last series here for Coupe.
Yeah, I mean, we could see some good chain stuns coming together, but at the end of the day, there are some mistakes that they shouldn't be making on Team Trust, right? There was a time at the end with that Chronosphere catches both of the supports. Oracle should never be standing on top of a Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, I want to give props for Motivate to notice that, to actually clean up on it. But you're right, Team Trust, you can't allow that to happen, especially for the fact that they're your only two big ultimates. That's all you had to win these fights, the False Promise and the Egg. They both didn't get to not even an auto attack. They just got completely deleted.
And thankfully, they both had buyback, but at the end of the day, it didn't really matter. Like, by that point, you could just see their net worth. It's, you know, even the POS 5, right? Half of what Boombell had on the Snapfire. It was a crazy amount of difference. And I was thinking, you know, going into that last pick on Motivate Trust, maybe one of the few weaknesses of their draft was that they were lacking a little bit of sustain. But if you're going to have a solid enough game, you can have this position 5 Snapfire that goes into the mech and eventually the Greaves. So it was still alright for him.
Yeah, it's a shame that we didn't get to see the Greaves come out, but I don't think it was needed at all.
No. It was just a dominant display all throughout. I think Jackie played absolutely out of his mind, and if I had to give the MVP, it would be him.
Yeah, he is also one of those players that we do see quite a lot as well. He's always playing these, like, I don't want to say like high tempo carries, but he's always playing things like Faceless Void. He plays Spectre quite a lot. He plays Terrorblade as well. So it's always good to see these position 1 players get these comfort heroes and play extremely well on them. I think the Faceless Void moving forward for a lot of these teams might be a priority ban because he seems to play extremely well around that Chronosphere.
Even despite a couple of nerfs in the most recent 7.27D patch, you know, reducing that time lock damage a little bit.
I was curious about that because it's not a massive nerf. Like we said, I think it's a 10 damage reduction
Something
at
small,
max.
yeah.
But everything adds up. Obviously, Jackie had no issues. I think every chrono he put down, he killed the targets he chronoed. Outside of the one in the mid lane, which was purely defensive.
Looking pretty swish in his hair as well.
Yeah, he's got silver hair rocking out there. I was having a look at that in the production studio just before. I was like, man, this guy is a silver fox. Look at him.
He's like an anime character. You know?
I got to be honest, I'm disappointed that their symbol is gold, but their jerseys are red and black, because that color scheme is fantastic.
And then the silver hair as well.
It just works. I mean, we're upping his fashion game right now.
Well, I think the biggest thing that we can take away from this is we don't have to talk about his stats because his gameplay talks for itself. You know, we're able to clown around a little bit there, but the fact that Motivate Trust have very easily dealt with Team Trust here in a 2-0 goes to show that these guys are looking good for the rest of the group stages. But as you said, Matt, they do really have their fate in their hands, having to go up against Detroit in their final series for Group A.
But if they win that, though, they're 3-2, and that's even the potential to be in that 3rd spot as opposed to 4th. You know, you give yourself a slightly easier matchup, perhaps coming into that playoff series. So it's anyone's game at this point, and it could be amazing for them, or they could unfortunately drop out entirely after what I think has been a really promising group stage.
Yeah, exactly. Especially if some of these series go their way as well. You know, maybe there might be an upset with a few more of these Group A matches. You know, maybe TNC will lose another match here up against Boom, or maybe Boom will lose another one, and that's when these scores really start to matter in that Group A, where we might have to bust out the calculators, bust out the gigabrains to see who's going to come in that top 4, because we only have 4 slots for this playoffs, and each one of those slots matters as well, because the seeding plays into how you guys go into the playoffs as well.
It's just a shame to see, like, we're talking about top 4, top 5. It's just a shame to see we don't get to talk about top 6, because realistically, Team Trust have put them there. They've put themselves 6/5. Everyone else is still in the running, and solidly too. We're talking about Adroit's chances. We're talking about Motivate's chances. I don't think both of them can get in at the same time.
No.
But it's up in the air. It's a head-to-head. You can't ask for much more when it comes to battle for 4th place, and it's the last game of the series against each other. It's just great to see. It's almost like we planned it.
Yeah. And it's on the last day of the group stages as well, right? Today is all Group A, tomorrow's all Group B, and it comes down to that final day, kind of like the English Premier League, where all the teams are playing against each other, sometimes at the same time as well. So I'm going to be really interested to see how that pans out, and it's going to come right down to the wire.
Exactly. Well, it's going to come right down to the wire, but we do have our winners interview with Jackie, the man himself from Motivate Trust. Jackie, mate, first off, congratulations on your series. It was a very good victory for you guys up against Team Trust. I want to talk about your final series going up against Adroit. Are you guys excited to play Adroit for your final series of Group A?
We also are all excited to fight against Adroit. Well,
with that one as well, what's the inspiration for the silver hair? Is it something that you're copying, or is that just your own style?
No, just my style. I want this color.
Very good, very good.
Yeah. I don't want to jump too far in the future for you, Jackie, but if you take out Adroit, is there anyone you're scared of seeing in these playoffs coming in? Is any team that you don't want to verse?
Pardon, what I was saying?
So like, when you hit the playoffs, is there any team that you don't want to see in your first round playoffs? Because obviously, if you take out Detroit, you'll be in that top 4. You'll be in that lower bracket. Is there any team you're too scared of versing?
I think Boom ID and TNC.
Yeah, very solid
Yeah, only-
teams up towards the top of your bracket, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. How do you feel about, we've got a lot of people in chat watching, both through Twitch as well as YouTube and everywhere else. A lot of people are comparing yourself as Jackie to Jackie Mao, Eternal Envy. How do you feel about that?
I'm not feel anything. It's cause my friend also call me Jackie Mao anything. So I think
Yeah, it's either a good or a bad thing, but at least they're talking about you, right?
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, all publicity is good publicity at the end for Jackie.
Yeah.
All right, Jackie, mate, before we let you go, I want to ask you one last question. Has Fearless finally told you guys that he's the best mid laner just yet? Does he think that he's up there just yet?
I think he says it's the truth. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's number one.
Yeah, he's the number 1 best mid lane.
All right, it's always good to see you guys getting these interviews, and we're going to leave you with your victory here, Jackie, and hopefully we see you a little bit later in ESL 1 Thailand. It's always good to hear from some of these players. We heard from Fearless last time, and now we get to hear from Jackie. You know, so they're 2-1 now. They've got a little bit of confidence about themselves, and hopefully they get in the playoffs.
I didn't get what I wanted, though. I didn't get that big surge of confidence of, did you see those two guys get caught in the chronosphere at the end of that game? I smashed them down, and there wasn't anything they could do about it. But, you know, obviously he's from Thailand. There's a little bit of a language barrier there, so that's what's great about these full national squads as well, right? You have that confidence just to be able to speak in your native language, and it's clearly working for him.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we should have asked him about that blind chrono on the top lane as well, picking up that Doom. Some of his plays were exceptional. I think that could be part of the confidence thing. It's that quiet confidence. So we don't want to pry it out of them too much. We have to let them just do their own results, unfortunately.
Speak softly, but carry a big stick or mace in this.
What?
That's just
a big stick? All right, whatever. Well, let's see if Jackie can carry a big mace for the rest of their group stages here. But before we do head into our second series, I'd like to remind you guys, you can join the conversation across our social medias here. We have Twitter, we have the Facebook. Make sure you guys do use that hashtag ESL1 to get a part of the conversation. Let us know which is your favorite series of today and where you guys are watching the games from as well. We are going to go to a short break, and after this, we're going to have game 2 of 3 here. ESL1 Thailand, day number 10. We've got Fnatic going up against Detroit. Make sure you guys don't miss it.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th gen Intel Core processors. And bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
I'm in trouble. It's your eyes, I can't seem to focus. It doesn't matter cause you live a lie. You want attention from every guy in the park. But when you call, give you my heart, you rip it out. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not take a chance and I can't pretend to like you.
All in the past. 'Cause the war isn't over yet. You lost one fight, but it's not the end. So get back up and fight again.
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
Can't say why.
We're a third of the way through day number 10 here at ESL 1 Thailand, and we are getting towards the end of our group stages where every single one of these series has implications on our settings for the rest of the tournament. But now we're heading into our second series where Fnatic and Adroit go up against each other. Winner of this starts to rocket themselves towards the top part of the group, and loser has to fight out in that final round for their spot in the playoffs. My boys back here on the panel, Danog as well as Poglet. Welcome.
Thanks so much.
That was one of the most awkward intros you guys have ever done.
To take it, but
I always take it.
Oh.
I will take this one, and I will say this is the first time I've seen where there's actually more pressure on the favorite. I was just thinking about it. We were talking about Adroit versus Motivate Trust being so important. if Adroit win this game, it doesn't actually matter because they still have to win the head-v-head against Motivate Trust.
I suppose, but you're still playing for that like 3rd v 4th in the against the other team. Like it might be the difference between going up against T1 from Group B, who's looking a little bit more shaky, versus something like a Neon or a Sparking Arrow, who are looking still pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, Sparking Arrow is still coming second, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they're currently 3-0. They're the same as Geek Fam in their Group B. But I think like one of the biggest things here for Fnatic is if they lose this is where it starts to jumble up the standings a little bit. That puts them on 2-2.
2-2, yep.
Puts Adroit on 2-2. Puts Motivate Trust on 2-2. And if they lose to Adroit, they lose all of those head-to-heads. And that means they fall down into the playoffs, fall outside of the playoffs if they don't win their last series, as well as Motivate and Adroit winning theirs as well. So this is a big series of both these teams. Neither of these teams have to slouch around for this one. Adroit obviously want the victory. Fnatic obviously wants the victory, so they can start getting towards the top part of that. And if they can get into the upper bracket berth, that gives them a good spot for the rest of playoffs because they've shown some weaknesses here for ESL 1 Thailand, and a few of these top tier teams might be able to exploit it a little bit more than these lower tier teams that we've had in the groups.
I think the weaknesses showed themselves more early on, though, right? Fnatic looked a lot stronger. They beat TNC. Yeah, it was a 2-1, but it was still a strong performance overall, and it feels like they've gotten a little bit more into that groove with how to play around Raven, and they've had that swap between DJ and Jabs.
Of course, I mean, we didn't even mention Forev as well. It's the double sub special, and they swapped their supports around. I'm surprised they're still looking strong. Like, obviously, their first series was, I want to say shaky, but it was more than that. It was quite awkward to watch, but they're picking it up, they're showing why they're such a top team, and they've been known around the whole esports region for nigh on a decade.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is one of these times where I really like that we got the chance to speak with Forev after the recent victory that they had, right? With the reasoning behind changing up that Jabs DJ support duo. There's the language barrier with Raven. Obviously, DJ, of course, also from the Philippines, but they spoke about it with Ice, where he was the strategist and DJ was the tactician, whereas now DJ's taken on both of those roles, and you're much more able to do that from that position 5, where you can see the lay of the land in the game and coordinate accordingly.
And it's a heads-up play too. Like, obviously, having Forev the sub come in and tell us why, but it's even more than that they recognized the issue very quickly. It wasn't like they recognized it 3 series in. It was first series. They clearly understood that's what they needed to do. So they obviously were doing a lot of scrims and practices before the tournament. And it's good to see a team realizing its shortcomings and realizing where it can excel.
And the thing that I'm really enjoying seeing is seeing a lot more of this leadership be born out of the Southeast Asian region, right? We've seen other players like Cuckoo, Ninja Boogie go forth with the knowledge that they've had from being able to take on that role of captain, as well as shot caller, as well as strategist, and be able to really find success heavily across other regions and other teams.
And that's where it's like able to branch out through the entire region, right? Where, you have each one of these captains, they get taught by somebody else, they go into their own team, that splits off, they make them all captains, they make them all captains, they make them all captains, and that's where the region itself really starts to benefit from a lot of these teams playing higher up. And the fact that a lot of these teams get to play against each other, and we even get to see them play against some of the Chinese region as well, which is not something that you usually see with these online leagues. It's always good to get a little bit of flavors from everywhere else to see if you can bring some stuff together. I don't think the Chinese region and the Southeast Asian region have been really too different in this tournament right now. Maybe a little bit slower on the Chinese side, but coming into this, Fnatic and Adroit, they started out very, very shaky. They went up against TNC in their first series, and it did not look good. But they've, again, done the same thing. They've tried to realize where all their shortcomings are, and they're finding their footing somewhat.
Yeah, so they've lost to TNC, they lost to Boom, but that was a 2-1. And then they narrowly beat Deep Trust with Rapier Gaming coming through to save the day.
I gotta be honest, that's probably the worst victory I've seen this tournament. And not just that game, that whole series was quite sloppy, which is worrying for me, especially coming into a Fnatic team that's really finding their stride. Where Adroit, yes, they get the win, they get that bit of positive energy, but that was not a great win to look back and be like, this is what we did right, there was nothing we did wrong. There is still a lot to work on for them.
I feel like where they're succeeding is when they're able to pick something for Ben Soy that's a lot more aggressive. He's able to make the plays as opposed to being reactionary. It's kind of a similar style to Cuckoo, I suppose, if you had to compare it to any other offlaner, where, on a Darkseer, Cuckoo, he still does a good job, but it's not that dominant style where you can see him playing, these Venomancers, these Queen of Pain, Void Spirit we've even seen a couple of times. I think, Legion Commander, Queen of Pain, that's what Ben Soy needs to be going.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. The problem is, when we see those Darkseer picks, etc., sometimes without them, your carries can't excel as much. So it's going to be a matter of where Adroit finds their footing. But I do agree, it has to be an aggressive off lane. I think they have to play the lanes. They have to win them because they really aren't out farming many teams. And Fnatic is a team, especially Raven, is a player that will beat you on the farming game.
Yeah, I think they need to do something. You mentioned, obviously, if you don't pick the Darkseer, you don't have that enabler for your carry. So they either need to pick something that doesn't need that. So the success they've had against Boom was with a Phantom Lancer. You've got Phantom Rush, so you don't really need that ability to get right in there. You don't need the surge, you don't need the movement speed. That's totally fine. Or you can do what Boom does and just give it to your position 4 instead with Hyde, who does a pretty decent amount of work with it.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what they do. Obviously, they might have to change their draft a bit against Fnatic. We will have to wait and see what they do, but the POS 4 strats, the switch arounds, I would like to see it. They need to just change something up because the way they played against Team Trust, despite the victory, I don't think it's enough against Fnatic.
Boom has been doing all right on that POS 4. I have to say, if they had to say any player has really held the team together so far, I would say it's him. We haven't seen too much of his signature heroes, though. I'm still waiting for that Enigma to come out.
I'm still waiting for any of these teams to pick Enigma, to be perfectly honest. It's a hero that has gone by the wayside, hasn't been picked up just yet. I don't think it's been banned either, if my memory serves me correctly. So a lot of these BKB piercing stuns are starting to creep around, so it's not really the best thing. I want us to touch on the safe lane versus off lane. I want us to touch on Forev versus MCY. He's a carry player that has come recently into this Adroit roster. Has not been looking as dominant as a lot of these other carry players are, and I think Forever is the player that can really kind of abuse that, right? Like giving him Timbersaw, those heroes that is extremely comfortable, Timbersaw, Mars, and he can really try to bully those safe laners.
I think with Forever, he's not quite as active as Ice. Like, you can't just come in as a straight replacement. So he plays a lot more of this farming style where he'll stay in the lane a little bit more. Maybe he'll take more towers than your Ice might, but you need to adjust your mid play as well as your safe lane play on Fnatic accordingly.
Yeah. The other side, I'm going to look at this matchup. We talked about MCY versus Forev. The issue I'm going to have, you said Forev exactly right. He stays in his lane a lot. MCY plays a lot of boom or bust Dota. Even in the lanes, he'll do these highly aggressive, high-risk plays. And that's not a great combination against the old reliable versus the I'm going to run at you. It's similar to that unbreakable versus unstoppable.
First phase Shadow Fiend. How do you feel about that, Poggy?
I mean, Clock's going to get banned. But even then, Clock right now doesn't feel that great with that combination.
Yeah.
A Raze does more damage than if you have max souls at level 1 because it gives 1, 2, 3, 4 as you level it, damage per soul. I don't like it. It shows exactly what the draft's going to be as well, the Vengeance Aura. So they're probably not even going to go magic damage Shadow Fiend. It's going to be an on-hit one.
Yeah.
And you turn around, you just doom with the Grimstroke. You're just going to double doom them anyway.
Yeah, but if you're going the Shadow Fiend with the right-click build, he doesn't care about being doomed, right? We've seen it from Makoto before, playing up against his doom. He just goes this right-click build, goes Silence and Yasha, goes Daedalus, goes BKB. I mean, if he gets his BKB off, that's, doom wasted basically on the Shadow Fiend, right?
True. I think it's fine to go, but it's just so much more versatile right now in Fnatic. You can play it in that mid lane. You can give it to Forev in the off lane, although he hasn't played it quite as much. When I think of Doom, I don't think, right, that is Forev going down there. And same thing with Jabs, really. I'm probably not going to see this as a position 4 for them, although there is that flexibility, but first game of the series, you want to go with something stable.
Yeah. Well, I think with this Doom pick right now, it's not even comfort picking. I feel like they're picking it because the hero's strong. And I'm not just saying Fnatic. I'm saying teams in general this tournament have been first phasing it, putting it whatever lane they want. They don't seem to care. They just want this Doom pick on their side. They want it out of the draft. And that's why we're seeing POS 3, POS 2, POS 1 Dooms. It's all over the shop.
I'm liking the bans coming up from Fnatic, like you said before, with the Shadow Fiend coming out, with the Vengeful Spirit, in response to the Doom, you know that it's going to be this right-click style. It's not going to be magic, and, what better hero to support that than an IO? So getting rid of it, making sure that that's not going to be a factor with that 140 extra attack speed, you're just going to rip through the enemy team if you were to let that through.
Of course, and then obviously the other ones being Batrider and the Clockwork, like we mentioned. Very simple mid-game, fast-tempo heroes that combo well with the Shadow Fiend that won't use his spells as much. Obviously, Raze, very short cooldown. You don't really use the Requiem that much if you're auto-attacking. You use it more of a stun than a damage. So I do like these bans from Fnatic. Yeah. They're not really revealing much of their draft either. All counter bans.
What are more combos that we're thinking here for Adroit, though, like moving forward into their picks? Do you want to see him like go full hard out on this like vengeance, like this Venge SF, and try and get like a Luna in there, try and go for all these auras and just try and make these big Giga Chad?
Has Luna been played this tournament?
We haven't
don't
seen
think
it.
it's been picked.
No, I don't think it has either.
Even with the recent buff, I think it got a bit more armor in the most recent buff. I don't think Luna's that great of a hero. I think Venge does her job better. The aura is better, the stun is better, the swap is better than Eclipse because BKBs are so prevalent right now. And honestly, Lucent Beam right now is such a terrible stun. You use it for TP stopping. That's pretty much it.
Yeah. I think probably Venge is the only hero that you could pick it with, so if there was a game to play it, this might be the one, but yeah, not feeling super strong about it. What are they lacking on both teams right now? They've got a decent amount of lockdown on both of them, some nice silences, stuns. You mentioned it before with the Shadow Fiend, you never really want to be using the Requiem for that damage, and even if they did with the pick-off potential with a Bat Rider, not much point. So it's just going to be about that space creation, maybe resetting a team fight.
I do like the puck pick, however, because we were talking about auto attacks jumping on top. Swap plus puck coil is
dirty.
Very, very dirty, and once you get the Axe coil, you can't stop it. There's just nothing you can do. It's just cop that 5-second stun square to your head. No matter what carry you are, it doesn't matter. But they've turned around with the Invoker, so...
Something a little different. I mean, the thing with the puck as well, right, is that you can then use the Requiem and get the guaranteed proc when people are feared away, provided, of course, they're at max range. But
yeah, BKBs, yours, there's stoppers. But it's a good combo. It forces out spells and items and abilities. Fnatic, though, I do like Invoker as a hero right now. I think he's super playable. Both Quaswex and the Exhort build I've been seeing plague my pubs. I do want to see it more of a Quaswex style with the Doom and the Grimstroke. I think Cold Snap plus Doom plus the Inkswell is very, very potent in the mid game. And it's going to enable Fnatic to pick a really, really dirty hard carry.
Could this be a 4 Invoker for Jabs, considering they have the Soulbind? You know, they can abuse Spirit Vessel and Cold Snap quite a lot.
He's a little bit of an Invoker player in his pub, so it wouldn't surprise me, but I don't know. I'm not really feeling it quite as much.
Because to me, it doesn't feel like a Moon hero, right?
No, not as much.
That's why I'm more leaning towards it being a position 4, because when you think of Moon, you don't think of these Invokers. You think of like Monkey King and Dragonite and Death Prophet.
Lina.
Yeah, the more solid, stable mids that don't require a ridiculous level of combination. This could be it. Doom Invoker lane isn't terrible. You could definitely play that. Like I said, Quaswex, you get the Cold Snap. Scorched Earth is a pretty brainless way to proc it, so it could work. The issue is obviously going to be Grimstroke 5. You have to combo a carry that's going to use that. PA, I'm thinking maybe. QO special.
A Ricky wouldn't be too bad either.
Have we seen Ricky this tournament either?
Yeah, we saw Dreamercell played it.
Yeah, Dreamercell.
That was the game they lost up against Team Trust. It was the first game. Because there was a Makoto TA as well.
Beastmaster.
Okay.
Is this going to be a puck 4?
Yep.
Looking at their draft, that
Boomy
looks
plays
like a puck 4 Boomy.
Yeah, he plays it religiously, and he does a pretty damn good job most of the time. You have to think now, with this Beastmaster, what are they then going to lane into it with the Fnatic draft, right? Those boars become a much larger factor. Yeah, the Inkswell does a decent job of being able to take them out, but are there any real position 1 cores left that can just quickly jump on and get rid of those? Because they give a ton of experience, which is super valuable in that lane.
Not overly. I mean, all the cores that are decent. Sven will just AFK farm, but I don't think he'll kill the actual balls in the lane. He'll just live with the fact that their lane is pushing towards him. Get that Axe later on. You can get out of the coil with it, I'm fairly sure.
We were talking about TI a bit before. I just remembered that moment. I forget which team it was, but it was someone from the CIS region that used their Stormhammer on a boar instead of a big team fight, and it was just an absolute disaster. I think they ended up losing out of the tournament, but I think a Stormhammer here wouldn't be the worst. They've opted to go for the Terrorblade instead, just so that you have that person that can man mode against this Shadow Fiend that's much more likely going to go that right-click build. You never really want to be running from a team fight, for example, as a Sven or a Lifestealer or a Juggernaut that we've been talking about previously, so I think it's fine.
Yeah, I do like this. It's again, well-rounded in their draft. The issue I'm going to see is they've now left their mid lane last, which is obviously quite normal these days. But there aren't many mids that want to play in the same tempo as a TB and Doom. So they're pretty much relying on something solid. We talked about the Lina. I think that would be a very good pick for them right now, just because it's most likely Shadow Fiend mid.
Yeah, most
and
likely.
Lina versus Shadow Fiend is solid.
Well, I'm not going to discount that Moon's going to play Invoker. He does it a little bit, not as much as Jabs, but they've left that little bit of flex in the pool for themselves. Magnus isn't banned out just yet, but I'm not feeling super strong about it for either of these lineups or what they would be going up against.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see a Magnus today in this game specifically. But looking at Adroit, they're more scared of Pos Force by the look of it. They're banning out the Earth Spirit. Obviously, one ban does not equal what they're going to pick. And on the other side, Arkwarden just getting sent to the Abyss.
Good.
That would have been a great pick, though.
Oh, yeah, for both teams, honestly.
Yeah, it's surprising. Arkwarden right now feels so solid. Just Midas keeps getting buff, and then obviously, as it is right now.
Ban.
Oh,
no,
I'm sorry,
Mugrill.
That's
gone.
It's a nice little ban coming out here from Adroit. Fnatic, though, they need something to round it out. This will probably show us whether or not it's going to be a Jabs Invoker or whether or not Moon's going to be one that's picking that up. Hopefully, we get to see Kid Invoker. I really enjoy that persona. So, Jabs, if you're picking it up, dude, you better have that persona.
I don't like it. The problem I have with these personas, the new Pudge obviously come out as well. You can't use your other items. So what's the point of having all these immortals?
It's so good.
Or even, just give me the taunt.
It's
That's
just
all I
good.
want, right?
He has his own taunt. He does cartwheels.
Can you do a cartwheel?
Not with a headset on.
Okay.
I could certainly do a cart. After this, I'll show you guys that I can do a cartwheel. We're going to have the Warlock here, boys.
I mean, Grimstroke combination, right?
Oh, Fatal Bonds.
Double Fatal Bonds is filthy.
Filthy, with the Cold Snap, with the double Doom potentially coming through. It feels like a very, you mentioned before about the boom or bust style that MCY goes. I feel like these team fights are either going to go fantastically or horribly, right? You've only got the Doom that wants to start these team fights right now.
Definitely. Also, the issue is if you get the double Fatal Bonds, it's quick. If you miss them, it's slow, sluggish fights. And against the Puck and SF Avenge, a slow, sluggish fight does not sound what you want. And you can only sunder one target, so are you saving? Are you doing it offensively? You can only doom one target if that Grimstroke doesn't get perfect off.
PL.
PL, okay.
Can purge the Fatal Bonds off himself. They don't really have the greatest illusion clear.
I mean, that's super important as a PL, right? Like, part of your kit is being evasive, not knowing which one's the real one, and you've got Fatal Bonds tethering yourself to it all. It's pretty damn obvious, then they can just focus you down, and it's an MCY special. But overall, you've got to just go with Fnatic. You know, Adroit, they're typically stronger game one, but I still think Fnatic's experience is going to win out.
What about you, Poggle? Where are you sitting here for Series 2, Game 1, Fnatic Adroit?
Is another one where I think Adroit's draft is more playable, but Fnatic are a better team, so I do have to go with Fnatic.
All right, so it looks like we're both going to sit here on Fnatic. I think I'm going to have to go with Fnatic as well here for our second series of today. We've replaced My Little Pony, and we're bringing in Seek and Striker Winner, the guys that'll bring you all the action.
Sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the light, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick guys to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running around so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all
Thank you, MLP and QO, for handling game one. But it's going to be back over to us here in Malaysia. Seek and Strike and Winter going to be bringing you the actions for our second and third series of the day. We're going to be kicking it off here with Fnatic, man. It's going to be very exciting to see them yet again. Winter, this Group A is looking pretty tight at this point here. Fnatic versus Adroit. Going into this, you're considering a little bit more here on the side of Fnatic as in agreement with our panel. But who knows? I mean, Fnatic, they did look a little bit shaky in their first series, of course, playing with Forev. They did drop that first series to motivate Trust. So it's not out of the question here to see Adroit, who are playing for a playoff slot here, to potentially make a move.
Yeah, but it's definitely going to be Fnatic as the favorites here. They're going to start as the better team, the more experienced team. I think the first series is just like you said, a hiccup with Forev. It's their first series together with him. Probably have to iron things out, work things out. And now, we've seen them play in the last couple of series. They look a lot better, much better than their first series together.
I definitely agree with you. However, maybe that's the thread they're trying to pull at here from Adroit, right?
He's trying to trick him that he plays the once.
Yeah, nicely done. I like that.
Not sure if he felt he's gonna fall for it because he was pinging him.
Yeah, I always do that too, actually. I always do it. Or you know what I do? Sometimes I'll show up, I'll run top immediately if I'm playing Pos 4 on Radiant. I'll run top and I'll drop the Observer Ward in the tower, and then I'll show and turn around immediately and then bait it, and then I'll plant the ward somewhere else in the lane. It always works. I check the replays.
When they buy the sentry, then you're gonna use your voice line.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Okay, no, but for real, do you think Adroit potentially they're trying to pull out that thread? Because you said the PL has a great lane here versus the Doom, generally a favorable matchup for him. Maybe that's what they're trying to exploit here, the one weakness of Fnatic that they know they can maybe take advantage of.
It's just generally a good PL game. You look at their heroes, they are all not very good against illusion heroes except for the Invoker, which if you can get to 25 with yeah sure, but probably gonna be like a Quaspex Invoker, I think here. I'm not sure if it's gonna be a Exort Invoker because they are lacking like a. If it's an Exort Invoker, it'll be a very greedy draft because Doom off lane, Exort Invoker, and Terrorblade.
Yeah, would be very active. Oh, nice job there, interrupting the Shadow Raise. That's gonna hurt Mac a bit here, who did commit already for the raises at level 1, so he's not gonna be able to get the first wave. You really only raise for the range creep, isn't that right? Especially for the range creep, I should say.
Yeah. Range creep is all or nothing.
Oh yeah, it really is here. But it's going to be a fun mid lane to watch here between Mac and Moon. Top lane here that we have Forev.
Wow, he started with a null talisman on the Grimstroke.
Yeah,
interesting. I think I've seen, was it Jenkins? Someone made a video about like getting null talismans right now. Like if you get like 2 null talisman on Darkseid, you actually have enough mana to sustain through the laning phase, spamming Iron Shells.
Without a Soul Ring?
Nah, yeah, you don't need the Soul Ring.
Wow.
You just need 2 null talismans.
I'd be curious now that the buffs to Soul Ring have obviously been
yeah,
changed.
that's the previous.
Right, yeah. So I think now that's probably not as efficient. But I mean, the null talismans are going to be great, especially on a right-clicking hero. The Grimstroke going to be trading blows here very frequently with that.
Yeah, because I bring that up because some of the position 4 players in this kind of lane, they like to go Basilisk. So you just
especially on the Grimstroke, right?
Yeah, you just keep spamming, push out the wave and try to pull.
Yeah.
And now talisman, like you said, it's more to giving you also the right click damage, so your laning is much better.
Yeah, it's not an insignificant amount, to say the least. It really does help you out quite a bit here, as DJ was looking for the kill there onto Puck, just trying to keep her out of experience range, and will do so, and forces the Facile to be found.
Yeah, they have a very scary team fight, Richie. Warlock plus Grimstroke.
Yeah.
Double Fatal Bonds.
Double Fatal Bonds. It is no joke, especially with that level. Is it 10 or 15 talent of the plus 4%? It's quite strong now. They always keep rebalancing that.
Jabs. Cancel those out.
Yeah, he's going to be breaking vision here, luckily. CML with the Wave of Terror will eventually catch him. But he's going to be able to get away scot-free for that one. It is going to be, it is level 10, plus 3%. I mean, really, you need to look at that and say, it's plus 6%, right? So that's some pretty serious
Is it
damage.
still the cast range from the other talent? Cast range. The 150 cast range is very big.
It is, but I mean, really, you don't. It's only for. I mean, because the Golem cast range is so big already, right? So it's really only going to be for the Fatal Bonds. I don't think you're going to have too much of a problem. You have so many tanky frontliners. You have your Doom, even the Grimstroke as well to save you to some extent, because the Rock right there is going to be quite crucial to these team fights, like you said. especially
But I'm a cast range guy.
Yep.
The cast range helps also not only just the rock, but the up hero is something that you would probably
very true
use in the team fights a lot.
Very true. Maybe you can try and force a swap or at least a silence out from the puck to try and stop that one.
Good usage of the spell so far by the Invoker securing his last hits, either with the Tornado or the Cold Snap. And he used a very nice EMP previously to remove the mana from the Shadow Fiend, so you can play around the lanes better. I think so far looking at the CS is going okay for the Invoker. Crossback's Invoker generally you have some trouble last hitting in the early stages.
Yep.
And now he's even with the Shadow Fiend. That's great.
Now do correct me, but I do believe that they rebalanced Fatal Bonds because everyone was doing this Grimstroke Soulbind.
Yeah, that was a while ago.
Right. So now it's not as broken as you might think, but it's still pretty broken if there's only heroes around, right? So maybe that's something to take into consideration. Always a good idea to take fights around heroes.
He just dead.
He might be dead. The boar as well. Yeah, he's just gonna click the boar.
Hit the beast.
Ben's always like, I need to deny the boar. Booey's like, no, don't do it. Don't do it. I'm gonna die.
Yeah, so 4-minute ruins getting picked up by the Fnatic supports. Jabs makes the rotation there. So gonna pick up that DD. Gonna go back to the lane with that extra boost of damage. But so far so good for all the lanes. I think everyone's happy farming. Doom has 24 and 3 right now. I think he's the happiest out of all the cores. Terrorblade and Beastmaster are like 50-50, 17 and 16 apiece. Yeah. So overall I think everyone's happy with how the laning phase is going.
Speaking of the laning phase, we generally see a lot of impact from the supports in the laning stage, right? At least the most dramatic, we can focus on them because the cores are just hitting creeps. These Fnatic supports, they have been changed up. If you didn't catch their previous few series, you're out for Fnatic in this tournament. It's going to be DJ now on the position 5. Could you explain that? I think our panel explained it as well, but if you could elaborate on that a little bit?
Why you? Why me?
Well, I'm just curious. What are your thoughts? Obviously, with Ice taking a vacation.
It makes
right?
a lot of sense because when you're commanding the game, you're taking control of the whole situation. It takes a lot of concentration, and you don't want to be playing a very mechanical, intensive role in the game. So when you're in pause 5, it definitely makes things easy for you. Because what the players said that because Ice is not around, he's usually the main commander in the whatever they said, whatever word they use, main shot caller or something strategist.
The commandant.
So it'll be all on DJ because usually he does it with Ice 50-50.
Yeah.
And now Ice is not here, so to relieve some of the tension for him or pressure on him, they move into position 5 since Jabs is also very comfortable on
Yeah,
pause 4.
most definitely. And to your credit, to just exemplify your point, sometimes you'll see some position 5, some very notable position 5s, just kind of standing around on the map, not really doing anything. But if you check their hero perspective, they're always looking around.
Yeah, they're clicking on items, and obviously the other thing is talking. You're always talking to your teammates.
Of course, DJ is going to take a death here. Mac, nice distance here.
Just trying to make sure that what the enemy team, trying to scout what the enemy team is doing, because it's the catapult wave. You don't want, the support of the enemy team.
No,
is
but
going to come.
Macy in trouble. See why he's going to be totally fine. Quite low HP though. But yeah, no, the point I brought that up was sometimes you'll see them just kind of like standing there and they'll just get ganked.
Yeah, it happens a lot, like to Puppy, to a lot of the captain players, no tail. Sometimes you have to put your attention elsewhere, talking to your teammates, looking at the items, thinking about what to do on the map.
Oh my god, MCY needed to be careful. They're baited by the catapult. Now Forev might consider diving this tier 1 tower. A great magic missile might just save his life, but the magic damage will take him down.
Oh, that's a huge kill for Forev. Now he's going to be even fatter from the laning phase.
Oh yeah, he's feeling real good.
Invoker has earned completed, going to have his boots before he rotates, but so far so good. All the lanes are going well for Fnatic, all 3 cores. Even the PL just died, he's still at a respectable place on the network, and we see Terrorblade, level 5, 3 points in Conjure Image, time to jungle.
I think you mean PL not in a very respectable place. He's actually trailing the pack at 2600.
Yeah, but he died once, still.
Okay, I see what you mean. Cutting them some credit here. Very rare that we see Winter do that, isn't it? But they're going to be able to get the kill now.
Uncharge!
Jabs. There's the first turn charge. That's always the hardest one to get. Moon likely to lose his life for this one as they will have detection nearby, but they are lacking the lockdown as finally the Ghost Walk will be debuffed, and they're going to get a second kill there in exchange for the mid laner.
Doesn't have boots, so can't really get out of that sticky situation. But he gets the kill on the SF, his first uncharge. And right now, Forev also has a lot of space to work with because the support's rotated away from top. He's trying to maximize the damage getting done on the tower. While he's rushing BKB.
Interesting. Interesting. Maybe I don't know actually, because Doom obviously an abysmally small mana pool, so you're not too concerned about this diffusal blade. Maybe they don't want to get locked down by the Venge, because Roar still gonna
I
pierce.
can see why he wants it, but it's still strange.
I mean, what does it do, right? It shuts down the puck. It shuts down the SF early game, right? Maybe that's why you wanted to get it so early.
Yeah, but the Doom has, like you said, he has mana. That's why you always see drops. Yep. I mean, see a raw Bensoy should be an easy.
Yeah, jabs. He's going to make it a bit more difficult. Nice job there, closing the gap for the Inkswell. But the Boar Poison, yeah, he's going to be fine.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, it'll happen from time to time.
Win lays, saving lives.
Win lays, saving lives, yeah, and that's going to be the Necro Book 1 completed there on our Beastmaster. So he's going to get a serious push now going bottom, and another serious push actually. Fnatic, they're pushing 2 lanes at once as Moon will to make the rotation top lane on his Quas Wex Invoker. Still has the pair of Urn Charges ready to be used. I don't think he's going to be able to find anyone here.
Yep, good rotation as well to finish off the tower here, and in the meantime, Walla was taking the mid lane, so he's getting a lot of XP, and you see the map again. Grimstroke is taking the dangerous area, Terrorblade is in the gold mine. It's just like everyone's farming something.
Yeah, Raven, he's been doing pretty well on this new roster. He's just been the very consistent carry player
that's
that
what they need.
need.
Yeah, that's what they need. Because before when they had 23 Savage, his playstyle was different, you know. He wasn't. He has a lot of like a very fancy hero. Say he plays a little bit more risky. That's why he's really good on the Morphling.
The Morphling, that's always the hero. Sometimes the Ember Spirit in the safe lane, right? If the meta allows for it.
And they felt like it probably wasn't something they wanted to work around.
Definitely.
And they wanted someone different, you know. That's why probably they had this change. But it's so far so good for them, you know.
Yeah, I would say. And no disrespect to Raven, of course, he's a great player, but I would say the meta kind of favors this more of safe style of play right now, right?
I like it that you bring that up because since like a month, 2 months ago, I think the meta has transitioned to more like you see a lot like 4 protect 1
exactly, right?
Playstyle,
Think
less of like a Tricore, because 23 Savage is more similar to like a Tricore,
yes.
carry player.
That's where he excels. Active fighting. He doesn't really like to hit camps. He likes to hit heroes, right?
And right now with the current meta, they feel like Raven's going to provide them with what they need. And so far in the first couple of series, we've been seeing nothing but good plays, you know, from Raven.
Definitely. He's there when he needs to be. Now, we should be looking for him to maybe get involved in a kill or a push here eventually. As Bensoy in some trouble, he is going to get his mana burn.
Nice
snap,
move.
he is going to die.
Smoke to reclaim their own jungle, their woods. They claim the all-important kill on the Beastmaster.
But for the 4 protect 1, sometimes people get a little bit confused. It's not necessarily like you have a Dark Seer, an Oracle Dazzle. It's not like that intense. Think like TI5 era EG, right? Where yes, you had fear on the carry, but that team was really centered around Sumail, right? Every single game, big rotations, making sure he had a lane advantage, they were drafting in his favor, and he was always coming in big with the plays, right?
Yeah, but fear would be that you know that reliable carry as well. He would be on a less flashy role. Sumail is always going to be taking the spotlight, but fear is there.
He is there. You
still need like a very stable and reliable carry, like just like Raven right now in their team in this Fnatic squad.
That's why Fear played a bunch of the Gyrocopter, a bunch of the very stable heroes.
Yeah, because Moon is like a very risky player. At times he takes a lot. He tries to make a lot of moves on the map. He's very flashy with all the heroes that he's been playing, and you put that together with a stable carry, everything. Gels together.
That's like the old Geek fam, right? Used to be quite good with that. Because you had Carl and Raven to balance each other out. And
Raven.
Yeah. So Raven still has those skills, but I think he's putting them. They're very well suited in this Fnatic lineup, and I really, no disrespect to Fred, but I can't wait to see them back with the full-time roster here. But for now, this is what we got for ESL 1 Thailand.
He's going to have his BKB.
Wow. He really is. So I imagine they're going to be looking to fight here. I mean, they're spike early here, right, this mid lane.
Yeah,
Quas Wex Invoker.
But the BKB is still going to be up against a Raw. It's going to be up against a Swap. There's still stuff. It's not like, oh, this BKB is going to make me immortal.
It's not free, right? You're not up against 5 magic dealers, but I mean, it will help, especially the earlier you can use it. But yeah, that BKB already flying on a 13-minute BKB is incredible.
Jabs playing the day lane. He's going to get a Soulbind off.
Yeah,
Silence.
He will. They've actually missed the Dream Coil, I believe. So that means Boomy's going to have to get out of here. Moon closing the gap. There's the Urn Charge. The Cold is available. You bet it is. Boomy without the Blink Dagger will now be
very
dead.
good place there by Jabs. The way he was moving around, the way he's playing the day lane Just all around good job there.
Yeah.
Just, opening up a lot of space for the Terrorblade, enabling them to get a counter kill on the puck. And right now they're going to move back towards the mid lane and going to transition to open up the top area.
I still would like to see Raven get involved here. I think maybe he can piggyback off the power spike here of the BKB Doom being so early because
they have a ward here.
Need a little bit more. Oh, Mac perhaps in some trouble. Moon, he's going to kick it off there with the cold snap and the Earn. Dropping the rock even as he's going to bring in his own little SF. Actually, he's got the newest set. Not to matter though because Mac is still as
Show off that rock.
Yeah, I've got it. He's going to use it. I mean, hey, and that's the beauty of the Warlock, right? BKB Piercing Stun, it's reliable as heck, and very, very long range cast on that thing.
Do you want to see this hero more? Do you think he's like something that would be interesting to add to, to drafts? Because he does provide you with like huge team fight. His laning is stable, I would say.
Yes. Well, he's much more of an enabler, right? He doesn't really give you a lot of kill potential as well.
Yeah, but he gives you a lot of sustain, and in the team fight, he's a beast.
That's why you see a lot with the Spectre as well.
Yeah. Spectre. Terrorblade is fine too. Because,
sometimes the TB.
Yeah, because you want someone to give you a reliable laning phase, and that hero to protect you in a team fight.
Especially because the TB's lane, his lane really ebbs and flows along with the metamorphosis, doesn't it? Right? So you need someone that when you get in there into the melee range on the melee form, you need someone that will be able to heal you back up.
They're going to do Roche? What's this smoke about?
Yeah.
Oh, they're going to go to the triangle.
They are, and look at
and
where
guess what?
DJ is. He is ready. They're going to commit the roar onto him, but that's going to be basically the smoke gank in exchange for the position
diffuser? Yeah, they're fighting with the diffuser. That's what that was, but every good team will place the carry behind the support. The support will be standing in front to just make sure that the smoke is broken, because you just use a rock. Enemy knows that you don't have a big spell, so they're going to run at you. And they get the middle, very, very important tier 1.
Good patience from Raven as well, not to be farming that stack. He really wanted it, but...
Yeah, they should be looking to get the rush soon with this kind of lineup. Beast, Bench, Shadow Team.
Yeah, they've got plenty of great auras, right? And plenty of of damage to do it.
You kind of wish you have this lineup around on Radiant rather than Dire, because it's easier for you to control rush. Like when you have this Bench, SF, Beastmaster kind of lineup, the first rush run is very crucial for you.
Not so much when there's no rock, right? Which is why we see them go for that play like that so aggressively. There's no way they charge up high ground without vision if there's a golem, right?
Yeah, but still right now it's going to be, Roshan is going to be something that they're looking forward in the future. They want to try to claim it as soon as possible for them. The Radiant team is very greedy, so you see like a Midas on the Invoker, and they already have a Doom, and they have a Terrorblade on top of things,
Invoker looking to transition into more levels in the Exhort, get some of that magic damage out now, and the levels, most importantly.
I think the Exalt part is because you need to deal with the PL. They don't have any good tools to deal with the PL. I mean, you can go for Radiance on Doom, but maybe not now. He's going for a Blink after the BKB, but you definitely want someone to be able to itemize or at least play towards dealing with the PL, because the PL has been so far untouched.
Indeed, as has Raven. I've gotten once, but
PL is really good against TB right now.
He is.
You burn his mana, so you can't Sunder.
Burn his mana. TB does not do well against crowd control. He doesn't like building Maelstrom or Mjolnirs, really. Not really his cup of tea.
Aghanim's is good against the PL on the TB.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And of course, the supports for Fnatic actually wreck a PL as well. So that's not good. So bind.
Yeah.
Right.
So
basically being the big catch there. So we'll see here, as I believe we see someone smoked up behind. I think maybe it was Moon. The rest of Fnatic, they're looking to contest this. Everyone's just chilling here.
They were waiting. They were waiting for the Hawk.
Ah.
Oh, now they smoke up. They want to end. Where are they going? They're going to the triangle. Okay, this might be a very, very cool move. So the Dire team thinks they're around that area. So the other team, the other side of the map is like to them is a dangerous side. But Fnatic are trying to use this information and try to play around it and move towards the side that they think is the safe side.
Yep. A little do they know.
Can they get the SF?
No, he scouted that out. The Hawk giving him the vision. He knew something was up. So he farms it and moves
behind
out.
the tower. They need a ward behind the tower, if possible. They have a ward on DJ here.
Do. No, they're gonna go for it. Maybe Moon just poking, seeing what he can get.
There's a bench behind him.
Get a bit of mana, but not much else.
Yeah.
Good read there out from Adroit.
Yeah, that was a very, very good move.
reaction.
I think from both teams, they both reacted to what the opponents did perfectly.
Yep. A little bit of it takes two to tango, as you might say, right? Oh, we're gonna hold our high ground, and Fnatic go, okay, we're gonna take the scenic route and try and gank your triangle. All right, well, the game continues. Very low kill game, this one, isn't it? Right?
But just pay attention to how they're moving and how they're farming in the map. It's not just like about kills.
No, it's not.
It's about how you utilize the map, how much farm. I always discuss this about with my players about it's about like getting the farm, like which team can maximize more farm on the map. Like how are you placing heroes that you think that it's more efficient farming which areas. And now Adroit, because they know that the Radiant team is pushing the bottom tier 1.
Yep, they've shown.
They're going for this rush, which I said earlier that it's very, very important for
They're
them
going to get
the
it
rush.
so quickly as well. Necro 3 up.
That's why you don't want to
word.
move. That's why you don't want to move to the bottom area as the Radiant team. You always want to stay around the rush area, especially against this kind of lineup.
Yep, Dire, although they are at a disadvantage because of the location of that triangle on the Radiant side, they at least have the outpost to TP too, right?
Yeah, but at the end of the day, I felt like this tier 1 as a trade for Roche is not worth it.
No, no. Generally, you almost always ignore that tier 1 until there's no other buildings to push, right?
Or you feel like you're just so strong, you know, that you can just do whatever you want.
Yes.
But here, I don't feel that.
Were they not confident in taking a Roche fight there? What do you think? Or they're just a misread?
Yeah, I think it's a misread. I think they could have definitely taken a fight. They had Rob. Oh wait, Doom's on. Oh, they used.
Oh, they used Doom. They found.
Okay.
Yeah, they found a puck. Okay, free kill there onto Boomy.
I mean, now it's fine that he does this because the enemy has ages, so you don't want to fight into that.
No,
you're just trying to go for pickoffs.
They're looking for the pickoffs, delay the push,
Yes,
right?
yes,
Try and
yes.
delay the big fights from coming out. And I like this. They're now going for the bottom tier 2 because they can transition back here for 2 bounties, farm the enemy triangle, and just try and keep as efficient as possible.
Yeah, and try to open up the outpost too by killing this tier 2.
Yes. They are going to be
Here comes the
TPing
Shadow
Mag
King.
and Boomy as well, but Farab
Big
getting
hits.
the vision from behind the tier 2 tower. Raven with the Metamorphosis still active. He's got about half duration.
Yeah, they shouldn't look to trade the towers. They have Aegis. They want to fight.
They do want to fight here. Nice Tornado is going to give him the escape, I believe. Jabs maybe just about ready to go back in. But the PL actually, he's still a little bit close, rather far. He's not going to be able to close the gap.
There's no Metamorph round.
That's something
They
a
need
bit
to run.
awkward here about the Adroit draft, right? How exactly do they start fights here? Just a blink roar, perhaps?
Well,
Coil?
They need a blink on either the beast or the puck.
Yeah, yeah. Because it's not too natural here, right?
So
Whereas
they'll have it soon. They'll have it soon. Their lineup is going to come online very, very shortly. Once they have this blink, because right now they have team fight, they have damage, but they don't have initiation.
Right, right. That's yeah. It's exactly it, right? I think they all TP'd over and they're like, well, what do we do now? Right?
Yeah, but they have to. You don't want to give your tier 2 just
no,
like that.
No, you do not. Especially only for a measly tier 1 in the other lane.
And you have the Aegis, you know, you're the boss in the game.
Yeah.
You don't want to be taking any trades. So once again, Japs is playing the dead lane as usual. The rest of the team is around the triangle, protecting the carry, and there's someone pushing on the mid lane.
Yep.
Just using all 3 lanes, and the Dire team wants to fight right now.
They did a good job there actually nuking the creep wave, so backdoor is going to kick back in. Jabs getting the TP out. It's going to take them a while for the creep to return. They really go through that. I mean, it's 20 minutes, and look at that. They can almost go through the back. It's impressive.
So they're really strong together.
Yes. Good fortify.
It's just like a 5-man ball and up.
It is. It's not your most traditional one, but the Beastmaster and the Venge, right? The aura is just all powerful there.
Yep, nicely done by Boomy, cutting the wave as well, and just making sure they're not using too many heroes to push the bot tower. And Raven's getting a trade here. Seems like it's going to be too late for the Dire team to respond. So you're playing against the Aegis trading.
They're holding them. They're holding on the high ground. They've actually missed the coil here onto Moon, and now they're going to be looking to turn the Soul Mine onto one,
Double
looking for
Doom.
the Doom. We will actually snag it into the rock now. It's a beautiful team fight for Fnatic, but where's the follow-up? It's not going to be quite there. Getting Doom, roared rather through the BKB will be Farab. They do manage to finish off at least the puck. Doom will now fall. Vengeful Spirit already down for the count. Max, though, finally undoomed. Man fighting versus the TB Illusions as the Warlock will be next to go. MCY, though, continuing to run down Jabs. Man, he got just about one hit.
Right, I hear
Sunstrike.
Nice.
What? He actually hit him there.
He had vision? Oh yeah, that was a ward.
Yeah, he
that was
did.
A ward. Okay.
That ward may be just providing nearly enough vision.
So all in all, it was a 3-for-3
Yeah.
trade plus the Aegis. So it was fine for the Radiant team. Your big cores didn't die. Your Terrorblade, your Invoker did not die. You lost a Doom, but whatever, you know, it's still a considerate decent fight for you. Here we see a great initiation, double Doom with the Soulbind. But he just dies after that, after the raw. Just no armor items yet.
Moon not really having too many spells on his cooldown either. You can see he's kind of just chilling down there in the river, trying to consider what he's doing.
I think overall it's still a pretty decent fight for them. They removed the Aegis and game goes on. You know, Terrablade's gonna farm, Pierre's gonna farm. It's gonna be the battle of the carries. And later on in the game, you have an Exort Invoker, you have a Doom. You're gonna be feeling very, very comfortable with that.
Yeah, this PL is starting to become a little bit scary, though, for sure, right? You can see they don't yet have such a great way to deal with them without a few more levels in the sword.
If the Doom decides to go Radiance, that could be a decent way of dealing with the illusions too. But that has to be a very, very long Radiance.
Solar Crest on our Invoker, interesting.
Ah, Solar Crest.
Yeah, for Moon. On the Quasar's
It's
Invoker.
a very good item to help your TV for sure.
Oh, nice job here. Jabs immediately. He knows it's time for me to die for the team. He's going to break the smoke. And it's
time for me to die.
Pretty much. They're going to maybe try and turn their DJ with the upheaval. Bensoy will actually roar on. Great tornado, though, is going to stop. Then he follow through, and the ice wall as well. Bensoy is completely dead. He's been caught out. They have now committed the coil, though. They're going to catch two.
Nice
Great fear, though. Is that going to be able to get the swap, though? It's not going to set the coil. Raven, the Sunder gets off versus Mac. Is it going to be the damage? Mac, he needs a little bit more. They're not going to find him quite yet. Raven, actually, the Metamorphosis is still active, but Mac able to just walk out of that fight. Now trying to man fight versus the BL, but unwilling to go against him quite yet. With too many supports, Jabs is going to go down here. MCY, though, trying to man fight his way through this one versus 4 heroes. He will not be strong enough.
Raven just saving the game right there, you know, for Fnatic. Everything could have been all over in that fight if he actually just died there in the initiation.
The swap was just a second late. They needed the snap on that coil.
Yeah.
They didn't get it.
Oh, no.
The upheaval slow. The upheaval slow. Out from DJ. He knew they tried to fight them into the choke point.
Yeah, it's a choke point. Beastmaster went in so deep.
He really did.
With that initiation, and they couldn't really... I mean, they almost got the win out of that team fight. It was just so close.
Yep. Very, very close indeed. Raven with the Manta style. Gosh, a bit of damage, but most importantly, not get the snap on that coil. That would have changed the entire dynamic of the game. Finally, we get more than 20 kills, but most importantly, a net worth lead for the first time here for Fnatic.
That's very worrisome, if you ask me. They won the fight without Doom. Without the double Doom.
Yep. And now they're ready to fight again. There was no Rock,
yeah,
no Doom.
Granted, they used a buyback, right, on Dreamshot, was it? Someone bought back the last fight.
It was. But really, I mean...
Hey, it was whatever.
It was whatever, right? It's a support buyback. He pops your smoke, you kill him, and he buys back. That's just like that's the pleasantry. Yeah, that's the support life. Exactly. But a great buyback nonetheless, of course, providing the soul bind, providing the lockdown there on the PL, making sure he has to stand his ground and fight rather than down the way.
It's okay. We're gonna see more of that soon. That fight was just the beginning of what is going to happen in this game. It's going to be all this like big head-on fights.
Big
with,
clashes.
Big clashes with the SF Raccoon against the Rock, the Double Doom. The longer the game goes, it's going to be the better for the Doom.
Rev has actually opted to go for a full Crimson Guard here.
On the Doom?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, interesting indeed.
It's
BKB
great.
After
It's great against PL, you know?
It is. It really is. It negates a lot of his damage, especially once he burns all of your mana. He just kind of tickles you after that.
I still feel like you want like a Shivers. You need some
armor,
some mana item too on the hero, and more armor. He's going for Halberd next, which I feel like might not be the best right now.
Well, it's going to be for Mac, right, who we really haven't seen. I mean, the Requiem was fantastic that game, don't get me wrong. Actually, the Requiem ran him away from the Vengeful Spirit who was trying to get the snap on the coil, unfortunately for him.
Yeah,
so just kind of a little bit unfortunate there, but this team fight didn't quite come together perfectly.
Yeah, you see Fnatic, the team with the advantage right now, like hitting to control the gold mine, trying to take over the Ancients. This is the right move, then you cut the waves, the mid wave and the bot wave. You see they're doing it with the illusions on the bot wave. Heroes with the mid wave, and even the one lone illusion at top lane pushing on the wave previously.
Bensoy's going to be trying to ramp with the rest of Adroit. They know it's a very dangerous time to be outside of the base with all of the ultis
They
up.
don't want to fight right now. They have to wait. What do they need to get before they are able to fight? What item is going to change the fate of the game for them?
A puck. I mean, the puck axe would be nice. It's a support puck axe, so not going to be too massive.
That would be actually a big deal.
It will,
because their team fight is the swap to break the coil.
Yes.
Or the Requiem to break the coil, whatever.
Yeah.
Which either one it is.
Oh, and they're going to be kicking it off here. They want to go for Mac. Great swap out, but he's only going to swap right back in. And look at the damage on him. Mac down. He goes. He does buy back, but only with 10 souls. Boomy now is going to be exploded. There were 3 heroes there, Winter.
Soul Bind, Double Doom, GG fight, man.
Yep. I didn't even notice the Doom. They were just extremely dead. Mac, though, he still has the ulti. Again, only the 10 souls, but Raven. The Metamorphosis active is going to go straight onto the high ground. He's actually got his own Heaven's Haldred after completing the SNY.
Yeah, it's just showing them who's boss. You know, I'm Terrorblade, I strike terror on you, respect.
Exactly.
Get out of my lawn, man.
He shoves the mid tower down, just walks over there and bodies them.
Yeah. I mean, that's also the Solar Crest and Alacrity on the Terrorblade, you know. You want to play around the Terrorblade when you have all this kind of like 4 protect 1 draft or just a hard carry
Okay.
draft. You want to itemize to help
Adroit,
it.
they need to strike now, though, don't they?
Yeah, they have to fight this.
They have all the ulti.
If they give up this rush, I think the game is just over.
Yep, they're going to smoke up here. MCY.
They have to find the coil into the swap.
Oh, but Roche is already so low, though. He's less than 1/8 HP. Can they reach it in time? Mac, is he
Maybe?
going to make the jump? CML. Oh, the Dream Coil, perhaps. Could it be dropped to Boomy? Oh, it's going to be Raven.
Daya gets the Roche,
Yes,
though.
they did get the Roche as Mac popping the ulti. They will get a coil snapped down onto Moon, following up with the roar. He is going to get
Invoker's
blown
dead.
up. Invoker dead, as is the
No meta.
Warlock.
No
And
meta.
Now the Vengeful Spirit perhaps in some trouble. Raven just free to
Wow,
TP
yeah,
out. There's no stuns there. And now Forev, he did a great job zoning out the rest of Adroit to make sure he could escape.
How do you actually know there was no stuns here?
Because he had the Doom. Forev was just saying, hey, I got him over here, don't worry. Pretty much, he ran over to try and support
Yeah,
the
actually,
Invoker.
I guess with the coil down and then the bench did, there's actually no disable.
Bench is dead, and after that, you're good to go here.
That was a very, very good TP, saving himself, because if he died once, he would have died twice.
Yep. Yes, indeed, especially with the agents. But now he still does
they're gonna try to force buybacks here.
They're gonna have to do that here for Adroit.
He's a beast master SF. The towers are gonna die quickly.
They really are, even with MCY. Trying to scare him off.
Upheaval.
Upheaval's gonna get some nice damage in here
Wow,
for
they're
sure.
so
Boomy
slow.
getting eaten alive here as Raven continues to fight. There's now gonna be the soul bind onto 2. Look at that, the silence on the PL.
PL's
He's
dead.
gonna die. Jabs finding the kill there, and now Mac, he's gonna go down 2. They've overcommitted,
Wow.
underestimating the Upheaval.
1 soul bind, 2 cores dead. That is some value. Value play from your support.
Oh yeah, and they're looking for more. Boomy, will he be able to escape? DJ, Jabs with a blink dagger. Oh my god. Yeah, this man, he's like, I don't get to play position 4 all that much, but when I do, I'm buying a blink dagger. That item looks fun. The Sunstrike's gonna miss this time. Out from Moon. Boomy, just giving him the run around, breaking the ankles. He might be good to go here.
There's no buyback on SM and PL.
Nope, and the
This
rest of the
is,
team, they're not nearly as distracted as the supports. The supports are like, oh boy, kills! Oh boy, we wanna go chase the kills. But the cores directly.
Calm down, boys. Follow your TV. Get the game. Secure the game. Get the racks.
Yeah, I think maybe they're making the call, or at least making a discussion here of going straight through the throne, and now they will. There's still a tier 2 spot standing in the bottom lane, especially with Alacrity and the Solar Crest. Damage out from Raven. They do have a repair kit, but for how long will that save them? Fortify as well, but Golem already ready to be used again. Doom, there's Soulbind now, ready to go. Golem though, they're gonna catch 1, make that 2 onto the back lines, trying to slow him down. Tier 4 is slowly crumbling now. Throne now exposed. Adroit, they're gonna have SF back at 15. They don't have to fortify. There's the Soulbind now catching 2. Bensoy is gonna get the roar onto 1. It's the TB. The Throne still about half HP now as they do get the kill onto Jab. Vengeful Spirit next to go down. Raven just hitting the Throne, getting right in the face, but finally MCY forcing him to fight. He's gonna get the Sunder off at the very least. Oh, the Throne explodes. GG will be called. Fnatic, they take game number 1. Their team fight proving a bit too difficult for Adroit, Winter.
Yeah, I thought we were gonna see more team fights, but just another team fight victory after. I think the most crucial one was the one that they got the Sunder off in their own Ancients. That was just a huge turning point in the game. They got Roche after that, and the game felt like it was still in the balance. They had some advantage, but again, their team fight execution was just perfect.
My goodness, I can't wait to hear our panel talk about that Jabs play, and I know you can't either, but you will have to wait a little bit, guys. We'll be going to a short break, but Fluke and the boys will be back after a short break.
Turns out I never did.
sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning. Oh, baby. The stars falls around us, entwining us. So baby, stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning, 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 until the day the world stops spinning.
They were moments away from victory adroit, but unfortunately it didn't go their way. Fnatic were able to scrape out a win here in their second last series of the group stages of ESL 1 Thailand. My boys here back on the panel, Danog as well as Pog Alert. Welcome to Game 1 analysis.
Mr. Destructor, what is going on right now? Man, that was one of those games where it's like one or two tiny moments just completely decided the outcome.
What we're viewing is one moment.
Yeah.
One CML miss swap decided that game.
I can see the reason behind why I was trying to do it. He was right at the edge of the Shadow Fiend's range, so that they were worried that they wouldn't have the damage to burst him through before he was able to get the Sunder off, but what ended up happening? This is it, right?
This is it. This is the one spot here where it looked like it could be all over for Fnatic. The game was very, very even.
So yeah, you get the Requiem off, he's slowly getting pushed away. Suddenly you swap him back in next to the Shadow Fiend, whose BKB is just worn off. He gets the Sunder off. The rest of the team's able to snowball up onto all of them, and I mean, that was a huge deal. I don't think they had buyback on the TB. You can see him there. He only had 400 gold, so that would have been able to secure them the whole game, I think.
No moon buyback either on the Invoker. And they're right next to tier 2s, like I said, off stream. There was creeps there. You take a tier 2, you take a tier 3, you maybe take a Rax, you get the Roshan. They did end up getting the last hit on this. We didn't give him enough credit for that, for accidentally getting it.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It's like 200 gold for everyone. It's not really that good. You know, at this point, you would have much rather get the Aegis yourself, even get a few team victories here. And even Raven just TPing out in the face here of Adroit is another nail in the coffin for them in that first
A little
game
bit
fight.
frustrating, yeah. I mean, you have to think, we talked about it in the draft stage, of everything kind of needed to go right in these team fights for Fnatic, and thankfully for them, it did. You know, these fatal bonds with the Grimstroke ulti. I think Forever was the best player, honestly, for Fnatic that time around, because he got these double dooms off. He came out of the laning stage, top of net worth. He had solo kills onto MCY, who, by the way, looks so much stronger on that PL relative to any of these other heroes.
Yeah, it's honestly night and day between how he plays PL and even how he played that Gyrocopter where we saw the triple rapier meme style, I'll call it. But
he had an IO helping him.
That is true. The IO ban, I think it has to be a must. I think you remove the PL now as well, because that game, Fnatic really could have lost that in seconds. It wasn't like, oh, 3-4 bad fights in a row. It was one fight decided it all for them.
Yeah.
But I think you're right. Forev, he played so well, and anytime you're the only one that can do something, you have to perform at your best, and Forev definitely did that.
I think that it sucks for Adroit though, right? Because I feel like that was a draft victory for them pretty comprehensively. And I think that's probably going to be their best chance to take a game off Fnatic or, you know, the entire series. But they fell on the wayside, just a small mistake, and a top team like Fnatic's going to punish you.
Yeah, you're not going to get 2 chances to that, that's for sure. I hope they have something else up their sleeve because I don't see MCY getting that PL again.
No.
Yeah, it really does feel like MCY is relying on this Phantom Lancer sometimes. Obviously, that draft went extremely well for them, but I think now the fact that we've seen a little bit different heroes coming in from Fnatic. Obviously, Moon played the Invoker for the first time that we've seen him play it, and Forev picking up that Doom as well. So a little bit more flex for that Doom for now on Fnatic. But I think going into this second draft, I don't think Fnatic are going to let Adroit have those kind of comfort heroes one more time. Not going to let them go for this, you know, strat that they've already pre-built.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it, Boomy Puck is one of those other ones that you kind of think, okay, well, that's again, a lot of their comfort. If anything, for the comfort side of things, it was Fnatic that went a little bit out of it. You know, when I think Forev, I don't think Doom. When I think Moon, I don't immediately think Invoker. Yes, he can play it, but it's not one of those more stable heroes that I really see him flourishing on.
Yeah, and it's also an Invoker. He went Solar Crest defensively. Like, he was basically saying, Raven, your boy, you've got this. It's all you. I'll just put Solar Crest on and hope for the best with this Terrorblade. That's not normally how we see Invokers played these days. He didn't even finish the Spirit Vessel, so we didn't even see that cold snap Spirit Vessel combination ever come through.
He just wanted the mini stuns, I suppose, just to get a decent time out of that mid lane. Oh yeah, that's a pretty significant victory for Fnatic to take out in game number 1. Like we mentioned before, this victory would lead them to being 3-1, level again with TNC. We would think. No wait, TNC are 2-1 at the moment, so it really puts the pressure then on TNC because the third series of the day is TNC coming up against Boom. We could have 3 teams all on 3-1 potentially.
Yeah, and I'm sure TNC are watching these games, especially when your competition is this close. You're not really going to be practicing this close up to a tournament game anyway, so they have to make sure they beat Boom if Fnatic are this confident in their drafting style.
Great analysis, Woggy. TNC have to win in order to give themselves
that is the pinnacle of Poglet analysis right there. This team has to win.
Just win forehead.
I can tell you why, but realistically,
because if they don't win, then the other teams will win. And they'll have a better chance.
And then they get a better score in the group standings, and that means that they get to go towards the playoffs. But fortunately enough for Poggy, we're going to let his brain relax a little bit after having that high tier analysis that he was coming in here. But before we do go to a break, I'd like to remind you guys, we do have a survey for you guys. A nice little survey here about Thailand for you guys to fill out. You don't feel obligated, just come in, have a look, answer some questions for us, and we'll let you guys know. But after this short break, we will have game number 2 of Fnatic going up against Adroit. We'll see you after this.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th gen Intel Core processors and bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. shadows. The origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, Messiah. Gonna let it burn. 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 Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder. Because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. And I love this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, Messiah. Gonna let it burn.
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
As it's the end of our quick little break, we get ready for our game number 2 here of Fnatic versus Adroit. They want to send this to a full 3 mapper, and Fnatic, they want to secure themselves in the top part of their group stages here for ESL 1 Thailand. Boys back on the panel, Danog, Poglet, lads. 3 minutes of dancing for us. Now we get ready for game number 2.
Some hype playlists and some great scenery from Thailand as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was 3 minutes for me just to come back from just getting absolutely roasted.
Just come back down to earth, you know.
But ego wasn't even up that high, to be honest.
Well,
you just at the kneecaps. Where
we'll see.
Yeah,
I think your ego's like standard level is always like
Too high.
here. So if we bring you down to normal level, we should be right.
I mean, fair. I can't even argue with that because usually it's pretty.
We're
on point.
correct. yeah. That's why they pay us the big bucks. But coming into game 2 here, Adroit, they're looking to bring Fnatic down to their level, being able to get this a 1-1 in this second series here. What do they have to do? Is it in the draft? Do they have to play a little bit more nicer? Do they have to give MCY Phantom Lancer every single game?
I mean, I'll bring my analysis into it. They just got to win, man.
Yeah, they just got to win. Honestly, a repeat of that game would be totally fine if they're able to get it out. Typically, Fnatic are one of those teams that like to say, right, we beat you with this. We don't mind playing the exact same thing again. You try and beat us. But I don't think they're going to go that route this time because Adroit were this close to being able to pull out that game number 1.
Yeah, if you're Fnatic right now, you are worried by this MCY. And if they get that hero again, I liked the Venge SF. I don't know if they want to run it back first phase because it is very stock standard in what you deliver. But it's a nice way of countering that Doom we saw because, like we mentioned pre-draft, he just stands there and wails on them. And he didn't quite hit that level we had like Satanic SMY plus a Daedalus. If he can get to that point, it might have turned around. Just obviously, one team fight ends it all for everyone in Adroit.
Yep.
Especially when you're having these super even games, right? Like one team fight can really turn it on its head for you. And obviously, Droit weren't able to get back into this one. But I wouldn't mind seeing, a few more Doom counters. They just let Fnatic, they're like, okay, you guys can first pick this. We're going to try and play a few of these right clickers away from the norm instead of just going for heroes that get doomed and they go, okay, I'm doomed. All right, I'm just going to leave the team fight.
But I feel like Shadowfeed is that, right? Like it's a pretty decent Doom counter if you go the physical build, which he did do. So I think Adroit did a lot right. They just did one tiny thing wrong, and that was their undoing.
Yeah, the other side of it could have been they weren't scared of the Doom because they didn't think Forever was going to play it that well.
True.
And obviously we gave him MVP for a reason. He played a fantastic game. But we were umming and ahhing. We were worried that Forever was going to be the weak link in this Doom pick. So maybe Adroit were thinking the same way, and that bit of confidence in the lane needs to be rechecked. Like me, the ego needs to be taken down on MCY's PL.
Do we think that Adroit are going to have more drafts in their back pocket? Obviously, this Venge SF was something that they've pre-prepared for this Doom pick. Obviously, Doom is one of those heroes that has been picked quite a lot for ESL 1 Thailand, so getting counters to that isn't the worst thing, but it looked like a very predetermined draft. They were like, okay, first game, we're going to go Venge SF, doesn't matter what they pick, we're going to pick these heroes, and we're going to play it that way. Do you think they're going to have another one in their wheelhouse somewhere?
Possibly. I hope they don't go back to the stock standard stuff. The thing that I'm liking about Adroit is that we've seen a steady improvement across the tournament. I think that game against Team Trust was a bit of an outlier because
I hope so.
They did not look fantastic in that one. But honestly, if they were playing against Motivate Trust in that game 1, I think they would have beaten them pretty convincingly. It wouldn't have been even a close game.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Fnatic will play style is different to Motivate. But I think you're right. If they play like that in the next series, which is the do or die series. We talked about how important every game is this evening, but this one's more important for Fnatic. Let's be real.
Yeah.
Adroit will make the playoffs if they beat Motivate. 3rd versus 4th is obviously not where you want to be arguing between. So Adroit should use this as a building block. They know that draft works. And so far they've definitely changed it up. You can see Doom getting banned on Fnatic's side very early on.
The dirt, though. The dirt coming out from Adroit. The Venomancer Magnus. Like, you just have to look at that and go, oh, here we go again. I suppose you've had an entire patch worth of like a month or so with 7.27C to get used to it. They've nerfed it down a little bit. Not quite as strong as it used to be, but it's still very intimidating.
Yeah, I mean, that's a vomit matchup, no matter where they play it, because both of those heroes are so flexible. We've seen carry Magnuses, mid Magnus, the occasional pulse 3 Magnus. I feel like Veno is one of the few heroes in the game that can legitimately play all 5 positions. And
not one. I wouldn't say it's a one.
Yeah, I would say one's a
You
little
reckon
bit
with the MKB? I reckon it could be playable.
I really don't see it as a 1 or a 4, actually, because I feel like 4s need to roam, they need to leave that lane, and you need to be building a sustainable 3 that's able to just soak up that experience. If they can get farm, fantastic. Whereas Veno does need those levels to really come into his own. He doesn't need too many items, and we've seen March build it for TNC, where he just goes this super gold-efficient item in a Veil, and suddenly, even as a 5, you've come online already.
Yeah, it's good to see as well. A lot of Veil picks on supports. We saw Puck, Boomy obviously picked it last game. It's an item I want to see more now that Drum's been nerfed. But you are right, like getting one extra item on Veno is quite useful, but you don't need that item desperately. So be curious to see where Adroit want to play it. It's obviously quite hard to tell this early on. A first pick Veno doesn't tell me anything in my mind.
That Arc Warden ban coming out super early, so maybe flagging that they're going to go some sort of range again on Adroit's side. Yeah, Veno can siege somewhat, but it's super slow. Mag's perfectly capable of taking towers himself with that Empower. Echo Saber can just chunk it through really nicely with that big spear. So
are we leaning more towards something like a Drow? Is that okay to pick it up against a Void Spirit?
I don't like it. If you miss the Gust, your hero is going to get railed by the Void Spirit. He has one of the fastest gap closing spells in the game. Astral Step, obviously Aether Remnant's pretty good. He builds Yules plus Ags, so they're very solid against Drow. And that's not to mention Dissimulate, just bop, every time.
You're fine. Yeah.
On the other side, though, for Fnatic, they've left this draft open quite comfortably. I wouldn't hate to see them go back on a Forever Timbersaw or something like that. Even against the Veno, I would like to see them force spells onto an offlaner hero. Oh, clock, okay.
This this position 5 clock leans us more towards another range carry, right? You know, QO was talking about it on the panel where it can secure your safe lane carrier's farm as basically as much as you would like.
Omni Knight, okay, something a little bit different here.
Is Omni Knight a hero?
Yeah, I think it is. I think you need to leave the potential of it being a position 5 though, as opposed to just locking it into your offlane role. I think, was it Forev that picked it up?
I believe
in the
it was
previous
Forev that
one?
was the other.
The
Omni
only
Knight
other
that-
Omni Knight
yeah.
game that we've seen.
Because you wanted KP to pick it up, didn't you? In your map,
It was
but-
in that series, and
Yeah, it
TNC
was.
took that game out pretty convincingly.
Yeah, I could be wrong. I want to be proven wrong because I believe Dota's at its best when every hero is viable. But Omni Knight, I believe, is in the bin. I haven't seen him picked in a pub for the
I think
longest
he's really
time.
good. I think in pub settings he might be a little bit different, but you know, playing around these heroes, these long ultimates, if you can hold off GA for as long as possible in a team fight against a hero like a Magnus, you can always kind of nullify that RP, get the GA out. He can't get the solo kills that he likes to in the RP, and always the Heavenly Grace, if you can combine that with some other core, they get like 5,000 HP at the end of the game. It's pretty disgusting.
I think the way that Adroits began with this draft, I think this Magnus basically has to be in the mid lane. We've seen in the past that if you play Mag into a Void Spirit, you're going to have a very good time, just because early on Void has a lot of trouble coming onto his own. He's not able to get that level 7 nice and quickly, and that means that your rotations are delayed significantly. So a lot of the impact that you get from the hero is hindered. Whereas Mag, he's totally fine. Even with the nerf to this self-empower, you're going to be able to go to the jungle. You're still going to have a fine time.
Yeah, I don't think that 25% has done that much. And the other side of it is melee versus melee. Obviously, with Empowers, you're going to win that lane. The Shockwave Skewer combo that we're seeing quite often is also fantastic against melees. That slight bit of a pullback, it's the slow, you get behind them, send them to the tower, force them to use all their spells, all their mana, and most of their health because it's a tower. Void Spirit's the worst for that.
Even little things like forcing the Dissimulate to be skilled up, it can be pretty damning for a Void Spirit. You know, you want that as a get-out-of-jail card, yes, but you also want to make sure that you're able to easily secure the range creep with your Aether Remnant, for example.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm viewing the way Void Spirit plays now. To simulate maxing is actually quite solid. It's the highest damage of the 2 nuke spells you have in... Obviously, you use the Aether Remnant to last hit, but you don't really use it for damage outside of that. So between the 2 other spells, you use Resonant Pulse less and less, but because Dissimulate does more damage. It'd be curious, obviously it's matchup dependent. So against the Magnus, you don't really want to be Dissimulating into the fight. But if he has to go back to that jungle and try to catch up, it's probably the better one to level.
I think you still need to get the Resonant Pulse personally, just because, yeah, you're coming up against a lot of magic damage on Adroit's side with the Venomancer. Clockwork does a good amount with his Battery Assault, and Rubik's essentially all magic damage. Magnus, yeah, he can be right-clicking you a little bit, and we're yet to see how they're going to round out their draft on Adroit, but I just feel like you need to be that frontliner that enables this Omni Knight to come in behind you and help support you. And if you don't have the damage reduction from the Resonant Pulse, you're not going to be able to do that.
That is true. Maybe they're going to rely on the Heavenly Grace, though. I think Heavenly Grace is going to be PA exclusive. We didn't really talk about them picking PA this early. A fantastic block pick, in my mind. PA Magnus is super scary.
Yep.
Like, I'm sure QO will talk about it every time he's on panel. If you get that in power, you get a battle-free Deso, all of a sudden you're hitting for like 500 plus comfortably, and they can't deal with you.
But another thing that we've just been asking QO as well, obviously, as the PA master, is that you don't really like playing that PA into a Magnus. It becomes very difficult for you later on, especially when you get RP'd. The plus side, I suppose, for Adroit is that they don't have too much burst damage right now. Outside of the mag, Veno is very slow, Clockwork has none, Rubik, if he gets a good steal, it might be nice, let's say Purification, if he's able to take that one away. So I think it's going to be heavily on this last pick to be something that has that burst potential.
Yeah, and they're going to have to get through, we talked about Heavenly Grace giving extra health, regen, debuff duration, increase. So it's going to be very crucial for them to get a bursty hero, and obviously it's going to have to be a carry burst.
Yep. I think that's why I really like that Morphling ban coming out from Fnatic.
Yeah.
They wanted to make sure that they've taken that out of their pool. Maybe like a Lifestealer might be okay. You know, just another one of these position 1 cores that's able to take full advantage of the Empower as well when you've got that available.
Yeah, I mean, I do like the Void band as well. I think that would have been a fantastic pickup. We saw Void, Magnus. It's very simple execution. Motivate Trust cleaned up previous series.
You're kind of digging at the bottom of the barrel though, right? Because
Sven, Anti-Mage, Spectre are all gone.
Void gone. Might see the Juggernaut come out. PL is still there, but it's not.
He doesn't really
amazing.
abuse the Empower as much as his other melee cores do.
And it
right?
becomes super obvious which the real one is too,
Yep.
so you don't want that.
The other side of it is it's quite hard for them to kill late game illusions, but they have to make it there because right now they've got all the Void Spirit spells are quite AoE bar the Remnant. PA will have to build a Battle Fury. If it's up
Strike of
against the
Fate's
PL.
pretty decent though against it.
That's true. I view PL, they could run the game over at 30 minutes, but getting there would be incredibly hard against this Omni Knight PA Void. Oh, there's not much left though. I wouldn't hate a Slark pick. Like really maneuverable, really, really good with the Clockwork, the Veno that want to rotate a lot in the mid game.
Yeah, I like it too.
But what are we thinking about for Fnatic here, boys? Do you think
Any
this
pos
is like
5
a,
they want.
a jabs?
Well, not any pos 5. You've got the
Void Spirit. I think it's going to be the pos 4, right? Earth Spirit.
Ooh,
yeah.
okay.
Okay.
Because DJ seems to be the player that always picks this Grimstroke for the 5.
Grimstroke, yeah.
So
I like that. That's another hero that's going to help this run over style lineup that they've got going with the PA, the Omni Knight combo.
Jabs played an insane Earth Spirit as well in a previous series that they came. I think it was the TNC series actually, and they were just able to stomp, ran over, hit rolling boulders perfectly, great silences, and that level of aggression just enables the PA to jump in when she wants, as opposed to being reactionary.
Yeah, true. And it's also good against, I like it against Clockwork because you just kick if you ever get hooked.
Lancer.
Yeah.
I don't hate it. It's playable. The Earth Spirit is another hero that does deal with it. Magnetize obviously will annoy the hell out of PL.
he
even
can
if you-
topple off it.
But you can just get reapplied. If you
That's
put
true.
it on any other allied hero around PL, it just reapplies onto him with a new stone.
I'm still yet to be convinced by this 3 Omni Knight. I think if you're going to pick it up, it needs to be that 4th one in your draft. But again, even though I feel like Adroit's got the slightly stronger draft, I'm going to go with Fnatic.
You're going to run
Yeah.
with Fnatic this time, Danog.
I'm with Danog on this one. Again, I believe Adroit have the slight edge on drafts, or at least even this time. But again, Fnatic have enough tools to win this game, and I think they're the better team to execute these team fights.
So we're not feeling the MCY Phantom Lancer this time around, boys?
It was close, but I think Fnatic are going to be able to pull it out.
Same with you, Poglet. You're going with Fnatic.
Very hesitantly.
Very hesitantly going with Fnatic. I think I'm going to have to go past my panel here, and I'm going to have to go with Adroit. MCY, you can do it again here, brother. We'll see if he can get it done in Game 2 with Fnatic going up against Adroit. Our castles will be Seek and Strike and Winter.
Rising of the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Oh, never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this
Game number 1 taken by Fnatic after 2 team fights in a row. Will it be a second game here for a 2-0, or will Adroit strike back and force game 3? Seek and Strike, and by my side is still Winter. How is game 1? Is it living up to your expectations for this series? Yes, very fun. Lots of team fight, good stuff. Absolutely. For Melee versus the Venom, how does that make you feel, though? Yeah, I think they're going to get their dose of potassium from the Banana Mancer, don't you think?
Osprey is pretty good against Venomancer. You can close the gap, silence him, king out of position, kill him first. Oh, tri-lane.
Indeed.
Tri-lane to punish the Venom. I like the plan.
This is great. I'm so used to seeing DJ on the Earth Spirit. It feels wrong.
Wrong?
No.
Are you calling jabs a bad
No, not at all. It just, I don't know. It's throwing me for a loop here, you know? It's the same thing with the Rubik, you know? What do you mean DJ's not on the Rubik? Are you sure? It's just, I don't know.
Now he's doing the same thing.
Yeah, I like
but
it.
But he places the ward this time.
Oh, yeah.
Look, this guy.
It was all in preparation. Oh, but they're pinging it. Benzo, he's like, they did it. He did it this time. I swear. They're like, okay. I'm sure the wolf is actually there. The boy who called ward. We'll see though if Boomy decides to purchase one.
We are on the same side again.
Yes, we are. Trev though on the offlane Omni Knight getting bullied a little bit, going for that purification level 1. It might not save him though. In fact, this could be first blood. Good juke through the trees though. Is he gonna be okay, Winter? I don't know. I think you cursed him. He could be dead. They need one more auto attack. He does have that Fairy Fighter. Oh wow, the Spirit Lance nearly put him down, but that will force him to pop the salve or head back home. Instead, it's gonna be Boomy who will take the first blood. Fnatic, they're gonna be okay.
Yeah, it is a very powerful tri-lane. Grim, Phantom Assassin, Earth Spirit.
Yeah, a lot of
Omni Knight can be able to lane against this two, a Cloud plus Phantom Lancer.
Oh, they want to change it up though. They will be sending the Earth Spirit up top lane.
Oh, so it's not gonna be he just wants to go down there to secure the rune, get a kill.
Yeah, it looks like
now he's gonna try to help Omni get a better game. Like I said, he is a very good core-to-core matchup in the lane against the PL. And mid lane is gonna be a wash, Void Spirit against Magnus. You farm, I farm, we are happy.
Yeah.
We rotate later.
Yeah, Poglet had a pretty good point. He was saying for more points into the disseminate, just to be able to farm the jungle a bit more efficiently.
Nah, you don't want to farm, you rotate. Because Magnus is not gonna be able to rotate as well as a Void Spirit. And he's gonna look to try to, do stacks, hit Ancients, hit
that is
jungle,
true.
and let the support lane. So the Void Spirit doesn't, you cannot farm the mag, you're gonna out-rotate him.
I think that makes sense, especially because you're basically just going to be hitting creep here as well, right? I mean, Mag's going to hit creep. He needs to put more points now into the Empower because it has been nerfed quite a bit. It's only 75% buff on himself now compared to the full 100%.
75%.
Well, at the early levels, it makes quite a difference. Mag, nice job there with the skewer, but Mooney's got the disseminate good to go.
Yeah, overall should be just a wash this lane. The side lanes on the other hand, Omni Knight is going to be pretty important that he actually wins this lane. Omni Knight doesn't want to play the game from behind to get things going off. Wow.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Oh, whoops. Just sending that one a bit awry, off the beaten path. My post-Lodru package coming on in. Should have used DHL,
The path. The path not taken.
No, the path not taken. That's a top lane though, isn't it? The Earth Spirit versus the Clockwork. I mean, you don't get too many lanes as a position 5 clock where you're like, oh boy, this one's fun. This one's very fun to play. Normally it's a very sacrificial Clockwork where he's got to take a few deaths, kind of just tank ganks, tank spells. But here, yes, he still has to do that, but he's actually able to get off some nice trades and harass quite efficiently here.
Yeah, he does trade much better against the Earth Spirit. With the battery assault, and right now PL's farming, Omni Knight is also farming 50-50, bot lane PA is also, PA and the Venom is also 9 apiece.
Gank mid?
Jabs is doing the same rotation
Ooh,
again.
he probably meant, oh no, well he didn't. He put the Remnant down, so he did mean to kick the Remnant and not Mac, but that might have worked a bit better if he kicked Mac? I'm not sure.
But he probably didn't really notice as well. The Void doesn't have any points in the Remnant yet.
Yeah,
or maybe he missed time because the creep died, and maybe he took some of the EXP, so he couldn't level up in time. So
Unfortunate mistimed rotation, but that's the early aggression you kind of expect with the Earth Spirit. But now that he's missing top lane, CML and MCY, the two three-letter combos are gonna get a fair lick in here onto Farev. He's gonna be zoned out. Probably now they're gonna force that healing salve out.
Yep, he has a salve at least. And right now Osprey is back to the top lane.
Yep. And again, we do have that boulder smash. Only level 1 though. The damage is respectable, but still pretty pitiful. You're really looking for the more damage, as much damage rather, many levels you can get into that boulder smash to really amplify that damage up. That's when we're talking. That's when that damage gets a little bit ridiculous here, as he will be able to find a courier at least. CML doesn't even care. He didn't even try to defend it.
4-minute rune. It's going to spawn in 10 seconds. Void Spirit probably needs to refill that bottle right now.
Actually, by the way, they never dewarded that one ward, so the Radiant ward, Fnatic have that ward still from Moon, watching the bottom power rune. Will it spawn there? Indeed it will, but he's going to just see Boomy with the regen. Oh, he's going to hit it! Oh, a nice telekinesis though, because he's going to keep jabs away. They will cancel the regen rune.
Yeah, that's very, very important.
Indeed, clutch move out from jabs. Very efficient play there.
Time to feed now so you can refill the bottle.
Pretty much, yep. That's what Moon. All right, Moon. He's like, good job, good job. Can you go dive a tower now and please TP back to the lane? I need you. Thank you.
I need a bottle refill.
I need a bottle refill. I'm just gonna get a D ward though, at least on the way out. So there's a little bit of experience. He might even catch another courier here. It looks like he's going to making a beeline for it. It is flying, but he's gonna find the kill. That's a second courier kill for him on jab. So he's not getting too many hero kills, but he's getting some great utility out here. 1 D ward, two courier kills already. It's not much, but it adds up.
Yeah, he has a bit lace and gonna have his boots soon. Bounty Run's gonna spawn. Osprey is moving mid.
He is. It's gonna be a bit late though against Mac. Oh, he's gone for the double bracer. Wow. Bit surprised. You used to see double bracer all the time, the pre-nerf. I mean, bracers used to be the most OP item in the game. It's like
magic resist,
6 magic resist, a bunch of strength. Here's Mac. He's gonna get boulder smash and stunned up the 3-hero gank mid lane out from Fnatic. He's gonna pick up the kill.
Hand in hand.
Brothers, I'm surprised they didn't give each other a high five there, but there might be some beef between the two of them. You have brothers, right? Don't you?
Older brother.
Unknown.
Older brother has let the younger brother have everything.
Indeed, indeed. Good scout there is going to let Jabs know there's another observer, and they're actually going to get the D ward as well. Not much left on it, but hey, money in the bank.
Wow, a lot of levels on the support. DJ is level 4 right now on the Grip Stroke. Catapult Wave has just spawned, so don't think they can do too much with it. Here, it's going to be just controlling the 6-minute rune. The Void Spirit really wants to refill his bottle.
Yeah, he needs it. Jabs did not.
This time he gets it.
Nice. They were watching both. The spirits at both rune spawns. As Mac might be baiting. He's going to end up taking the scenic route into the jungle, I believe, now. As he's got enough points in the Empower to make it worth farming.
It's going to be time to move soon. Catapult Wave is going to be taken care of. The support is waiting to get levels in mid lane.
Yep. Yeah, you could see. Hey, don't come in XP range.
Yeah, they're moving right now. Who's TPing? Grimstroke's TPing. They're going to do a smoke.
They are going to try. They could
they're going to wait for him to
Magnus.
clear the wave and smoke. No. Yeah, this is a good time. Kill the PL. They want to kill the PL.
Want to go for PL top lane. MCY just using the healing salve. We'll see what they opt to go for. Already there to break the smoke is Boomy, but they're going to take the path less traveled.
They have a ward. They have a ward.
They do.
They saw the Magnus.
The Earth Spirit planted that one when he killed the PL's courier. Can they actually catch him? Moon with the jump in. The Remnant is just going to be off the mark. Mac has the RP. Will now use the flashbang Arcana as well. Void Spirit with the DD inactive. He could be in trouble as MCY actually makes the rotation out. Moon doesn't have mana. Now he does for the Astral Step and a Fairy Fire to boot, so he should be A-okay to TP out. Jabs in the meantime gets the rolling boulder down, and he is safe and sound. They're very happy with that.
Yeah, even PL making the rotation, that's a huge investment by the Dire team to react to that. And even though they didn't get the kill, but he was able to. I think Void Spirit was the one that placed the deep ward down there. And now another ward. Look at the vision on the Radiant team. They have 3 wards. Looking at all the jungle, looking at all the jungles, and you're playing against Magnus. That's perfect for you.
That is. You're going to be able to scout the gold mine stacks here that are starting to build up.
Okay, I think they're gonna know that there's probably gonna be a Upsell ward nearby.
Yeah,
There's no reason for DJ to be here.
No, not at all. He's trying to hide here versus CML. DJ, maybe considering going up the high ground, this is going to be nearly an impossible juke. But a good silence here prevents the power cogs from coming out. Boomy, little meander on over as well, but DJ's just wasting time at this point. Okay. I would have liked to see a play on Macy there, just because his TP would have been on cooldown. Just try and punish that bit of aggression. You also had a TP out from the Rubik, I believe, come mid
But
lane.
that has to come from the voice.
It does, and he's not quite ready to rotate against the PL yet.
Who got the runes? Yeah, Moon gets the rune, so he's rotating right now.
Yeah, there he goes.
The 8-minute rune.
Right in the mark, looking to farm at least the small camp before he goes, but they're going to sniff that rotation out thanks to the ward placed just below that voice.
And this is like really important that he does this. You might think, oh no, he's making a move, but he's not getting a kill. It feels so bad for him, but he's giving space and levels to the support. It's so important in the game to give room for your supports to get levels, especially on someone like Earth Spirit, Phoenix, all these kind of heroes that are so reliant on the levels. And you can jungle anyway on the Void Spirit. You're rotating top, you're not getting a kill, but you're playing off the map, you're giving a lot of pressure. The carry is forced to TP away because he doesn't know where you are.
Yep, you boot the PL. He can't really go into the jungle, the gold mine, as much as he'd want to because the PL's farming. Sorry, the Magnus is farming there.
Yeah.
So he's just going to be forced to show elsewhere on the map. Just chilling mid, at least hitting some breach.
Zaya's doing the same thing. So
Indeed.
both teams are trying to get a trade off here. But Radiant's going to be a tad faster getting the tower down. Tower's already low before that. So who's going to go bot to defend the tower if they want to? Omni Knight's a pretty good candidate. It's pretty tanky.
He could. Got the doesn't have the GA leveled yet actually.
Void's going to
go mid. So far no rotations. They might make a play here onto MCY. He's going to be able to doppel up to the high ground though. No problems for him. Mac, though, he's level 9, I think I saw, compared to the level 7 of Moon.
Yeah, I mean Magnus, jungling, just hitting creeps.
That's the Magnus effect.
And Void Spirit just rotating top, rotating bottom, controlling runes, doing totally different things, you know, compared to the Magnus.
They are, but the only thing that kind of spooks me at this point is the fact that Moon's net worth is as low as it is on the mid laner. I mean, yes, he's here for the rotation. He's here to force the PL around, but
really it's fine because his job is to allow the other heroes to succeed. Supports needs a lot of levels on the Grim and the Earth Spirit.
Right.
He is your win condition. If PS farming, you're gonna be fine.
We saw this last game as well for the Quaswex Invoker early into Solar Crest immediately. Oh, they're going to be looking again for Mac, but they're going to be dodged out another time by the Skewer. We saw this last game though. Quaswex Invoker straight into Solar Crest, right? Just immediately, he knows his job. He hunted down the enemy mid laner SF for like 10-15 minutes. After that, he's like, all right, Raven, I hope you're done farming because I've fallen off now.
Yeah, and right now the swamp doesn't work again, but they were able to at least get the D-Ward here. So Raven has a better peace of mind to farm around that vicinity. And bot lane is going to be occupied by one of the supports soon. Now you see I think it's Jabs actually going to... No, he's going to stay mid.
How's he going?
Hey, someone needs to go bot to get the XP.
He's going to be scouted by that ward, so there's no way he catches out the PL farming down there or make that the mag. But he doesn't want to really catch him. He just needs level 6 on the Earth
But
Spirit.
the map is again once again looking similar to the last game where everyone is getting something. The carries in the triangle, there's a support taking on the lane and another support protecting the other core on the other side of the map.
It seemed to me like Fnatic, they're generally going to be pretty happy to do this for two reasons mainly. They have Battle Fury on the PA, so they can dispatch and they will eventually scale better than the PL. Mostly is going to be the reason, right? I would say that, in my opinion, there's going to be a little bit of a scary period, maybe between 20 to 30 minutes, where the mag is very strong and you need to just pray for RNGs to get some big crits onto him. But other than that, I think they're going to be okay.
Not just the mag, you know, the Venom is also going to be like a problem in the fights because you're going to need someone to buy a pipe. The Venom has mech right now.
Yeah, and double bracer, so he's quite tanky here.
For F, he has to buy all the
team items again. Well, he's a good candidate to do it, isn't he? The Omni Knight.
He's buying Yules. Not really a big fan of the Yules. Like it was the same when he was playing the Underlord the other day, where I felt like he had to buy the team items, he had to buy the mech and pipe, but he wasn't doing it, and he was also buying the Yules.
I could see it this game more so. I think just for the extra control onto the mag.
But if you're buying something to save yourself, you would need 4 stuff instead of Yules against the clock.
I don't think it. Again, I think it's mainly for the mag. I think it's a Yules for the mag, maybe for the Clockwork, maybe for the Rubik. I don't think it's really for the Dispel, obviously, because he's already have one. But Fnatic, they're going to go search the triangle. Unfortunately, that's been farmed.
Wow.
and our droids are onto bigger and better things. Smoke will break. They will dive to tier 1 tower. Great Remnant will catch one. Bensoik maybe considering going for the ult. He considers it yet again. He's going to turn around. But here is everyone. Rubik, yeah, actually with purification. Nice silence there on the Venomancer. He cannot get off the ultimate as the Magnetize bouncing in and around. Ooh, another silence left to Benso. He is so tanky, but eventually he will fall. Boomy might be next to go. Everyone's so slow here. That's going to be resulting in 3 kills then for Fnatic. They even get Raven involved in these as well.
The two supports is destroying that fight. The Grim Stroke plus the Earth Spirit damage, right? The Magnetize, the double Soulbind, everything just destroyed.
Yep. Not a lot of stuns in this lineup, right? But the slows early on just to get Raven to pump in that damage.
Yeah. They get the all-important mid tier 1 tower right now. That's going to open up Roche for them. They have PA, so they could do it soon.
It's a bit early, I think.
When he gets Deso, at
yeah,
least.
yeah, we need a Desolator on someone.
He should be getting a Deso now. I don't think there's any need for the PA to get an early BKB. If you're losing the game, sometimes you see the PA is itemized for BKB right after the battle for you. But if you're in an okay spot in the game, you usually go for the Desolator after the Fury.
Trying to at least finish off the battlefield, and there it is finished. So we'll see what they decide. Maybe just start off with one Mithril Hammer and adjust from there, as we do have a big spike as well for a droid. They're trying to make use of it. MCY, Spellstone. Oh my god, the hook shot from CML. The COG pushback. Hello, and good hello again, Moon, as he will at least get another Astral Step out, but they will get the kill.
This guy is always very flashy with his position 5 plays.
Wow, that was incredible. I do recall that. I was casting some other tournament with CML, and they really like both the mag, sometimes position 4, obviously mag stronger in the mid lane now, but back then he wasn't, so CML, big fan of these heroes. But yeah, a good fight. They catch the enemy mid laner. That's about as good as you could have hoped for. I mean, you did go for probably the hardest kill at that point, and you still managed to get him.
Yeah, it's still a good move by them. They just got the diffuser. They want to do something with it. They don't want to waste the timings. And right now we have 15-minute bounty runs coming up soon. 15 seconds. Should be 2 apiece. Don't see any team being able to overpower the other in the other side of the map. Both carries hitting Ancients. But like you said, like the Battle Fury on the PA, definitely you feel better going for this kind of trade.
Yep. PL naturally, I mean, there was a period of time where we saw him going for stuff like a Yasha casually before, just to try and expedite his farm a bit.
Wow, they get all the stacks.
No, they just stack them themselves.
Oh, they stack them themselves?
Yeah, they're just being efficient. They're not wasting any time here. Right. But I mean, still good play for sure. But yeah, the PL, he does not really build a farm out of. It's straight into the defusal. He would like to be fighting early. He's a lot like the Rikimaru here, as Moon gets the Dissemblade out. Nice though. They're gonna try and run him down. Moon, he's out of mana actually here with the Diffusal Blade. Does have the 7 wand charges, popping it now as the Astral Step is available. Oh, hook shot is only gonna find an ally as Moon continuing to kite him out. Has now the bottle refill. MCY maybe has gone a bit too far. He's in trouble, silenced up, and he is completely nuked down now. Moon continues to live, just sipping on the bottle. He does not even care. Boomy though trying to escape. They have the vision, even with the stolen Dissemblate, and it's going to be a 2-hero dive that results in 2 kills.
Richie. Greed got the better of him.
It did. He's, I can kill. I have the Phantom Rush. Okay, I'll get him now. Oh, he Astral Steps. It's okay. I can doppel up the hill.
He ran up the high ground.
He did. No vision either, and a great counter rotation out from Jabs on the Earth Spirit.
I mean, this is why when we are talking about carries, right? Recently during the previous series, we always highlight about you have to be really stable and responsible as a carry, reliable. You don't want to be. I mean, what was it? Was it God King where he had an opportunity to go for a kill, but he rather not try?
No, he didn't want to.
He just backed up and farm creeps.
There were too many spells up. He knew that spells were coming off cooldown. He didn't want to be around.
You need to be like this as a carry.
Well, you can kind of see where MCY is coming from now, right? He kind of feels under pressure a little bit. Yes, he is going to be at least able to farm here with the Empower a little bit faster, but not as fast as the PA.
Oh, yeah, I actually understand that point too, because you're playing against a Battle for Fury PA, so sometimes you feel like you have to take that extra step to try and punish him. But mid lane,
might get Jabs as well. Looks like the RP catching 2, as Jabs was in some trouble, unable to.
The blink reveal, right?
It must have, yes, indeed. As there goes Mac with the blink. Now, this is a big timing though. They've actually just now stacked these Ancients. Yeah,
stack.
MCY, just like that, it kind of makes up for that one death as he's able to steal some efficiency out from under this PA. It's going to hurt her. Fred actually will be scouted as well. He's going to try and hide under the trees with a Rocket Flare betraying his position. Heavenly Grace trying his best to escape, but he will be going down slowly but surely.
Yeah, Rubik is actually it's a dream Rubik game. There's so many spells that he can steal that could be very, very useful in the game.
Anything really from the Grimstroke, anything really from the
Omni Knight.
Omni, thank you.
The Void Spirit has some spells. The Remnant's a pretty good steal for you.
Yeah,
Useful.
definitely.
Maybe not the Earth Spirit.
No, that's gonna be the worst. I mean, maybe if you're gonna be really meta, you know, you steal Boulder Pull so that like when he, you know, when he's trying to execute a combo, you steal his Remnant. You go yoink, no, it's mine. As in we go for the fight. Mac without the RP doesn't need it to get the kill onto Kowlin. He will now die. Move with the Astral Step out, but the mana getting burned. Excellent cog pushback here is gonna force him away and burn even more mana. He's gonna get off a nice Aether Remnant as they will try and heal him up a little bit more, but he will die.
He has an Echo Saber on the Void Spirit.
He does actually. What's up with that?
I don't know.
God King build on the mid lane. The God King Hualien, he has had the ramifications are felt here, even in this game, as they will be trying to go for the Roche play here. Okay, we don't actually have the best team fight here for Fnatic. It's gonna have to be Jabs rolling in and just trying to find the right target. Nothing really great to combo with the Soulbind until we have the 25 talent.
This is a big pickup right there.
Yeah.
Two pickups into Roche and with a DD and a Magnus, they secure the first big objective of the game.
We're gonna pause real quick here, but tell me about a droid's positioning here, right? Because I think it's excellent. If you look at the mini-map, right, you got both of these supports, tanky frontliners, extremely annoying, ready create space. You got the Veno wards as well, giving them vision. How are you supposed to go up against this if you're Fnatic?
You need to have like a PA with a lot of items later. It's gonna be like the game like, who was it? Question mark against GigFam, was it? They were behind the whole game, and then that one fight with Rapier.
One fight with Rapier against Abed AM.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very similar situation here. But this game, they actually have even better team fight compared to that game. There's still Earth Spirit with the Soulbind. They don't really have a combo now, but later in the game, the PA daggers are gonna be great again with the Soulbind.
I mean, especially with the Battlefield, right? If not the triple dagger for some 6 dagger action, at least you're gonna get that coup de grace extra crit.
Usually people go for the extra crits.
Yes, yes, they do. But there's always a case to be made here when you can get a little bit cheesy.
Yeah, with this combo, maybe you consider it.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to contest the Roche. It will be going down here momentarily. The hookshot, though, they're looking for more as they are able to have Raven. Oh, the RP as well. The blink reveal. They catch two. But outside of the cogs, the Soulbind, though, to interrupt the combo into the silence as Magnus now silenced yet again. And look at that. They actually can't kill the Phantom fast enough. That means Farev, he's going to pop the GA, but it's going to be stolen. Rubik is going to have that one now for keeps. Jabs is, well, they're not going to need the GA to kill him.
Big steal against the PA later.
Indeed. Well, unfortunately, I think our Rubik is only level 1 spell steal, so it's not going to last too long, but again, a big, big steal nonetheless. I think 90 seconds total.
This is important hero for them to take down in a team fight, but the Void Spirit didn't go for use.
No.
Or Aghanim's or anything like that.
I almost
With the Echo Saber, how is he actually gonna kill the?
But he has no catch. I mean, look, he can try for Boomy. I guess he's really hoping for that move speed slow, right? That you get momentarily with the Echo Saber. But even then, what's stopping Mac from just skewering away? What's stopping the clock from getting battery assault or cogs out?
Definitely not very useful. If you're having a much better game, I think maybe you can justify going for a greedier item, but not this game.
Oh, I just, yeah, I mean, maybe a Midas, not an Echo Saber though, right? Because Void Spirit, like Pocket was saying, he doesn't really farm with his right clicks. He's one of the very few intelligent melee heroes. He's like a Darkseer. Likes to farm with his ability. Yes, he has that karate chop, and we do have a pretty sick glaive as well on the Void Spirit, so his animations look a lot better. But let's be honest, he farms with Resonant Pulse. He farms sometimes with the Semway. He farms.
Yeah, he's going for a man fighting build. Echo Saber BKB.
I guess maybe the thought process is Moon. I need to be the front line for now before the PA is ready. Maybe just trying to delay the game. Maybe trying to give Raven a bit more time to farm.
Yeah, because Omni Knight can't really. Omni Knight can't really frontline. That doesn't feel good.
No, it does not.
Yeah, he's not exactly rich because of the last couple of exchanges. He died in a couple of fights. He had a decent lane, but so far his progression is not that great after the laning phase. I mean, it's gonna be a tough game. They have to rely on this PA. All their eggs are in this PA basket right now. They have to delay the game, hopefully
Dire's
to
top
the point where they
tower
have
is under attack.
Abyssal. Like they might need a rapier this game for them to
Yeah,
turn it around.
yeah. I could see maybe like a 35-40-minute rapier on PA for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah, he's gonna need Abyssal, Satanic, SMY, maybe, and not the Repel, Heavenly Grace,
Radiant's
buff
middle
on
tower
Tian. He's
is
gonna
under
run in and
attack.
kill everybody.
Because for now, my fear is that Detroit, I mean, their team fight's just so damn strong right now. I mean, in 10 minutes.
Now, yes,
now,
yes.
yes. And now until about minute 30, incredibly strong, right?
After that, when PA has your 25 level, you can kill people with your dagger. You don't have to commit for kills. That's when the game will start to change.
That's, I mean, that's, you know, people like
That's
to
a
meme.
long way to go.
People like to meme, oh, I counter pick AM with Wraith King for level 20 talent, right? You gotta get there first. You gotta
Yeah.
get there. And there's the stolen GA. I'm sure it was about to expire. Yep, indeed it has. Rubik now level 2. Just showing off that, yeah, I got it. Yeah, I got the Arcana. I win a lot on this hero. Don't mind me. I'm just sitting back here in the tree ready to steal it again. Sometimes, though, it's not always best to use it because it still is going to be on cooldown for Rubik.
Oh, you mean the next time you steal it again?
The next time you steal it again, it's going to be on cooldown. So now, of course, that might... Again, it's not really going to here. They're not going to test the push, but that might affect how Foreb decides to play because now he doesn't really need to care. The Rubik, yeah. So what if he steals GA? He's not going to have it immediately after.
I want the other spells now.
Yeah, exactly.
The heal on the buff, that would be nice.
Oh, they're going to go for the smoke
Rubik.
wrap around. There's going to be the
Nice.
jump onto Rubik. They have found a magnetized stun onto 2. A big silence there onto 3 actually as Mac. He's been stunned and silenced up as well. There's going to be the leash. He will pop the BKB. The GA now getting dropped as they have managed to find the kill onto 2. Veno and now Clockwork down on for the count as there is the RP. We've only caught 2 heroes and they're going to be able to force our Earth Spirit so far away. Plenty of buybacks here so early on as Raven will be able to get through that Aegis of the Immortal. But the buyback out from Jabs. There's the lockdown. They've actually blown him up. 2 big crits are all they need for the PL and he is just made of paper at this point.
Yeah, that was a huge tight turner. That's an excellent initiation there by Jabs with the Inkswell. He gets the most important hero in the team fight,
Yes,
the Rubik.
the Rubik.
He was not able to do anything more in the fights and they killed him. They bought back on the Rubik. Clockwork died, buys back. PL loses his AG. That was like, what, 5 hero kills
It was
in the fight.
Another big play there for, was getting the magnetized to put the Blink Dagger on cooldown as well.
That was also the BKB reveal on the PA. So taking a decisive fight there, which is Fnatic. And right now trying to get more than the fight. Trying to get a tower, but everyone's alive soon.
Yeah, they're going to go for a hook shot. That's going to be Repel stolen or Heavenly Grace or whatever it's called now. He's going to be very dead, but that's going to be the sacrificial lamb. Forev will go down. Oh, DP rune, that's very nice. As you can see, Raven immediately, his head on a swivel, just immediately turning over for that one. Basher next. We'll take another look here. Great initiation.
Yeah, just standing it's too exposed, you know, the way they are positioning themselves.
Yeah.
The 2 supports that were standing towards the right, I think they needed to stand behind the trees to avoid being caught out by the Earth.
We're gonna cut away because Fnatic, they might be able to make another jump here.
Oh, DDP has
They're
DDP.
just a little bit late, but they want to commit for this, and there's gonna be a mini stun onto our PL. Unfortunately, the Magnetize completely whips. Jab's gonna need alive, but now Raven jumping in with the DD run. The crits onto Max. See ya later, son. Didn't expect that damage this early, did you? And now Raven, he's going for more. MCY on the run is the clumsy net, and the cock pushback only gonna save him for a mere second. He's gonna punish you for that one. Don't you dare touch me. They're looking for more. Ben Soy and MCY both have been pinged out. Jabs going for the bigger target here by
run,
MCY.
you better run.
I think they're going to let it loose, though. They're going to let him go. We have no more remnants available for Earth Spirit. Raven's CD has now expired, but 2 massive kills. And utilizing that power spike very well. Good call from Fnatic just to go, oh, DD rune, we fight right now.
5 more levels to get to the next power spike.
Yep, exactly. But that buys you even more time now to take this game even later.
So what is he going next? Doing SMR?
No, I believe it's going to be
Basher?
Basher, right? Into potentially an Abyssal?
Abyssal, Satanic, and then the final Rapier.
I mean, this game's going so well right now, you might not even need to go for the Rapier. Maybe just go for the Abyssal, finish that off, and just crit people.
Yeah, maybe. If they win another fight, they might not even need Rapier anymore. But at this stage, the PA has overtaken the PL by a substantial margin.
Would you look at that, Winter?
What?
You see what he's did there, actually, in the Void Spirit? He did build the Echo Saber, but he got a King Dust. He dissembled it for the Quarter Staff, or whatever that's called, the Oblivion Staff, and the Ogre Axe there for the BKP. God King. God King Void Spirit.
Yeah,
I like this.
It was in the Jenkins video too, right? He was talking about how Echo Saber is the most broken item
because it can be disassembled.
Yeah, and you usually see it on Magnus, and sometimes they just disassemble it for Orchid, and you don't expect it, and you just die.
Yeah, or an emergency BKB. Emergency BKB must consume Ogre X. Well, Raven, he's not going to be scouted because he's blurred. Be fine, but he's got the team here on the high ground on the triangle. A little bit early there on the Heavenly Grace, but he's going to have another one soon enough.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He's going to be chilling here. Roche might respawn within 10 seconds here. It's going to be a bit of a longer one, though. 2 minutes. Of course, our teams don't know that. It's only you and us, viewer. And Winter, too.
We have the benefit of
true sight.
The true.
Indeed, we see everything here in our high.
Yeah, that's why sometimes the plays are actually even more impressive.
Yeah.
When you're looking at what are the players doing when they play with whatever information they have. It's easy for us to talk about it because we see everything.
Yeah, it is. It is. But it can always be a bit more difficult here.
Where are they going? They're going why are they not holding the high ground?
I don't know, actually. Maybe they want to try and catch Moon out here. I mean, he does have this BKB, and this is a 5-man smoke gank out from Detroit.
They need an RP, I guess, for the kill, or lift from the Rubik to start things off.
Yeah, they need something, or maybe a hook shot into
That's
immediately.
rather strange, because Roche is like going to be spawning soon.
Yeah, they know it's within.
You want to stay around the Roche. You want to hold that high ground instead of leaving. Because right now they leave the gold mine, right?
It's quite a gamble, Max.
So the Radiant team gets back the gold mine, and Roche is going to be spawning. Like that's going to be.
Well, they don't know that, right? We only know that. That's the gamble they're making. They go, okay, it wasn't a fast Roche. Let's gamble. Maybe look for a kill. Hopefully it'll be back up by the time we return.
It's a very low percentage play because it's so far away. And the
is.
more important thing is holding the enemy gold mine. You don't want them to farm Ancients.
Well, they've been farming it up here as our PA Raven nearly about to break that 20k barrier. It will be the full Abyssal Blade here, it appears. Now having completed that Basher.
I don't even think he needs buyback anymore now. He feels like he's not going to die in the fights at all.
Yeah, it's a bit risky though.
He has the Omni to back him up. Like what does he
know?
fear?
But Forev, he's not exactly the tanky frontliner that you've always wanted an Omni Knight to be. He's a little bit better now with the Yules
Yeah,
and
but
the
think about the game right now, right? All he needs to do is either to use his debuff to remove the RP
or GA.
That's the only thing. He doesn't even have the tank right now because the PA can do everything herself. He just needs to make sure that the PA is not controlled all the time.
Well, you've heard of the 7-nation army. How about a 1-man army? Or a 1-woman army there on the Phantom Assassin?
Yeah, she's going to be able to solo carry the game if she's allowed to. The Omni Knight is just basically the key hero in the strat right now. He needs to be able to keep the PA alive in the team fights.
It's like a tanky Oracle.
Tanky Oracle?
Yeah.
Yeah, Oracle's better though.
Yeah, not in the off lane though, right? Not in the off lane. That's the trade-off there. So we got plenty of Aether Remnants there to secure. Everyone's just zoning each other out of the Roche pit, standing around awkwardly. You know, you hang up first. No, you hang up first. You go into Roche first. No one really wants to be the first one in.
I dare you, go in.
Oh, there they go. They're going to send the PL Illusions in, break the Remnants, but that'll give them the vision.
Wow, this is a risky play here.
It is, but bot lane is quite pushed in. That is a lane of super creeps, so Adroit have that in their favor at the very least. Jab's forced to push those away, but he's rolling right back in towards the fight.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, they don't have a good
they do
lineup.
it so slowly, yeah.
They don't have a good lineup to kill Roche anyway, so what's the point?
Yeah,
they have to take a team fight, wipe them, then do it.
They got to get at least 2, I think. I think Fnatic, well, they need Raven or they need any 2 others, and I think then they can take the Roche.
Yep, so full Abyssal completed with the Orb of Destruction. It's great item on the PA. The PA is so strong right now.
Yeah,
it's actually insanely strong.
And the 30-minute mark, right? Well, like we were saying, the team fight out from Detroit was scary from 20 to 30 minutes.
3 more minutes, the PA is just going to be unstoppable when he gets 25.
Pretty much. It's going to be a bit scary here. But Fnatic, they feel like they're in the driver's seat. Adroit, I think they just have to try and react appropriately here and see what they can get. As Fnatic, they will smoke up in the river. Raven with the Heavenly Grace, trying to find a PL, continuing to farm.
They
Trees
see
are
him.
broken. They will get vision.
High ground, hold your high ground.
That's what they're going to try and do. They're all
they're
a little
running
bit
away.
separated, though. As maybe,
PL,
no,
it's
the PL.
exposed.
He's going to make the jump. He wants to go farm the easy camp, but they're going to farm him very easily. And now the rest of Fnatic, they're going to go hunt
That's a
it.
huge
The
blunder.
dogs have been let loose. The horns of war as the army continues to chase them down. CML, he's going to need to hook shot away as they have caught the Venom. He's unable to escape. He does, however,
There's actually no
sacrifice
There's
himself
no way
for
that
Matt.
he doesn't see this coming because there's no one showing in the lanes. How is he actually just hitting the creeps right there?
Oh no, they see Boomy too. Oh my god, they see Boomy. He's about to get the worst surprise of his life. DJ just gonna walk him up casually, get the stun, setting it up here for Jabs. That's gonna be 4 heroes down. And by the way, Raven just did Roche real quick. Don't mind him.
Right, this game is just 360
Radiant's middle
turnaround
tower
the
is
last
under
10 minutes.
attack.
Well, you know, at 360, you don't really turn around.
Oh, 180.
There we go. That's what we're looking for. How about that Malay math now, huh?
Sorry, noob.
Yes, we've done it, boys. Oh, we just had to
The PA has done it, not me.
PA has done it indeed. Raven incredibly farmed now with an Aegis to back him up, as well as Forev, really. Is going to be pretty difficult to take down. Kind of just soloing this tier 2
That was
tower.
a super costly mistake there. Like he's made a couple of 3 mistakes in a row. In the fight earlier when they were going for an extra kill on the Void Spirit, he doppelganger up the high ground. That's the first one, and then the next one as well. In the next smoke, he overcommitted for a kill and he died. And this is by far the worst out of the 3 mistakes on the PL.
Is it his mistake or is it his team's mistake? What was his?
It's
What,
definitely-
I mean,
he
what was?
cannot be farming that camp. They know something's up.
But
You
what is his team doing though? Is his team just
They-
farming the jungle altogether? I mean, I'm kind of being devil's advocate here, but honestly,
Yeah, true. That's also a good point
You know?
because they were also on the other side of the map. They
Who-
weren't ready.
no, I mean they weren't ready. What were they doing? Just watching each other farm? I mean, again, just playing devil's
Yeah,
advocate.
I actually say they know what's coming, but maybe they didn't.
Maybe they didn't. Maybe they just got completely caught off surprise. Maybe they thought
Yeah, but
Roche was
it's
happening.
weird, right? Because no one was pushing the bot lane.
I
There's
agree.
No hero in mid lane. Like, what do you think they're doing?
And the reason why Winter keeps bringing up the spot lane is because they're super creep. The lane is going to push really
Yeah.
hard, especially this early on. When you get, well, not anymore. The super creep they're still more strong, but they're really, really strong early on. So that lane was really, really pushing.
Yeah,
in
but
constantly.
I do see your point that sometimes it's not just one player. You know,
No.
the whole team is to be blamed if they don't notice a play coming from the opponent.
Yeah, I mean, yes, you can say PL died farming an easy camp. Alternatively, the rest of his team left him to farm a medium camp. Right? I mean,
Yeah, because what they needed to do is just hold on the high ground. Because if they knew what was coming, they needed to use ward sentry in one high ground, and everyone just camp around the vision.
yeah, well, it's going to be one for the tapes here for a droid, for them to go over. I'm sure our panel might have some thoughts on that one as well, but Fnatic for now, they've only got one thought on their mind, and that is high ground. And by the way, goodbye Rubik. There's the crit.
And no buyback.
He does not. Dead for 50.
He is so important for the team fight, and with him out of the picture, this is going to be so easy for them.
Yeah, it really is.
They just need to stay behind the PA.
Yep. Macy is going to be split pushing top lane, fortify upon fortify. Everyone's going to let each other know, yeah, we still have a fortified Bensoy. Counting his lucky stars, there wasn't a crit there. But dual 8th the remnants.
25 soon. So I just want to see the soul bind with the daggers.
I mean, we'll see what he goes for. He's probably going to go for the coup de grace crit chances here, but we'll see. I'd be curious as to maybe the math works out a bit better, right? Because more chances for the crit. Great abduction there. The hook shot to follow up, but the Abyssal Blade out from Raven. He's going to go out for the Clockwork, but the Void Spirit already dead. Great evasion there out from Macy. As now Raven blink striking back to Forev. Forev needs to back up. Did get the Heavenly Grace onto Raven. Now who's going to be slowed to a fault with the flashbang RP?
Nice
Is going to catch one to buy back out from our
Gets
Void
the
Spirit.
Omni
Can
Knight.
he bid back in time? We'll see, but now Forev is going to buy
Double
back as
buyback.
well after the buyback. Soulbind has been dropped by DJ just to slow down this push for Raven. He wants to go back in. Boomy does a great job here to kite him out, but eventually, the 4-step away, he will go down. That'll be Raven godlike as he jumped into the pit for CML, the pit being the power cogs, of course. He's going for more, though. He's not done. Bensoy is going to pop the ulti. Raven might lose the first life here, but he's going to be back with the Aegis, with
Yes,
BKB,
Satanic.
with a Satanic, and with Abyssal Winter. Oh, let's see what they can get now. Rubik with the buyback, though. The initial lift isn't going to be good enough. No, it's not. As Forev now bought back here. here. Will we get the GA drop? And it's all breaking loose now. There goes the Venom. He does have buyback, but no ulti. The Magnetize is doing great work. Mac without a BKB is going to get eaten alive here as Moon continues to get kills. And Raven, will he continue to dive? They're going to root him up for just a second before he throws the dagger over at that Clockwork. Disarm now, trying to run.
Oh, they need to save him.
Ooh, they do. Raven, though, jumping right back in with the Abyssal. MCY trying to man fight here, but Moon as well doing plenty of damage. Look at this. Oh, PL, he's going to go down. Does have the buyback at the very least. It's a long fight.
Yeah, PA has to run.
PA is in some trouble now, but Moon is... Oh, he's got the Aeon Disc at the very least. But look at this. Macy has been kited out quite far away. Moon is still barely alive. Macy going for the dive onto him yet again.
Oh, they got both of them.
To turn onto 2. Raven now looking to man fight. Down goes Kowlin. He's going to buy back. Now everyone's buying back. Why not? Raven, he's still looking for crits as MCY will finally retreat up to the high ground, and I can breathe for a second as we're done fighting for now. What happened, Winter?
PA killed everyone.
And they bought back. Everyone
they
bought back.
They saved the Rex, but...
Literally everyone bought back except for PA.
Yeah, PA didn't... she only lost her Aegis. She needs mana. Right now there's a Clarity running on for her, so she's going to be ready to go soon.
It is triple dagger, by the way.
What did she get? Triple dagger, yeah. This is better with the Soulbind.
I agree, right? More chances to crit. Whew, okay. Reset after that one here. Get ready to go again. Roshan, not going to be up quite yet, though. It's gonna be are they even going to wait here?
I think they should go again. They are probably just waiting for maybe just the Omni Knight ultimate, but apart from that, I don't think they have to wait for anything else. In the fights, the PA is just like way too strong right now. They have to use. I think they need to reserve the RP for it. In the last fight, they used the RP on the Omni Knight, which makes sense, you know, because if you don't get the Omni Knight, you're not gonna kill the PA.
No. Luckily, that team fight lasted so damn long that all the ultis are back up for everyone except for this GA, but that's not going to stop Fnatic. In fact, it's not going to stop Raven from killing Rubik yet again. Gem on the deck now is Raven. They're going to be able to get the purge onto him. Oh my goodness, goodbye Clockwork as he makes the jump in. Raven immediately goes in again, and now Bensoy in a lot of trouble. Taunted up, gets the Ghost Scepter off at the very least. But where is MCY? That's the true question now. Oh, the Skewer not going to catch anyone. There's going to be the 6-dagger combo, and there's a kill for Raven. One of them found its mark onto Bensoy. That's 3 heroes dead without buyback now, but Fnatic, they're going to go back for the structures now. Ooh, is this it for a droid?
Yeah, this Raven PA is just way too powerful right now. He's gotten to the point. It's not just talking, you know, oh, if I get to my level 25,
no, yeah, we're there. I mean, mana will be burned yet again, making it a bit more annoying for Raven, but he's just poking in and out of these fights to perfection. Kiting out the players.
Yeah, and he understands that Rubik is a huge target that he needs to eliminate right away.
He's been the first jump 3 times in a row.
Yeah. The early fights, the Rubik was doing so much, stealing spells from the Omni Knight, from the Grimstroke, but the last couple of fights, no, just every time the first one down.
Yep. And everyone just protecting Raven here. They know what the win condition is. Their newest player on the team. I heard an Abyssal Blade and the hookshot now onto 2. RP could come out here, but there's going to be a mini stun out from Mac. There's the flashbang RP. They actually have caught Raven momentarily, and now Kowlin will go down, but Raven still right-clicking here, as well as with the Battle Fury Cleave. Boomy alive yet again, but Mac in some trouble. Out from Moon. He gets the Orchid and the kill to follow up. Dead for 2 minutes. Down goes the Rubik as well, as Raven will make the jump onto him again. DJ will fall, but MCY is continuing. He's gone on for the backline support. It's going to be a 3v2 in favor of a droid, but Raven is just so strong. Nothing to cancel the BKB TP away, and that should be that. But the droid, they will hold on for now.
I was surprised that he actually ran away. I thought he was going to stay and man fight them. There was no RP. There's actually nothing to stop him.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't at least fight a bit longer with the BKB.
Yeah, but this is what you want to see as a carry. He's safe. He doesn't take any risks.
He goes, hey guys, I know I'm basically doing all the damage here, but I'm still going to wait for you. Hook shot onto Moon.
I mean, it's a very good like a habit to have.
It is. I meme, of course. They want the ultimate safety. Fnatic have already lost 1 game against the Divine Rapier. Or was that Geek Fam? That was Geek Fam. They probably saw that game, though. They don't want to lose it that way.
No, now they have a Rapier.
Now they have a Rapier, though. All right.
Buy me a Vlad's, please, somebody.
I mean, he just 2-hit the Ancients there.
Somebody buy me Vlad's.
Buy me items here. Yep, there's the Vlad's being queued up by Earth Spirits, as requested for the Queen. Phantom Assassin. It's going to be a bit of a longer road here, much to the dismay of Adroit. They don't have Mac, though, so honestly, they don't really do it too quickly here. PL famously not great against Roshan. In some scenarios, he literally didn't do anything to Roshan. I think at least Illusions do like maybe 25% damage, but they used to just despawn immediately.
Two of them are running against running against the 4
The
heroes.
wrap around Raven
Here comes
plus
my
one
rapier.
Moon kills the Rapier, and there we go. CML is going to be the first to taste the blade of Raven, of that Divine Rapier. What the heck? Where is MCY going? He's going right to man-fight Raven. He actually gets mini-bashed out from the dagger, and now Boomy with the Ghost Scepter jabs is going to be able to cut him down.
Dead.
The missile, right, the rolling boulder, not going to hit on one, but MCY trying to at least man-fight as Raven pops his BKB, still trying to man-fight this one. There's the dagger we're looking for, and the cleave as well. Ghost Sceptered out, will be jabbed as MCY is going to be chased down and killed, dead for 2 minutes. Fnatic looks like they're going to be claiming the 2-0 victory here and moving into tie for first place here in Group A, the group of death, Winter. They are doing it.
Yeah, Raven just spot on both games, you know, playing that hard carry, putting his team on his shoulders and just making no mistake in both games. I think he has 0 death in both games.
Yeah, that's incredible, right? I mean, how many times do you see that not dying across the series? He's like, guys, can we let's be real here. Let's get out of here. BL dead for 90, no buyback, 3v5. We do have the RP, so it's not over until it's over. But Moon looking to try and finish this one off a bit early. Good silence onto him. Doesn't have that Aeon disc, and it will proc. Uh-oh. 6 dagger time. 6 daggers. Oh, the artillery shell's not going to find a kill here. And the Ghost Scepter onto 2, actually. He's going to save the life of 1. Howlin forced to roll out of the pit there. You need vision for the daggers to bounce, but they still have gotten the kill into 1. Still a 3v5 now with the Rubik respawning, but no Venomancer. He's already expended the ulti anyway. A little bit of a casual bash there onto CML. Didn't even crit, by the way. Nearly got 1 shot, but Raven has already killed the buildings. Good Abyssal Blade, though, on return onto Mac. The reaction time, BKB popped as well, but they will get at least off a little bit more control and damage. Not before CML dies, though. And Fnatic, they just jump immediately onto the exposed backliners. GG is dropped. Fnatic take the 2-0 win.
Yeah, just clinical display from Raven, how to play carry 101.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't like the items on the Void Spray and Omni-Knight, but it didn't matter, you know, the PA was just able to do it alone.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is going to be that match, the 2-0 off the back of Raven. Good itemizations, good space creation, but that's not it for us, guys. We still have our panel to break down that game for you, as well as a very hype next series. It's going to be Make That Boom Esports versus TNC for the lead of Group A. We'll be right back with that.
sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. You got a voice, then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you want it to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me.
Another Rapier, another victory here for Fnatic at ESL 1 Thailand. They're able to clean it out 2-0 here, and now we move into our Game Fuel post-match from me and my panel. Able to break that stuff down for you guys and give you guys all our knowledge here. Danog, Poglet, boys, welcome back here. 2-0. My prediction, man, my prediction.
Cop that L. Cop that
I'm
L.
fast catching up to the
dregs at the bottom of the
Yeah,
table.
you are.
I was going to say the smallest brain on the panel, but
We'll take it. They're all synonyms, essentially. But yeah, Fnatic, they were looking a little shaky in that one. Or honestly, no, not that. Adroit were looking a lot stronger than we've seen them all throughout this series. Just a couple of misplays. We saw that godly hook shot come through from CML, calculated 100%.
Yeah.
Although it was followed up with a little bit more shaky one into the back of a few PL illusions. But I think there was some solid play all around. It just gets to that tipping point where PA is way too strong to take down.
yeah, I think the double damage runes. We talked about it off stream. Are action runes too OP? Because we
out.
saw that DD rune and he just straight two-shot two players. And it wasn't like he had the rapier yet. This was before that. And he was still just insta-killing cores, supports, all of them. Didn't matter.
Just need that direct line to Ice Frog and then you're set.
Oh,
All right, Ice Frog, mate. Yeah. We're 20k behind. Yep.
I've got the rapier.
Yeah, I got the rapier. Yep. Oh, DD rune, it's bottom. All right, cool. Yeah, head there.
Cheers, mate.
And then Fnatic get the victory. But it's also something else we need to touch on is this Phantom Assassin hero. I wasn't expecting coming into ESL 1 Thailand that this hero is going to be picked as much as it has been. And it's looked extremely strong for a lot of these teams. You just put this team behind it where you go, okay, we're just going to send our PR on the front lines, and if they can't deal with her, then she's going to kill everything.
I think it fits sort of the same kind of style that you see other teams play the Spectre with the Omni Knight, because you want to be the one that goes in first, right? You've got that great burst potential. You can catch, especially supports, by surprise when you hit that stifling dagger onto them. You got to get super lucky. You saw they had to buy on Adroit Ghost Scepters on 3 of their heroes, and their pause 3, 4, and 5, just so that they could survive the early parts of these team fights. But the great thing about PA is your cooldowns are basically non-existent. So you just go around, start hitting someone else, burn their cooldown, and then rinse and repeat.
Yeah, I mean, I played this recently in a pub. If I can win with PA in a pub as the carry, which is a worry, this hero is a bit too strong right now. And obviously we talked about Heavenly Grace being quite strong. We got to talk about Jabs and DJ as well. They were really enabling him. Fantastic stuns, fantastic presence of mind in the team fights to know where to be, to make sure Raver could actually bail out of these team fights and set him up for it.
Yeah, and you saw throughout the game, they changed up who they were using the Inkswell onto. Earlier on it was Jabs, because he was the one that had to initiate these team fights. He had to soak up that early little bits of damage, get rid of the cooldowns, and then eventually, once Raven reached that critical mass, you were just happy to toss it onto him. He jumps in. You might even get stunned up before you can get the Ghost Scepter off, and that's going to be enough to clean you up.
Yeah, I mean, you can see here, there's a 15k net worth almost between Raven and the next player. He was a chonky boy. It wasn't just the rapier. He just had another item on top of that to really overpower MCY's PL.
Looking pretty thick, and then as well with the Omni Knight as well, we obviously get the status resistance with that, eventually picking up the Satanic, timing it perfectly, by the way, is when his Aegis was reclaimed, and even if you got RP'd, it didn't really matter all that much. You can see Mac was trying to go a form of right-click build, getting, of course, the AC. I think he might have been building up into a Divine Rapier of his own, but it's just not going to be enough to take down this PL when you've got all this support behind you.
Yeah, it really just did feel like it got to a point where they just didn't have enough damage to kill the PA no matter what they threw at her. Burned all her mana, didn't really matter. She always had Satanic, always had that Abyssal Blade to play around, but I don't know, man. Like, this Phantom Assassin here is looking pretty strong coming in here, heading towards playoffs. Is there much that these teams can do against this hero? Do you just have to run it over early or just, you know, try and pick a few more counters?
I've got the solution.
All right.
No.
No.
He already knows.
I don't want to hear the Bloodseeker.
I'm just going to say it until I see a counter. Pick the Bloodseeker.
Why
Rupture
is
him.
Bloodseeker a counter to the PA?
You rupture him, he jumps, that's it. And plus, the pure damage is really good. You don't have to actually worry about hitting him. I don't think it's going to be great, but it could do something, and that's all that matters.
I mean, what if Rapier is the counter to PA? We saw how effective she is with it. You got that 100% hit rate.
That's true, and having a look at Raven's stats here, man didn't die.
Nope.
19, 0, and 15. That boy was huge. 90%, almost 90% kill participation. He was a monster this game, and you could tell that he had to put his team on his back because it looked like Fnatic were potentially going to lose that game. They almost lost 2 lanes of racks, but Raven got that BKB and goes, I'm ready to fight, boys, and that was it.
They even didn't have... Who was it? They might have been Raven that they didn't have at that start of that team fight when they were going the mid tier 3 onto the high ground. You have Jabs initiating, just being insane, essentially, hoping that we're going to be able to pick off one of these supports before they can get off these key abilities, and they were able to do it. You know, it's that sort of clutch where you're going in and taking the enemy by surprise, doing something a little bit unexpected.
Yeah, it's just awkward to see as well because you see Jabs jumping in and you're scared. You're scared. Where's Raven? Where is he? Who's he going to jump on? I can't really commit my Ghost Scepter here. I can't really commit this spell here because Raven is going to be that big bad wolf that comes in and cleans up the fight. And it worked really well, especially because you talked about they put Inkspell on different players here and there just to switch it up, change how they reacted. And it seemed to just really put a droid off guard. Like every fight seemed awkward for them. They didn't know when to engage. It was just a fantastic play, honestly, from Fnatic to do that.
It's so weird seeing heroes as well picked up in a draft where you just fulfill one purpose. And it felt like Forever was a purification bot as well as the Heavenly Grace. It's just like, keep throwing that Heavenly Grace up onto Raven and you'll be fine.
It didn't even feel like he was using the Purification or the Guardian Angel, to tell you the truth. All I saw was Heavenly Grace, and then Raven would be 2,000 units away. Just completely fine with the status resist like we talked about on Satanic as well. It was just too hard to overcome. It's so much health regen, so much health, so much debuff duration removal.
And you could see a couple of times, I think MCY tried to do it towards the end of that game, and I liked that he tried something different, but he was going on the Fnatic backlines, and he did clean up a few of their heroes, but the difference is, PL's damage comes through a lot slower than PA's. You know, PA deleted. There's nothing that you can do about it, and so you're always going to have the numbers advantage going into the latter stages of the team fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's a death by a thousand's cut versus one big old sword, one swing, one hit, one death.
Yeah, and that's what we saw in a few of those team fights, right? As you said, Matt, MCY, he was getting these pickoffs on Jabs and DJ towards the back line there, but at that point, Raven had already cut down 3 of his hit errors, and then it was MCY, and he was just standing there with Mac, just being like, what are we supposed to do against this Phantom Assassin, guys? All right, she's going to kill us all. All right, we're all dead, and then they all have to buy back. There was a point there, you know, when all those buybacks coming through when Raven was stuck inside of the base, I thought that could have been a point there for a droid to turn it back around and get, you know, a big kill onto Raven, start their snowball back in their own way, but man, Fnatic played perfectly well around this Raven Pier.
Satanic coming at the perfect time just to make sure that those lockdowns weren't there for too long, popping it alongside the BKB and the Heavenly Grace so that you had a solid 10 seconds where there was nothing they could do against you. And 10 seconds for a PA is an eternity.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, with that buyback status, we saw there was 9 buybacks used in one fight, and Raven was the sole boy. He didn't actually have a buyback anyway because he just bought a Satanic, but literally no, it was a page of red. And it's so awkward, like Satanic BKB doing so much work. It showed how much faith he had as well in just that play style not dying.
Yeah, I think that was the case where MCY might have done it one team fight a little too late, where he finally decided to go on the back lines. Because if you clean up for Ev, for example, you don't have that Heavenly Grace. You can get the full duration RP off onto the PA that you need to be able to burst him down and hopefully come back into the games with that Divine Rapier pickup.
All right, boys, going a little bit further deeper now here. Fnatic now, they are 3-1 in their group. Adroit are now
1-3.
1-3 right now. So this is where it starts getting bad for them, because Motivate now are 2-2. Yes.
Yeah.
And now Adroit are 1-3.
They have to win.
So they have to win, and then
But if they do win, they will qualify.
That is true, because they'll win the head-to-head here. But now it's also good for this final series with Boom going up against TNC. If TNC are able to get that win, puts all three of them on 3-1, and that means that we'll have a triple tiebreaker for the first 3 going in there, and that's when a few head-to-heads and a few other things from League Ops that they'll be able to get that done. But this is where Fnatic are sitting there just, you know, with their like
biding their
they're just like,
time.
come on, Boom, we really need you guys to win this series up against TNC.
Yeah, well, if they win, they guarantee themselves upper bracket. It's not certain as to whether they would be first or second, but you're guaranteed upper bracket if you beat TNC if you're on Boom.
So these series are really, really important. And this is what we touched on at the start of the day, right, Pogler, is the fact that every single one of these series have implications as they go on.
Yeah, of the 6 teams, the least pressure was on Adroit, and obviously they played pretty well. They didn't perform enough to win. But next series was the high-pressure environment. We talked about how awkward it's going to be if you drop into that lower bracket as this top 3 team. You don't want to be the one left out. And right now, everyone has shown a bit of shakiness here and there. Like, they've shown a few strats that they aren't comfortable with, even when they win these series. Boom, for instance, dropping games to Team Trust. You would view that as an anomaly, but it just showed that they can't deal with this 1v5 man mode rapier gameplay. And that's becoming so apparent in this tournament. Everyone's just like buying a rapier.
Rapiers are too strong. They're too strong, guys, but we'll have to wait and see whether or not a rapier will play a factor in our 3rd series of today. We're going to go to a short break. On the other side of this, we have our 2 juggernauts from Group A going head-to-head. Boom Esports taking on TNC. We'll see you after this.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th gen Intel Core processors, and bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
Much like Admiral Conquer, I am here to steer the ship for you guys one more time into our third series of tonight for ESL 1 Thailand. Day 10. It is the fourth round here for our group stage of Group A, and we have a banger of a match ready for you guys. Boom Esports taking TNC on in a best-of-3 series. Winner basically secures the top of their group. Loser gets sad. Danog, Poglet.
I was well and truly ready to roast you for the Conqueror fight, and then you just get sad. I just can't hold it anymore.
I mean, he's not wrong. He's not wrong, right?
Yeah, they just get sad. It's not like they lose out too much, but it's more the fact if TNC lose this, then they're real sad. But if Boom lose this, they're
kind of sad. Yeah,
they're kind of sad.
How did I get roasted for saying a team just needs to win, and you're just saying a team just gets sad for losing?
Because unlike you, Poglet, I've actually had some magical moments on the panel. So, you win some, you lose some, right?
When were these moments?
Yeah, can we get
a replay
right
of them? No. Oh, there's none. Oh, I see. No, it's not the worst thing if Boom lose. They're still going to be 3-1, right? With TNC though, that's actually super important because the head-to-head start to come into the equation, and they lost against Fnatic, so it's very important that they do have that advantage against someone like Boom, because that might even create a three-way tie up at the top there eventually with the last game that they'll all have to play.
Does Fnatic have to play against Boom?
I think they might actually.
Okay,
no,
so
you're right.
Yeah, that's where that last series would be very three-way tie, some love triangles happening between Boom, TNC, and Fnatic. But this series nonetheless is going to be exciting, whether or not Boom wins or whether or not TNC wins. I'm just really hoping that we get 3 maps out of this.
Me too. And we saw some innovation come out from that previous series, not so much from Adroit, but Fnatic going back to the Omni Knight. They feel like it works and trying something a little bit different, but we've seen from Boom as well as TNC, they're not too afraid to play their own style as well. We've seen the High Darkseer, we've seen Dreamercell play the Carry Wisp, we've seen Ricky, even though it didn't work too well for Dreamercell, and then on TNC side, it's a bit less drastic, I suppose, but you've got March who plays that Venomancer, KP's the only one that's picked up the Brewmaster, so some new things coming through, and I'm excited to see if they show their face this time around.
Yeah, I mean, I roasted the Omni Knight pick, and I'm glad it was wrong because it showed there is a way this hero is playable. And I'm hoping that these two teams have something like that. I don't have to have anything too ridiculous. You said Ricky, you said Brewmaster. I wouldn't mind seeing them run it back. Something similar. I love Brewmaster as a hero right now, and if KP is the only one champion in that cause, I will live with that because he's our boy.
We'll see whether or not he can get something done here in this series, right? We do lean on KP sometimes with this TNC roster to play that very stable aura hero, that team fighter heroes like, your Legion Commander, your Brewmaster. He's played all those heroes before, and even Underlord every so often. Omni is one of those
Call
big
it what
ones.
it is. He is suicidal for his team. He will jump in first into a stupid position and say, hey guys, kill me, and then rely on the rest of his team, because there is such a level of trust there across TNC that they will back him up, and more often than not, it works out for him.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you have a team that's been playing together for a decent level of time, a lot of these new teams coming in have recently formed, new subs, new this, new that, but TNC have played together for quite some time. They're quite comfortable with each other, and it shows that we're talking about KP jumping in headlong. He trusts Tims as well in lane. A lot of the time, Tims ends up more farmed than KP, and there's just complete trust there. They understand sometimes it's a give and take, sometimes it's a all-in on Tims, and he takes it like a champ, honestly. He's really comfortable with it.
Well, I mean, we saw in that previous game, right, with Forev playing the Omni Knight, where you could have essentially just taken Heavenly Grace and put that on any other hero, and that would have been their strategy. That was what they were playing around. Sure, it was nice that you're a strength hero and you're inherently tanky and yada, 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 but that was what it was playing for. It was a selfless game style. They made it work. It took them a little bit. They had to lose a Rax and nearly 2, but still, it worked for their style. So I think that's where we're seeing the really successful teams, where they come into it with a set strategy that still respects the opponents and their drafting style. And I think that's going to be how this is taken out between Boom and TNC.
Yeah, well, on the other side of that, Boom is a team that has shown a variety of drafts for this ESL 1 tournament. There was some situations where DreamCell was playing an IO, where they were playing Makoto on these hard carries like Shadowfiend and Gyrocopter and stuff like that. And they've also gone to situations where they're using DreamCell as their hard carry. You can see here playing the Drow Ranger into a game up against a Clinks. A little bit different for him, but they have a lot of these drafts in their back pocket. I think another thing for us to note is FBZ plays a much different offlane than what KP does, right? He plays these like Nature's Prophet, a little bit more farm style. He goes Beastmaster and all these kinds of heroes that allow them to play a little bit more faster. And, you know, we can see it in these replays, the fact that Makoto and DreamCell both are their win conditions.
Yeah, it depends on what the draft style is that they're going for. Probably the only overlap between for offlane KP and FBZ is the Doom, and I guess kind of the Nature's Prophet, although we've seen that hero hasn't been super successful so far at ESL 1 Thailand. So I think, you know, that could be one of the real linchpins, because I don't really see DreamCell and Gabby having too many heroes that overlap. I feel like you can just go with your own carry style there. Makoto, again, he plays it a very different way to Armel, so yeah, I think we need to be focusing on that offlane first and foremost.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about the offlane, we also have to talk about the pos-4s, Hyde and obviously Tim's. We talk about Tim's and Runner ad nauseum, but we never really talk about Hyde's draft that much. He always plays a very solid, stock standard gameplay. You don't see anything too flashy, nothing too sour in these games. And I think that offlane, like you said, those combos, the 3-4, is so crucial in these games, because without Tim's going off or without Hyde having that solid backing, they will lose that lane. And I think, like we've said so many times before, offlane is going to be the winning matchup and the winning play style for these two teams.
Yeah, I completely agree. So, I mean, the thing that really is the difference maker to me is that when Tim's gets farm, it's because he's participating in kills. When Hyde gets farm, it's because he's playing this greedier style, you know, Darkseer that gets stacks made for him, Doom that goes into the jungle for a little bit, maxes a few more points in Devour than you might normally. So it's a bit of a clashing style, but it's been working for both of them thus far.
Yeah, I also wouldn't mind to see him get something. I know it's been nerfed recently, but I think Tiny is still incredibly strong. I think Hyde is a very good Tiny player. These last few drafts, I mean, I can already see now once it comes back up, they're probably going to ban it straight off the bat.
The Tiny?
Yeah.
And I think the Wisp is probably going to be one of the higher priorities there as well. Obviously, we've seen DreamCell play it super well. March picks it up a fair amount too. So from both sides, they're realizing the strength of the hero. It means that you can, for example, like we saw potentially with the Shadowfiend in the previous series, if he had a Wisp alongside him, that would have been much more devastating.
Yeah, speaking of strong heroes as well, Chen. I'm not sure if either of these teams are going to pick up Chen, but obviously I would give it to Boom first. I think they are much better on KezQ.
Well.
I would like to see them run that style for game one. I think when they play this Chen style draft, even if they don't really commit all into that death ball push, I think that's better for Boom. They look much more solid, understanding KezQ's play style, understanding how to be around these Chen creeps and really commit to these big all-in team fights.
One of the heroes that I haven't really seen picked up as much as I thought it would be coming into ESL 1 Thailand is the Tusk. We've seen a lot of Earth Spirit, we've seen a lot of the Clockwork, but not so much of Ymir, the Tusk, coming through. And
Tusky Dusky.
Tusky Dusky. It's one of KezQ's heroes, you know, similar to the way that the Clockwork is played, that a lot of teams have been running, you know, that you pick this perhaps squishier position 1 hero that you need the clock to move forward and create a ton of space with. But Tusk fulfills a very similar role, and you've got that big save for team fights as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure why either, because coming into this tournament, Tusk was picked obviously in a lot of qualifiers and prior tournaments. So it feels like all of a sudden they just don't like that hero, despite the fact tag team is very good for this playstyle with very carry-centric playstyle. It's a good save with Blink Dagger, like you said, and it's another aura style hero. So you can obviously Solar Crest, you can Vessel, but then you can just go Pipe, Blink, Crimson, whatever you want. And that hero is still playable because you rotate so much with Snowball. I can't even tell you why it's not playable. That's
Do we
the
just
weird
think
part.
the other the other heroes that are played in the 4 and the 5 are just stronger? Like we always see Clockwork, we always see Tree, we always see Phoenix, we always see these Rubiks.
I think those are perfectly strong. Another hero that I'm actually a little surprised has got so much love is the Snapfire. We've seen Boom Esports play it perfectly well. We've seen Neon, they tend to favor it a fair amount too. And even Sparking Arrow. So it's one of those cross-region heroes that there's just a lot of strengths to it, but you've got to make sure that the draft works around it.
Yeah, I mean, all jokes aside, they're probably just missing Grandma's cooking.
True.
And they've picked up Snapfire because of it. But that hero also works very well with this Void mag style, in my eyes. It's not just because the hero itself is strong. The hero combinations are very simple. Clock, Snapfire, we've seen that first phased, I want to say about 10 times, 12 times this tournament alone. It's just so easy to execute. And that makes Snapfire playable if you have that +1 to enable her.
We haven't seen any new heroes today, right? As opposed to previous. I know
Omni
yesterday we were seeing
was
things
one.
like we had one
We've
previous
seen Omni before.
on Forever in a losing game. Leshrac was the last new hero that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I think so. I think
And
you're
from
correct.
that point, there were 28 heroes that hadn't been picked thus far.
That's quite a lot for an actual tournament that usually it gets up to about 85, 90. We still have playoffs though. Playoffs is where you bring out those main picks.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think I've seen a Broodmother that I've casted a game quite yet. I'm glad I haven't seen a Broodmother, but those kind of cheesy last picks, they usually tally up quite quickly, and that's a huge portion of the unpicked heroes.
Yeah, because I remember I was in the green room the other day when we were talking about these unpicked heroes and we were rattling through them, and some of them were actually, just being like, wow, we actually haven't seen these heroes, Bane and stuff like that. A hero that I thought was going to be picked a little bit more. Just having that BKB piercing lockdown is always nice. Good setup for Marana and some of these other fours.
I think the real issue is that so many heroes are mobile this patch, or at least the meta revolves around that. Heroes moving around so much that Bane can never really be in a safe position to cast off a lot of these abilities. But very, very standard coming across from both teams here.
Yeah, I mean, you say standard and mobility. 3 of those heroes are ridiculously mobile. Void, Phoenix, Clock, all incredibly mobile. I mean, Veno's...
He reduces it. That's
It's the KP Classic, dude. He just sits in a lane, gets some auras and stuff. But before we get a little bit deeper into this, I do want to point out that TNC are playing with a stand-in.
Ooh.
Armel is unfortunately not playing for them in this first game. They do have a replacement in Bob from Team Vice. So that'll be a big indicator here for TNC going into this first game, whether or not that they change their playstyle.
Just game 1 or the whole series?
Whole series just got confirmed.
Oh boy.
So they don't have RML for one of their biggest series here for the group stages.
That's super important, actually.
I mean, if Boom take this L now, it's really worrying. Like, obviously, if they lost TNC, everyone would understand. TNC are, I would argue, a top 4, maybe top 5, including both group stages. They are a very solid team.
Yes.
When they're full strength.
When they're full strength.
If they now lose with the sub, I mean, Bob is not a bad player, but having that team synergy, we've talked about it so much. These subbed players are looking very awkward in their first games more often than not. And having a sub come in this late in the tournament for one series only is...
Well, you hope one
make or
series.
break.
Hopefully it's nothing too serious with Armel. We're not 100% sure just yet, but it comes back to the point of how exactly are TNC going to go about this, right? Harkening back to, I think it was like 2013 when Excalibur was playing on Fnatic. They made sure to pick his heroes, make sure he had a fantastic time. They picked him the Tinker, which wasn't necessarily in the meta. They picked him Broodmother, these style, Meepo, these style of heroes that weren't quite in the meta at that point, but they made it work for him. They were beating the teams of that time, your Na'Vis, your Alliances, those sorts of fashions. But TNC, I get a feeling that they've got a really set structure that they want to play, and they're like, look, it's only one series. We don't want to get out of our groove too much. You need to adhere to how we want to play.
I think that's okay though, because Armel more often than not will be the one that molds around that draft. Like we talk about KP, very set style. Gabby, very set style. Tims will pick Marana almost every game it's available. And
not this one.
As I was about to say, it is banned, so we won't be seeing it second phase. I wouldn't be surprised if they pick him just a really stable hero. Like nothing too flashy.
That's probably what the Void Spirit is, right?
I was going to say Void Spirit. We saw last game, even with questionable items, the hero still looks solid. I don't know what the Echo Saber actually did other than
Saber
stats.
Void Spirit, huh? Who knows?
I wish we got a chance to ask him.
Oh, we'll find a chance. Like
just hit him up on Twitter. Just tweet at him. Moon, what was the
At
Echo
Moon
Saber?
Dota.
I mean, maybe he's
Hopefully
in the
you don't
chat
hit
right
Moon
now.
Meander, But TNC, I think their draft is still super open, right? Like, they're one of the few teams that run this Venomancer in the position 5. We see that March likes to build the Veil on it, so obviously synergizes really well with this Void Spirit. You're going to have a ton of damage early on when these team fights are happening. They could potentially go for more of a pick-off style. I feel like considering the Doom is still in the pool, that's where TNC are going to go with this next, although they don't shy away from giving KP the last pick overall if it is something that they feel is going to suit his game style a little bit more.
I mean, they could just pick Doom and throw it in the mid lane. We're talking about a stable, very easy to execute hero.
Yep.
I feel like anyone in this meta right now has played Doom quite a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But
Tusky.
My boy.
is
he's
it a
here.
curse or a blessing that we didn't shut up about Tusk and then they pick it?
Well, I love the hero. So
The hero is really fun to watch.
If they take
I'm
him
not
out, it's a
sad.
hard curse.
I am not sad at all. Kim's
I'll
Tusky?
blame it on the Sand King. Sorry, the stand-in, not the Sand King.
Oh, okay,
Blame it on the Sand King that's
Sand
not
King's
even in the
coming.
game.
March, Veno, Sand King on KP. Honestly, that sounds like a legit TNC draft in my mind.
Yeah.
What does Boom want to go for, boys? We talked about Makoto and talked about DreamSL both being potential win conditions for Boom. Is there anything that we're leaning towards now?
Can I say Invoker, or is that just cheating?
That's certainly cheating because you saw it.
I like this, though, because with the Tusk, you know what rotations are coming. Like, you definitely know this Tusk is going to be playing the 4. I don't think you want to play at 5 with a 3 Venomancer that is just a bit all over the shop.
Mm-hmm.
So you know how you're going to get ganked right now. So Invoker can just build his style around that. I think he'll go for the Quaswex against Void Spirit and be okay with that.
I'm liking this Faceless Void pick, though. There's no way right now. I think you're going to prioritize basically every single time that pre-BKB, you need to get the Invoker. Post-BKB, you need to get the Phoenix every single time with that Chronosphere. Otherwise, you're going to get interrupted. It's going to be useless. Yes, you can hookshot to disable him for a second, but it's not going to be the game changer.
Yeah, and most likely this clock is going to be a support 4/5. So that hook probably gets Clockwork killed anyway in that Chrono. Especially with the extra levels, you get that half second. I like the Void pick. I think it combos with Tag Team as well.
It does, and you need to make sure that they don't have it available for Boom as well. Obviously, Egg, Chronosphere, fantastic combination through. And they're going to go with the Doom for Boom. So something that FBZ can play. We've seen Hyde play it a couple of times too. So I think it's much more likely to be in this position 3 role. You're going to have an okay time against the Faceless Void. A lot of sustained damage as opposed to burst, and so that Time Walk isn't going to be super value.
Yeah, and the other side of it obviously is against Void Spirit, against Void. Both those heroes like to move around in these team fights, so if you get that ultimate off, not just the Time Walk in lane, but if you get that Doom on them, these mid-game fights are quite awkward. Pre-Satanic on Void, pre-Aeondis/BKB on Void Spirit. That's usually the style people play around.
Even if you just get the Blink stun off with the Centaur creep, right? Like, that's a good form of initiation. Void Spirit, he doesn't have something like... an Ember Remnant where you can just immediately get out. It takes you that split second to cast the Time Walk. So I think if they're on point with the hook shot, follow it up after the cogs with a stun, you're going to be able to burst him down, even just with a Quaswex Invoker maybe going into an urn.
Yeah. I want to see X-Sword Invoker. That's what I want. Give me X-Sword Invoker. Makoto, I know you want to play it, dude.
With Clockwork,
play it.
maybe? Because obviously that used to be the OG brainless strat. You just
cogs
them, Sunstrike, and you can't get out of it. Even if you have quick auto attack speed, you literally can't get out of the cogs in time. You have to hit them twice to get out and then walk out. The Sunstrike always hits you in that 2-second window. But is Exalt the play here? Because you've got what will be a Void Spirit mid most likely, a Tusk ganking you. I feel like that Exalt build's going to get his head whacked in by the Tusk.
Me too, and I also feel like Quaswex needs to enable this Phoenix, which is much more likely in my mind to be played as a 4 as opposed to a 5, so he's going to get that earlier levels. You're going to have Supernova come online a little bit sooner, and so you need that crowd control to make sure that the egg pops and you're able to win these early team fights.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, especially with this Doom not wanting to be able to get Blink straight away. You probably go drums, then 1. But Final Band's out, Spectre, PL, no surprise there. The other side though, they're thinking it's a POS5 March Venomancer. I'm seeing...
Well, he talked about it. He plays it a lot in his pubs.
I think it's going to be a 5 Veno. It could be KP's hero, but that's the thing. We talked about before, TNC like to wait oftentimes to give KP his hero last. He's just so versatile. He can play a wide range of heroes, and it's going to be a Sven for Boom. Okay.
The DreamSL Sven, run it back one more time. The Superman flying through the air.
They don't have a lot to buff him up. They've got Alacrity, and they've got Sunray. That's about it. Everything else is revolving around stunning, locking down for this Sven to auto attack, for this Sven to farm, if anything.
I mean, this might mean that KP chooses to play the Venomancer, right? Sven doesn't love playing into a Veno.
Veno Tusk lane does sound quite cumbersome. The issue would be, what then support do you want to build around here? I don't hate Warlock if they want to go that way, but I also wouldn't hate if they went for a KP, Legion Commander, Brewmaster, something that can tank and initiate, because right now they're really relying on either the chrono to hit 2 people, or they're relying on this Tusk jump walrus punch, which is quite an awkward engagement to trust in.
What do we feel about something like a
TA.
Puck? Okay, they're going to go for the Templar Assassin here. Okay, so it looks like
It's damn good against an Invoker.
it's Bob's hero too that he's going to be playing. So the stand-in is going to be taking what feels like a win condition hero, which is
I mean, it
pretty
could
exciting.
Could be the comfort pick for him. I obviously haven't researched Bob quite nearly enough to talk as an expert, but if you're picking TA last pick, you're definitely comfortable on this hero.
Makoto has the Invoker persona.
Yuck!
Woo! All right, boys, before we start getting into our first game here, where are we sitting here for our predictions?
You're going first this time.
I personally think Boom will win, but I prefer TNC's draft.
Poggle, I need you to just tell me a team.
Boom.
Boom. All right. What about you, Matt?
I'm going to go Boom.
All right, I'm going to go Boom. I'm going to have to go with the Invoker persona. But we are heading into our main event here for day number 10 of ESL 1 Thailand. I'm going to leave it with our casters Seek and Strike and Winter.
We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? Ooh. Yeah, yeah, I see no signals, no signs. Girl, you be tripping, no lies, nah. You said you're not set by. I flew in all the way for this. I'm not here to waste your time. I just can't give you vibes, you changed a bit. Girl, you mad teasing. Can't say why.
Thank you, Fluke and boys. And yes, we're about to get started with our third and final series of the day, TNC Predator. Going to be going up against Boom Esports. Boom Esports currently topping the group here at 3-0, so they'd like to keep their flawless streak going. Winter and Seek and Strike here, bringing you the action. Winter, do you think they can do it, or do you think TNC, under the pressure, even with a stand-in, could get the job done?
Yeah, it's going to be tough with a stand-in last minute.
It's
very tough. Not going to lie, man.
Yeah, yeah. And that's why we have you here, to tell the truth, isn't it? Winter, he does not cut the truth. No, especially on such a key hero or a key position like the mid lane. I mean, you see last pick TNC for the TA, and you go, oh, Armel's going to carry them to a victory. No. Armel's not playing today. It's going to be Bob. You said he was on Vice Esports or maybe the Goodfellas earlier, correct?
Yes, Vice. He's from Vice.
Yeah.
Another Pinoy team.
Another Pinoy team. So they just called up a few others. So at least that makes the communication a lot easier, right?
Yeah, at least everyone's speaking. Hey, wait, no, they're speaking English because they have March and KP.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Well, we'll see. Maybe
no pressure.
No pressure, Bob.
Just need to do what Armel does in the game.
Yeah, just play like Armel plays TA. It's really not that hard. Anyone could do it.
Nah, they're probably just gonna tell him, just do you, you know?
Just do you. Yeah, I mean, luckily it's gonna be the PA, right? The real win condition is gonna be on the Faceless Void.
How many times have we seen?
Throwback to 2006, but Tim's is ready for this one. I don't think they're gonna catch him. Dream of Cell. Oh, here comes the boom, and here comes all of
he
them
took
actually
snowball.
at once. He did actually take
What?
snowball
There's nothing
level
to
1.
snowball.
And yeah, I mean, he can snowball to save a little bit of time for himself. Who's the snowball on? So many heroes. Where will it go? But it's going to be eventually first blood for Makoto as the entire boom roster commit for the kill.
That's like sometimes your brain fart moment. You know, you think you're in the jungle. There's camps for you to snowball. Wait, it's 0-minute gank. There's no creeps for me to snowball.
Nope. That's just, he's on autopilot, right?
Yeah.
He's on autopilot. Oh, don't worry, guys. He'll snowball. Snowball what, huh?
No, you're basically screwed in the lane.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal, actually. That is pretty brutal, because now you don't have tag team or the ice shards. So that's going to make this Invoker's game a little bit easier.
You have to pull.
You do.
You just pull the first wave, get your level 2.
It's going to be a nice split for runes here.
First
Wow, yeah, first hit bash.
bash.
Seems about right for Gabby. That's going to be a blessed game for him as we get a quick
He already
pause.
skilled Infernal Blade at level 1.
Interesting.
So because the Devour is actually trash at level 1 right now. So
In the side lanes.
Yeah.
In the side lane specifically, right? Because you need that second level. They've nerfed the regen only by 1, you might say, but it went from 2 to 1, which is a pretty big decrease.
2 to 1 is GG.
Yeah. So you definitely might see a few more points now into the Infernal Blade than before. But yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
You think so?
Yeah.
I think you still start. You start maybe with 1 point in Infernal Blade,
It's
but
so
you
bad,
still want
though.
Devour. At
It's
least
so
level
bad.
2.
I feel like the Valve wants to change. They want to change how the Doom is typically played, at least in the side lanes. I think.
Then what? You max Scorch and Infernal Blade, and you don't have even 1 point in Devour.
I think you save the 1 skill point in Devour. You just have to buy a lot more regen.
1-3-1.
Or you can just eat. You can play like old Doom. Oh no, but you need more points in Devour.
Maybe on the
for that.
side lanes, I think this is viable.
Yeah, I mean, especially, damage over time, right, against a Faceless Void. I mean, specifically this game, right, is particularly strong.
Richie, you're onto something.
Yeah, who knows, right?
So smart.
I'm starting to make sense here. We'll see, though. Bob in the mid lane, let's see how he settles in. Called in pretty last minute as well, as Makoto will hit him with the cold snap. Bob, gotta give him a round of applause for that one, of course. He knows how to play this mid lane
didn't
matchup.
we see that in the game when Moon was playing the Invoker?
We did, yeah, we did. So I wonder how similar a build we'll be seeing here on this Crosswex Invoker. Dan and the boys, we're quite a big fan of it, and I have to concur here, especially against, well, honestly, now that they haven't taken Snowball, or they did take Snowball level 1, it's going to be even harder to gank this
He's
guy.
already pulling the wave anyway, getting his to get his level 2 on the tusk.
He needs it so badly, because otherwise there's no kill potential in this lane. KP already getting quite harassed out early on by the Phoenix Sven lane, and it's not going to be a very fun time.
Alright, so overall, there's a... The Void is going to be... I think the Void's going to be okay against the Doom right now. Since the laning phase has been nerfed a lot for Doombringer. And mid lane's going to be... Usually you would say a TA favorite matchup against Crosswex Invoker because you can last hit better, a lot better than the Invoker.
Invoker, though, he's not going to be at too much risk of a death. With the Crosswex, he's going to have plenty of regen. You can see 19.8 regen with the level 2 orb. So
I mean, look at this. Yes, this is...
It's not close, though.
This is insane for the Invoker.
I mean, do you typically see... I mean, I went to TI once as a spectator, mind you. But you would always see when the players get in the booth, the mid players especially, always warming up the CS practice, right? Do you think maybe, Bob, you just didn't have time to warm up here? Maybe a little bit rusty? They called him in at the 11th hour? Because he's not having a fun time here. 8-1. He's not too bad. Let's not be ridiculous, right? But he's a wave behind 2 minutes in.
This is bad because you're supposed to bully the Invoker at the first, especially a Crosswex Invoker in the first couple of levels, because that's when his damage difference with you is huge, you know?
Yeah.
Like the more levels he gets, he can start to use Tornado, and but you should still have the advantage when you have more points in the refraction. So this is, I think this is like very strange that the Invoker is ahead in terms of CS this early.
Yeah, well, it's not too strange in when you think about it to see Makoto win some matchups he probably shouldn't be, right? He excels under these scenarios when he needs to play well.
Personal skill, pure personal skill.
And there we go. Dreamercell even hitting him with the wow. There we go. As actually the refraction will be burned. That's going to be most of the mana. No break here, though, so still Bob continues to get some of that splash damage in. Good positioning here. Very good positioning. Wow. Nearly getting the kill on the Makoto. Again, it's just so difficult. That's that regen coming into play. That insane regen. Classic Zord Invoker doesn't have the same amount of regen there as Gabby. He's going to be okay for now, but Hyde might have overextended. They have the Venomous Gale. He's menacingly crawling towards March, but that move slow is just way too weak for him to actually make a serious effort. 4-minute rune time is your favorite.
Oh, my favorite is the... actually, you're right.
Yeah,
I wanted to say,
I know you.
I wanted to say catapult
No,
wave.
no. It's the 4-minute rune because of the implications that one has here. And we'll see. No, so far, no one actually making a move towards mid.
Nobody has a bottle, right? I don't know.
No, actually, no one has a bottle, so they don't really care about this one. It's not actually that important in this game. Fair enough.
But still, like if someone gets like a regen or a DD,
no one cares about that one.
No one cares about. Oh, do you mean the illusion?
No.
Unless you have a bottle.
Unless you have a bottle, then you only care for the refill. Bob might even just deny it or maybe send an illusion somewhere. We'll see what's it.
Stack. Use it to stack, man.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. And that's why I'm not a pro player, right? I think that right there. That's the reason. Among many other ones, I'm sure. But so far, pretty quiet start here. Of course, besides that, Smoke gank at level 0 or minute 0 for the kill. Easy, they're looking for a bash. Gabby got one primed. There we go.
Standing the creep
Locked
wave,
and
March.
loading. He's gonna get the kill. March over in the creep wave is gonna live. He listened. He heeded the advice. And they're gonna get 2 kills for free. He just fed.
What,
It's
he
okay.
just fed?
Yeah, March, he's just...
I think it's fine. He wants to die and be the courier.
He's got barely... Yeah, he doesn't want to use the clarity yet. He wants to come back, be the courier, like you said. Come back, full HP regen. You got all your spells.
3
you're good to go.
runes for Radiant. That should be. You got 3 runes.
It appears to be that way. Look at how deep that Boom Esports Observer Ward is, though, right there. Interesting one. They must have dropped that.
Yeah, against a
0.
No, against a TA. They want to see the entrance.
They want to keep an eye on the stacks. As there's the courier.
Wait, how is the Invoker still winning?
I mean, they've called March over. March recognizes something's not right here in the mid lane, and they will rotate one over. But Tide, he's got an idea of what's going on. He's going to also just show himself in the mid lane, let it be known. He's not all that bad here. So this is going to free up some space for the Doom, though. Unless we get incredibly lucky, as well, not for long, as March will be rotating back. They might try and make a play. No, maybe? No.
Nah, they have to deal with the catapult wave first, then maybe you'll see the Quaswax Invoker making a move. TA is not going to make a move. And Void can only make a move when you have ulti. So it's going to be quite passive until we have the Invoker moving soon. 6-minute rune. Should be... There should be no one still has a bottle, right? Yeah, nobody's gonna get a bottle in this matchup.
No.
TA is gonna use the reflection to help him farm. Invoker's gonna start to consider rotating. He has Urn and Boots completed.
Needs to get those first 2 charges. Those are always the hardest ones.
Way
Oh, a lot of stacks for Boom, but they have been scouted by TNC.
Top.
There's a Radiant Observer.
Yeah, he could
ward.
come top to secure the stacks for the Sven if he wants to. Bot lane is difficult to kill unless Doom has ulti.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, top lane is going to be where it's at for now. KP level 5 here already, actually.
Someone's TPing top. Oh no, it's the clockwork.
Show 3 heroes top lane then. It's going to allow Doom to continue to get a little bit aggressive about him, but let's keep our eyes top lane as guy's cute. He's going to go for the kill now. Dreamcell starting off with the Storm Hammer. Here comes the Doom, 3 of them this time, and again, KP, or rather Tim's in a really bad spot. They get that final little cleave damage, but it's going to be Hyde actually securing the kill with the Rocket Flare. Kescu getting ran down by KP though. Still the shield keeping him alive, hiding behind the creep wave. Another Storm Hammer. The Dissemblate is going to be a defensive one, and Hyde's not going to be able to catch up to him.
Yeah, good moves there by Hyde, getting that 1 kill. Gonna free up some space, and was that solo?
That was a
kill?
Doom.
The Doom,
That
right?
was the Doom, yeah. We'll keep our eyes top lane for now. They basically just got doomed and ran down, so instead Bob's gonna rotate top lane as well. Hyde is gonna be ticked down. I thought I heard a Sven pop ulti, and he did. Dreamcell trying to finish farming the stack. Unfortunately, he didn't get 2 of the big creeps there, so he's gonna be missing out on a little bit of that efficiency. But he's got plenty of other stacks in the jungle here.
Yeah, and Invoker's here to wait. He's gonna wait for. They're gonna try. They might try for.
They're also
killing.
contesting the stacks here as well in that Boom Esports rather jungle. As Bob at least is gonna be trying to steal experience. They're gonna be splitting some of these, and he's got to back off.
It's not the end of the world. 2 stacks here, 2 stacks there.
2 stacks here, 2 stacks there. Another few stacks
wow.
though. It's kind of a big deal. I mean,
yeah, it's a big deal.
I know what you're saying, but
the
Sven, he's losing a lot of money here, and that is not going to be a big fan. But great job, great ward placement early on from TNC, and a nicely timed rotation out from Bob and Tim's to make this possible.
Yeah, you don't see it often, and the TA is moving.
Yeah, exactly. Makes sense, of course, given the draft, but already we see all of the stacks have been stolen. All your stacks are belong to me. It's Hyde. Gonna be waiting out the snowball. Battery assault still lasting a few more seconds. Ooh,
My own charge.
nice.
Nice.
Job there. Yep. Good job on the ice shards. We'll boot him off to safety. Makoto, yeah, he's still looking for this first earn charge, but it looks like now he's gonna, whatever, I'll just buy a Midas.
Yeah, but so you see right now what TNC is doing. TA is heading to the jungle. They are vacating the lane for the banner to claim some EXP. Void has Chronosphere, so he's also looking to rotate. He's moving towards the mid lane.
But they don't have good damage in the Chrono,
No,
though, is
they
the
don't.
problem.
Yeah, they don't.
Faceless Void, he usually needs a partner.
Oh, when was level 6?
Something like, yeah, but I mean, that's damage over time, right? Which could lead a kill after Chrono, but you're always a little bit scared of the follow-up, right? Because, I mean, you Chrono, what, 3 seconds, and there's already TPs coming to the nearest tower. It's always something to keep in mind. That's why you always see something like Alina or a Lion sometimes. The Snapfire more competitively as well. You'll see it paired with, or even the Phoenix. Our panel mentioned that the Phoenix, possibly the denied thing as well from doing Esports. They have found the TA now. They're going to invade her little gold mine area. Mana completely burned life as well, as there goes Kescue with the Sunray, just to be able to secure that kill, but it's going to be another kill for Hyde.
Yeah, that's very, very crucial.
Oh, another Doom bottom, by the way.
Yeah, the
FBZ.
Tusk TP'd here to claim the XP. Wasn't really able to do much here. It's okay at Doom for support, not the end of the world, but Munch trying to steal a bounty in here.
And again, March, he's continuing to scout stacks, just the intel all around the map. He should be able to actually snag the bounty, so it should be 3 here for TNC yet again, as they will also pick up a kill onto Kescue.
Would it be 4?
It might be 4. There's no hook shot. Hyde is only level 4 here, actually. Oh, the haste rune out from Makoto. It's going to be FBZ, and now, I mean, it's only
my own charge.
No, my earn charge. Yeah, now Makoto's good to go. It's got now 2 in its pocket. A laptop in his back pocket. He's good to go. See, this should be the tier 1 push down though. They might not even need the cart, but that's fine. You already see, yep, getting to work. Our observer already knows. KP getting the job done top lane in response.
So both teams are just doing the exact same thing, but TNC is a little slower to get the tower. And they're gonna try to defend here with the Phoenix. He's level 5.
Level 5, yeah. Gabby's gonna pop the Chrono. He accidentally catches the Void Spirit, but he's like, that's okay, brother. I don't need you, actually, as they did manage to stop the Icarus dodge in his tracks.
For support.
Oh, wow. Big rotation out as they don't want Dreamcell to go down here. FPZ does not have to Doom, but he does have the face suits and the drums. He's going to use both of them now just to get right in front of Tim's. Right-click him down. Support for support. Looks like they decide against defending that tier 1 top. Okay.
Like for Boom, they're gonna try to farm until they have level 6 on. I guess the other support got the book.
Those are the stacks we're looking for.
They need the level 6 on the Phoenix. They need the Doom to be ready again before they fight.
Yes, indeed. Mask of Madness now for Dreamcell, so he's going to be recovering here. Great job. Good control there on actually the greater cleave damage. You can see he's not wasting any of those auto attacks, being as efficient as possible.
So is he actually gonna go blink first on the TA here?
Seems like it, right?
Is this the kind of game where he needs to get a blink and fight early?
I think so. I think Wild Sven is a bit weaker. He's only got a Mask of Madness. Yes, he's got a little bit of lifesteal, but your team is quite strong here. March, with the ulti, you got a Tusk that you just kite out the Sven very well. Doom, whenever it's on cooldown, I think you're going to be going.
Like you said, they don't have really the best follow-up for Chrono. And do you actually want to fight right now when you're against Egg, Doom?
I don't think you need Chrono. I think you keep Gabby out of these fights and just let him farm, do his thing.
You try to go for the Invoker.
Try and go for a few pickoffs here. We haven't yet decided. We don't yet have the Blink Dagger, but
he already has the Blink Dagger.
Oh, okay. Okay, never mind. I lied. I apologize. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty close here in terms of net worth. A 1K lead for Boom Esports. They have 3 cores consecutively in the top 3, but that's going to be changing by the second here.
Invoker's going for Orchid.
Okay.
We saw, who was it that went Midas? Was it Moon? He went after Earn. Yeah, after Earn, he actually went Midas.
He went Midas, and then he went back for actually Medallion Solar Crest.
Yeah, and then he was going back for Exort too after that. Like a hybrid build.
Yeah, I think it's quite normal after you max, I think you max the Wex or the Quas, and then you put more points into the Exort after that. So obviously the Midas pairing nicely with that. Tim's gets a good snowball dodge here. Hyde rotating around, but in the freeze, Bob, this could be a great blink reveal. Instead, he's just going to walk on out to get pushed back by the Pogs. Not once, but also twice, as KP wants to do it as well. It looks so fun. Why not? So they eventually will get the kill onto the Clockwork, however, so they got what they came for.
Yeah, but it was also like 3 heroes for Radiant making that move, you know, and Dire just using 2, and the Sven is like bumming stacks. He's happy. Yasha, Master Magnus going for the
Definitely. But Gabby's doing the same, and the TA wants to get involved.
But it's
in kills.
better for the Sven because you cleave and you farm faster than the Void.
Yes, very
The Void wants to accelerate by getting at least a kill, with the Chrono. And wow, that was it a solo kill? No, it was not a solo kill.
Oh wow, yeah, Bob getting the kill there, barely even caught that one.
Yeah, so right now they have the egg, they have everything up. They just have to wait for Mikoto to be alive in 15 seconds before they look to get something done here. Oh no, he was hitting the tower alone.
The TPs are coming in. They still have the ice shards at the ready, blocking them in. KP and company from behind as well will complete 5 heroes, make that 4 rather into the mid lane to secure the kill on a Dreamacell. Big death
way
there.
too greedy.
Big
Way
death.
too greedy.
I mean, they're not even that far away either, unfortunately. I mean, you last saw them in your triangle.
There's no way you can hit the tower like this.
TNC, smart of them to recognize that and immediately punish that. A little bit of aggression.
Paying the price for it, and right now 15 minutes rune coming up. Sven might be late for the party here, but the tier 1 is the more important prize here for the Radiant team.
We do, but we also have all the ultis up here for Boom Esports, so they could be looking to fight. Oh, and indeed we are. The Doom dropped onto not Armel, but Bob. Supernova on top of that, and with the cold snap, absolutely going nowhere. Bob is now dead. A great hook shot into the cog pushback. Do we have any more stuns for KP? We do not. He's able to
just
stack
run for the
up
runes.
high
Run for the runes.
And March, he's going to get caught. He's going to drop the ulti. Maybe they want to follow this up. There's not really anyone too nearby, though, so I think he's just trying to waste a bit more time. Force the supports back to the fountain to heal up.
Yeah, time to fight. No egg, no Doom. This is when you try to... Don't think they can get Roche. They don't have a Deso.
No, they don't have a
So
Deso yet.
they need to try to finish the tier 1 mid and then see how they play the game from there.
Yeah, so Sven, Dreamacell, not involved in those kills either. So he continues to just farm at his accelerated rate because he's a Sven, but might have done him a bit well to just TP in and maybe at least get some experience, try and get some assist gold there. Wouldn't have really taken too much off his efficiency, but he decides against it and said he's going to sit in the jungle and need to hit some creeps. Well, they got vision though, KP with the Yule Scepter.
Wow,
and
he's
go
just
for the
running
setup.
into enemy territory.
He is, and he's actually scouted by a ward, but he's not scared of him.
You know, if there's no
available.
Doom, how are they going to kill him realistically?
Yeah, they do lack the lockdown, even with the Quas.
He's a very slippery hero.
Oh, just a little bit of a dust of appearance. Why not? Thinking Makoto is nearby, but KB continuing to zone them out. He's going to catch Hyde now with one Ace the Remnant. Good damage here. Hyde still holding on to that hook shot as well. Might he go for it? I don't think so. Gabby, considered maybe stopping there to chrono that little bird, eat some fried chicken for lunch, but he's going to decide against it and back up, continue to farm.
Yeah, they're under vision right now. Daya should be thinking about going on this. Egg should be coming off cooldown soon.
Hook shot, yeah, it's going to catch the Void Spirit. A nice follow-up sung with the hoof stomp, but the damage still not there. The Infernal Blade to be purged off on top. Hyde trying to secure the kill. Dreamacell, he's going to be retreating back to the low ground, as will now
Roche. Is this Roche?
I mean, that KB.
Can they do Roche with
Oh, it's a
this?
DD.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a DD.
Wow, the hook. Okay, nice job there, Makoto. That was a pretty good Sunstrike. That's the second one we've seen today.
Now they know there's a ward there.
Yes, they do. They will know there's a ward there. It's getting pinged out already. March is like, okay, I'm on it.
Easy Roche for them. Tag team plus TA, DD.
It's not too difficult overall. It is going to be the Mask of Bandits build here from Face Void as well. He's opted against the Midas. Just casual Sunstrike for the vision, but oh man, that's tough. Boom Esports looking like they could potentially take a fight there, but they're all going to be respawning a bit too far away and cannot get into the pit in time.
Well, we see a Veil here on March.
March likes going for the Veil. He really does.
He is rich.
Well, I mean, Veil's actually not that expensive. You look at his net worth.
Yeah, but look at his net worth. He's still rich.
Yeah, I mean, compared to position 5, yeah, I guess. But I mean, it's not like all that crazy. It's nothing to write home about. Farming across the line here a little bit will be the Tusk, but that's okay.
But it's okay. It's a support. He's an expendable hero.
Exactly. And now who's looking? Who's pushing the mid lane? It's going to be the off lane Void Spirit. They're looking for more. Actually, Bob has his backup out. He does have backup there with March. Popping the ulti. There's going to be the Supernova. Dreamacell looking for the stun. The hookshot actually will connect onto Bob as March will continue to get right click down. There's going to be some more damage. Bob will get stunned up, and that's going to be Aegis now down. Hyde, does he have the cogs already? A little bit early there on the meatball, but it's not going to matter all that much as the Doom still will get dropped regardless. Icarus dive forward into some fire spirits here potentially. Gabby though, threatening for the chrono. A nice two-man stun there, setting up for Dream as well. He's gonna pop the ulti, looking to fight the silence as well. The Oken from Makoto. Can they possibly get this kill? The damage coming through, and the Cog pushback will secure it. On to Gabby. They force out Bob with the Doom and pick off the cores. Nice control from Boom Esports there. That was beautiful.
Yeah, a bit of a disaster there for TNC when they tried to play aggressive when the Tusk was the initial hero that got picked off in the lane, and Bob was still staying around. I mean, it's hard, you know, you have a stand-in, sometimes you want to back, but communication is slow.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when, like you said, it might be across a few different languages here.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously March speaks great English, so it's not to say he's yelling at them in Korean. They're like, oh, I don't know what he's saying, you know. Not back on the MVP Phoenix days, but again, some of these things, especially when it's a last-minute stand-in, you don't get the time to practice.
Yeah.
And even I imagine one single scrimmage game can really help out quite a bit.
Yeah, it's tough, but it is what it is right now. They have to deal with it, and they still have like good tools, you know, later in the game with the Chronosphere, the Vino Ultimate.
Yeah, the farm here is it's a bit scary though. It's an ominous sign, maybe you might even say. We still have Bob leading, not by much though. Sven continuing to
He's
swap
still
places.
farm. He's still very farm considering everything.
Phoenix just pushing the mid lane as Phoenix is due. Got the ulti back up in 5. Oh, love to see it. Meteor Hammer build. Best item on Phoenix.
Second best item on Phoenix. Midas is the best.
I remember when Radiance used to be built, even on support Phoenix, you'd go Midas Radiance and it was the greediest thing ever.
Yeah, I remember Kuroki built it one game against a PL.
Yeah, it's so good. You just do so much damage. You are the sun. You walk around, and if people even look at you, they burn up. Oh, hook shot. Beautifully catching one into the Sunstrike. The Cog pushback actually messing that one up. Makoto already reporting hide here, but it's not going to matter all that much. Oh, nice actually snowball dodge out from the Supernova stun. Now March is going to get silenced up. Cannot get the ulti off. No longer has the mana. He's going to need to back up a bit. Bob popping traps here, maybe allowing KP to jump in. But
nice poking and prodding.
Exactly. Just
no
a little
egg
bit,
right now.
A little bit of saber rattling. No egg, no Doom is going to be coming off of cooldown here quite shortly, I'd imagine. I don't suspect he used it there. Okay, 14 seconds. There it is. Okay.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you. Indeed.
He put Richie to his place.
He did. He did. He's got that Blink Dagger ready to go as we're going to remain paused here for Boom Esports. Going for that BKB first item on Faceless Void. Maybe he just wants the comfort to farm. Yeah. Surprised he's not going for the full God King build. Echo Saber into Sanjin Yasha.
He's not God King.
I know. We can't keep comparing everyone to him, but you know, sometimes you look at that build and you go, oh, I might try that out.
I'll help you get his contact at the end of the game.
Thank you.
I'll tell him, oh, there's this caster. His name is Richie. He wants your signature. He wants you to add him on Steam so he can follow your games.
Please, I need to spectate all of your games and see what else you're building on these heroes. It's amazing. I mean, we almost saw that for Moon, right? He went for the Echo Saber.
I'll tell him you're his subject. He's your king.
Oh, goodness gracious. Well, we'll see if he adds me back. I would not bet on it. Who knows? Maybe he's got a Twitter. You can follow me.
All right.
There you go.
I'll make sure I'll pass that on to him.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Doom. Oh, I forgot. Halberd now requires a 400 gold recipe.
There you go. Stop buying Halberd, guys.
Stop buying Halberd. Doom says, no, absolutely not. I'm buying it regardless. It's a great item against range carries. Maybe if you make it dispellable, I'll stop buying it. Ice Frog. They're going to be forced.
Yeah, what's the middle ground of this item? Either no one buys it or everyone buys it.
Oh, that's going to be March next. Oh, okay, they hit him with the Cog pushback, but at least this time they still connect onto the Sunstrike. It's a very weak Sunstrike. Whoa, that's the angle already, actually, by Sven. Superman's flying in. Not the ideal reveal, but it's one you'll take. Now the kill onto KP. Hyde actually finding him there.
Was it Doom?
He must have been doomed. Yep, got doomed up. Getting the kill with the Rocket Flare.
Has been killed.
All right, that's the last drums charges here for Doom. And
time to refill the drum charge.
Time to rebuy the drum. TP support, TP mid. Buy me more drums. Drop me drums.
At least their important cause didn't die to Doom. Void's still up, TA is still up. Those are the heroes that are going to be mattering more than the Void Spirit. He's just going to be like a expendable hero here in this game. Like setup, like he's the setup hero with the heals.
You see an offlaner tank a spell that's pretty scary for you right now.
Yeah, especially like Doom, big spell.
You're not too unpleased with that, especially if your carries are still farming, and that is the case. A DD rune though for FBZ. top 10 player in SCA, according to the leaderboards. He's showing it off quite nicely. He's got some good farm, despite the hero being moderately nerfed on the Doom.
It's pretty significant because the laning phase was why Doom was partly so strong.
It really only affects laning. I mean the what's it called? The burn.
The scorch up is like one.
It's 1 second. It's like 70
second.
less damage. Okay,
whatever.
that's fine.
No
one's concerned.
It's like I thought, I need to nerf Doom because everyone's speaking. I'll just nerf him a little bit.
Just nerf him a little bit, not too much there. FBZ with a DD rune. He's still running from Tim's. He's gonna give him the walrus punch. Doom. He's gonna consider turning, but he's not gonna be fast enough to catch him. Or he doesn't want to get kited out. He knows that there's something there, so he blinks off into the trees and he's gonna be out of there. No vision on heroes, and he knows something's coming his way. Chronosphere off cooldown. It's a bit dangerous for him.
He needs to build his own damage item for the chrono because, like you said, right, there's no really good follow-up for the chrono. I mean, the TA can kind of right-click if you get the chrono in the right angle.
Yeah, but TA with the worst auto attack range in the game. Dragonlance. I mean, who knows? there could be a use for it.
When was the last time you seen a Dragonlance?
I saw it. I think I saw Vice Esports build it. It was some SEA team they decided to build it up on TA.
On TA?
Yeah. Well, it's because they had a Viper, so she had to have it. She had to. She counterpicked, of course, but I mean, other than that, your attack range goes back down to 140, which is it's worse than literally all of the melee heroes in the game. It's the worst auto attack range by far. Side blades is, I mean, that's the reason you max the side blades anyway, but free tier 2 tower. Hyde, yeah, hook shot. They are going to connect one. Rune stolen. Hyde, very upset. Hook shot, or rather, the ice shards. They have got the TA. Doomed up as well with the hook stomp. And that is a spicy meatball egg on the back line. So your KP will jump forward, but he's going to immediately be forced to jump on back as March will be jumped by the Superman himself, Dreamacell. It's on strike to try and scout a few more heroes. It looks like they actually had perfect vision there onto one, but it's going to be KP able to escape in the end. Oh, see? FBZ? Oh, it's just a little late.
Yeah, it was bad that the Venom, because the Venom, what was happening was the Venom was taking the outpost and the TA was towards the right, you know. Remember what I tell you about like how you're positioning on the map? The supports needs to be more towards the right, so they are the ones that run into the smoke first.
I like this. The true SCA smoke. You kill 2 of our heroes, we're going to smoke up and fight you immediately after.
We have Chrono.
They do have Chrono, but Winter, where's the damage in a Chrono?
The true SEA smoke is you do this without Chrono.
Where's the damage in a Chrono? KP, do they have the detection? They do. That should set up for the 8th Remnant. Gabby might not even need the Chrono for this one, to be honest. The Walrus Punch will do the trick. But the counter rotations from Boom Esports and Superman, you cannot run from me, KP. Dreamacell
Who is running? Who is running now?
Run away. Gabby pops the BKB. He's got the Chrono. He's looking for it. The Snowball is going to set it up onto one. Bekescu, he is standing just outside here of this Chrono range, looking for the Meteor Hammer. Here it comes, Winter. He catches 3. Winter, he catches 3. And Dreamacell now. He's going to jump in with the Storm Hammer, trying to turn this fight. There's the Chronosphere now. Kescute on the outside. Doesn't actually have the Sunray, but the Chrono damage is not enough. It's a great Chrono, and eventually
it's a
damage done. Bob now trying to jump in with the damage. A Snowball to nuke down Kescute. And after all of this, TNC, they're going to get 4 heroes for their trouble.
Nice one, Rishi. Look at that Meteor Hammer.
Oh my
baiting
God.
our team into that fight.
My bad, boys. My bad. What a beautiful Meteor Hammer, though. You can't deny that.
I care about the results.
A 3-hero Meteor
I care
Hammer.
about what happens.
We gotta get a
after.
replay of that instantly queued up. True moment of brilliance. Mercedes-Benz MVP. I'll plug this one all day, folks.
Stop overcompensating.
That was beautiful. Now, but I mean, what went wrong there? Just a great Chrono. Makoto, he's gonna take another death. That's something that went wrong in that fight. They, yeah, KP's gonna be able to snipe him. But just a great Chrono from Gabby, wasn't it?
Yeah, and on top of that, they didn't have Doom.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. Look at this. Just boom. Okay, that actually might have been
Where was the damage? Where was the damage? And Invoker is dead. Yeah, there's no Invoker. No Invoker, no Doom. Nice.
Yeah, that's great.
Nice Meteor Hammer, then what?
Well,
then what?
it might have been actually FBZ, you know. We might need to see that one again.
Yeah, blame everything but the
No. FBZ,
it wasn't the Meteor Hammer.
Listen. FBZ might have actually gotten a triple man hoof stomp, or not hoof stomp because he's not. He did not consume CK. Instead, he consumed the war stomp instead. But we're gonna chalk it up to the Meteor Hammer here, I would say. I think we can all agree on that one. No, yeah, but they start the fight off without the Invoker.
It was just a bad fight because Invoker died and you didn't have Doom. There was nothing to do with the Meteor Hammer.
No, nothing at all. No, nothing at all. We're just like to pivot off the Meteor Hammer a bit.
Yeah, that's what you get when you work with the same person for 2 weeks. Oh no, 1 week.
Only 1 week. Next week it'll be 2. Next week it'll be 2. You're gonna be coaching your team. They'll be like, Winter, we build meteor hammer. No, never. Bad item.
Yeah, guys, listen to Richie. Richie, Mr. Garcia has a point.
Yep, that's me. Well, I'll see how it's going to go here. Wow, a full Guardian Groove's already on our Tusk is going to make him quite difficult to kill here, and he's going to be able to tank up quite a lot.
Yeah, I like the sustain, you know. When you're playing against Doom, you want all this like mag, hype. Wow, what's
don't worry. Don't worry about it.
We have an AM in the game.
Don't worry about it.
No, okay. I'll worry about the meteor hammer.
Don't worry about this meteor. I think it's a great item. I don't think there's going to be.
Yeah, it's a good item. Like the stats nice, the regen's nice for Phoenix.
Yeah. I mean, obviously the real reason they lost the fight was starting the fight without an Invoker, no ultis available. What are you expecting, right? A great SCA smoke
We're
out from
expecting
TNC.
a good meteor hammer connection.
I
That's
mean,
all we're expecting.
They get it, but there's no Sunray, there's no Icarus side. Phoenix, all of his cooldowns are so long. It's quite dependent on the rebirth there.
Yeah, I mean, I think this game, if you are thinking about the game going long, I feel like you could consider going the Axe and the Dagger against the Chrono.
Yeah, I could see that because that adds another
A save, because you don't have a save.
A save, yeah. And on the side of TNC, that adds another box to check.
We need to kill the bird.
We need to kill the bird, right? Not only because of the supernova, and by the way, Ags adds a few hits to that count, but also because he can just save someone.
Oh, March, the annoying Venomancer.
He's going to pop the smoke, but it's only FBZ smoke that gets popped. Bob could be in some trouble. Hyde, he did not have the vision, actually, as they will be able to blink out just in time. But the hook shot was available. Looks like everyone trying to contest over Roche. Of course, Hyde, his clockwork got nerfed yet again. At the beginning of 7.26, they nerfed him from 10 to 8 seconds.
It's worth. I think the talent exchange was nice. So now you have that 2 extra hit. The cog to extra hit is actually huge.
It's actually really good. We saw that to great effect, I believe, yesterday against the Lycan.
Oh, poor Lycan.
He was just trapped inside. He was just trapped against this clockwork. And then he overclocked and trapped him again. It was hilarious.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, congratulations, you got through the first layer. It's like playing a tower defense game, except you're the thing that's in the tower.
Well, at least the tower defense game is fair. This one, it wasn't fair.
Well, Dota's the best tower defense game, though, let's be honest.
I like, did you play Element TD?
No, I just play balloons. It's the best one, you know. Anyway, TNC.
Oh, that was Roshan, by the way.
they're going to be scouted. Yeah, Roche nearly dunked. So many traps, a lot of control out of the pit as they might be looking to fight. We do have the Chronosphere and the egg available. March, the first to caught his ulti. It might have just got one. Superman now flying in. He's going to be able to blow up March and punish him for that one. Roche is left on maybe 1,000 HP. There's a supernova. That's probably why they're trying to leave the pit for now. Buyback out of both supports, however, is now they know that this is going to be a very crucial moment.
The buyback is more important since he didn't use any spells. The banner doesn't have
is BKB. Ooh, FBZ.
Wow. Okay,
that was take the bait.
That was a miscommunication because the Clockwork was scouting with the rocket flag. He didn't have to commit.
No, he didn't. And now that you're going to know that BKB off cooldown, he walked right through those remnants. Smoking up is going to be TNC.
No egg as well.
They want to go for this. Can they actually Kanish? Oh, nice job there on the remnant. Will interrupt you on the flight over. Hyde. It's got the glimmer cape, but of course they have the dust of detection.
All right, I think that's Roche. How are you going to fight Roche now?
No, you cannot. You only have the Doom. That's about it. You're quite reliant here. Roche on less than 1,000 HP by now. That should be Aegis to Bob. No. Yes. Yes. Oh, maybe they catch. Oh, well, they're going to get a +1 as well on top of that. Kescue getting a little bit too cute, perhaps, trying to push the waves.
Fried chicken?
Well, I mean, fish and chicken? What is that? Surf and turf? Get some surf and turf there.
As long as it's moist.
There we go. Oh my goodness. What is oh, it's okay. Makoto's just being crazy here.
Yeah, so they're gonna have double MKBs up soon.
Yep.
On the T and the Void respectively. Mikoto's desperately gonna need this BKB. And he needs to be very careful about his positioning in the fights though. If he catches, if the Chrono catches him, there's no save for him, and the fight's gonna be very difficult. Like he's a very important hero in the team fights. I feel like they don't even have to Chrono the Sven if they don't want to. They can Chrono the Invoker or the Doom. These are two heroes that are gonna play a pivotal role in the team fights.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, right? Because Dream Assault, his damage is pretty crazy right now, right? Let's not
Yeah, but
underestimate
he doesn't have BKB. The Venom alone can
Yes.
kite him forever.
Exactly. And
So what? You have the Superman stun if you're guild later.
and he can't even. I mean, obviously you can't fly.
And there's a Tusk as well to to punch him or at least to save with the snowball.
That's a good point actually. Let's talk about that, right? You look at the amount of zoning that TNC has right now, or just area of control. March, Tim's, the TA as well with traps, Tusk, even
The small stuns, the annoying spells, the Gale, the Aether Remnant, even the snowball, the punch.
Yeah, absolutely. Even KP to some degree having a little bit of that control with the Yule Scepter. So BKB going to be a necessity
Yeah,
here.
like, you think about the fights. It's
Did he
not
take the true sight talent? Is that what we're seeing here? Wow. You rarely see that hook shot though. We've heard now onto the mid lane. It's going to catch March. Oh, Superman flying on in. They're trying to blow him up. They will be able to do so, but the egg is getting
nice
gone up.
deafening blast.
Good deafening blast indeed. That's going to stop that one right in its tracks. Yule Scepter might save KP, and it looks like it will. Icarus dive forward to try and catch it, but they have now the chrono onto the back line. Doom. He is dead for 70 seconds. No buyback. Bob now pops his own BKB as Superman is going to now pop the ulti, go for the dust. They found the kill there.
Oh, you can't man
still
fight
alive.
him.
As Gabby, he's going to get the cheese off just in the nick of time now. Now trying to turn the Meteor Hammer completely whiffs, and that means the fight is lost for Boom. As there goes Gabby, still trying to man fight, but he's going to be a little bit too weak. The Vessel gets applied a bit late. Good Yule Scepter, nice reaction time as Bob. He's going to get stunned up. Aegis still available. There's going to be the first life down for now. Good Walrus punch to the control. Onto Dream Assault, still not enough. The lifesteal a little bit too high, but out comes the Melt Strike Tornado. Not going to be able to save the life here of the Sven, and it only gets worse from here. Makoto, do they have the detection for him? Yes, they do there. As the Aether Remnant will catch him. The Sunray from above. A very nice deafening blast might save his life, but it will not save him. Four heroes onto the high ground, and they're looking for the +1. The bash into the Icarus dive. They cannot catch a break here. Boom, Esports. They're going to get team wiped in exchange for the Aegis, the cheese,
look at
and
what
a single
happened there.
kill.
Chrono was on Doom, and once Doom was gone, the fight was so difficult for them. So what if your Sven does 10,000 damage? He has no BKB, he has no support, and he can't really kill anyone. Like, he was just like right-clicking. But the Void kind of had the cheese initially when he initiated on the Void. So the Void didn't die there. But, I mean, that's the problem of the Sven here. He's like hindered by too many small spells by the Radiant lineup.
Yep, exactly. Just kited around.
The Aghanims doesn't solve his problem.
It does not. No, that helps you against only one problem here. After he pops the BKB, he might just get gone on immediately. A great hook shot, but it's going to be the Walrus punch through the BKB. Winter thinks it's game. Can Boom Esports continue to fight? There's the Aghanims after, by the way, on KP, silencing up Hyde. And the Aether Runner just drawing back into his
That's
deck.
like 2 lanes at least.
Yeah.
Just a tier 2 bot.
Yep.
2 lanes probably.
It's going to be difficult here. You're not going to have a Doom for another minute. You do have Supernova, or,
this is
or
one by
will
one,
you?
by one,
Yeah, one at a time. Everyone, please take a ticket for the TNC Mama. As down they go for a second time. Makoto though, Dream Assault. I'm gonna kill you on the tip. It's okay. Okay, Snowball.
Right,
just one
lane now. Just one lane.
Just one lane. Gabby though, he might be looking to fight. Pops the Mask of Madness. Dream Assault though, he's gonna pop the ult. Man fighting Gabby here. Then he's gonna get the kill onto him. Gabby a little bit over aggressive. KP might die to the tier 4. Sunstrike is not gonna find him, but will put March on half
duel
HP.
of the carries.
Exactly. They just decide to man fight for really no reason. Gabby was just
That's
willing.
a gladiator battle right there.
That's
No retreat.
No retreat.
Fight to the death.
Absolutely not. Through the BKB as well, he's gonna get the kill. So that turns the game. That went from this is game to 2 lanes of Rax to okay, just go on melee Rax. Very, very quickly. Winter changes his tone, but of course TNC changed the play style there a little bit. Feeling a little bit confident, cocky maybe even at that stage as they dive a bit too
I mean,
far.
everyone's dead. Why not? You see a Phoenix, you want some fried chicken?
From fried chicken, absolutely. KP though, he's gonna be forced to push out this bottom lane as we're gonna get to reset. We got at least one more fight here in Boom Esports, but TNC, they've really just been tap dancing around this Sven.
He's gonna have his BKB soon. Or does he already have it? The last fight? Wait, let's see. I can't remember.
This is the initial dive here. Is it? Yeah, it is. So we're not gonna see anything here. And then the Phoenix responds. He's like, hey, kill me too.
The interesting part is coming soon.
Sven does not have BKB yet. No, Observer is checking over.
Fried chicken.
Yeah, pretty much, right? Doom with the BKB.
Oh no, boy's like, oh no.
Boy's like, what have you done? Sorry, bro, I gotta leave you. Gets the time walk away. What is it? So what is this about here? Dream Assault. A man fight. Tries to man fight him. Bob jumping in, I think, kind of baiting him.
I mean, the game could have ended there.
It could have. It really could have, right? That's the high risk. That's the high risk. That's like the Envy calculation. Oh, kill this guy now. Kill this guy now. He doesn't have buyback. We can win the game. And Envy just feet. And you're like, Envy, what are you doing? Page out of the Jackie Mao playbook, I would say. They're trying to jump Gabby here, though. They do have vision of him. Makoto. BKB still off cooldown, but there's going to be the Doombringer. Oh, no. Oh, they have actually popped the Lincolns properly. And look at the damage, Winter. Just got melted. 90 seconds. Okay.
Pay for your sins.
Exactly. A little bit too aggressive there. Even with the Lincoln Sphere, he gets quite confident, farming quite far ahead. He had the team not too far behind him.
But when he responds, Roche could be up, so they could just secure it, and there's no doom. All is not lost, my friend.
No, not at all. Not one bit here, for sure. Let's see, though. Boom Esports, they still got some fight left in them. They've cut the net worth lead from 11 to 9K now.
It's one step at a time.
One step at a time, baby steps. That's how you get back into the... Or sometimes you just buy Divine Rapier on PA.
Yeah, we're still waiting for the BKB. Very important that he actually gets the BKB.
Yes, incredibly so. He's going to be able to farm his bot lane as Roche get up here through this May of TNC. Tornado just going to be passing through mid lane. Oh my god, FBZ making another jump here quite aggressively. Makoto going to follow suit now, as will Hyde with the hookshot march completely controlled. That's going to be a kill onto him. Nicely done.
Yeah, just taking advantage of the Void being still dead. And March was just a little tad too greedy trying to farm that wave.
KP, he wants this regen though, boys. More specifically, they really don't want this Clockwork to have this regen room. No, no, no. Look at that, they're gonna leave. They're gonna leave the cheese in the mousetrap there. For someone else to maybe fall victim of it, but no, eventually they'll pick it up.
Oh, this Void Spirit is actually a frontliner.
Yes, he's quite tanky.
He has the Witless Shackle and he has like, what, 3.7k HP.
He's not messing around here. Plus 1200 HP. Minus 400 mana, but you know.
You have Lincolns, whatever.
You have Lincolns, you'll be fine. You have a Yules, you're fine. Nearly level 25 here.
Time to get a Shivas.
Roshan, it's gonna be a long one. Another long one here. We've had only long Roshes today, it feels like, Winter.
They're trying to give them a chance to get their Doom back off cooldown.
Indeed. Is that actually...
Roshan says, I want a fair fight.
Oh, the smoke will break. FBZ, though, he's going to dodge out the Walrus Punch. BKB wills it up with the bash. And the Walrus Punch incoming slowly but surely to secure his fate. He's going to at least get off a few more stuns, actually, and the disarm onto one. But here's Gabby. Will certainly secure this kill for his team. Dead for 85 is Doom. Again, Roche still not going to be back up by then, so... Not the biggest. Well, it's a big kill, but
well, they have to check.
We have the knowledge. Well, they don't have to check because there's the rocket flare into Roshan traps as well. But they're going to be TPing right away. Just to try and find anyone. Maybe another +1. Misoli, that would be a nice target. Hook shot. Maybe he's gone a little bit too far. Lincoln Spear has been popped now. He's quite tanky, Winter. But the Meteor Hammer stun into now the disarm. Bob popping into the BKB a little bit too quick. And Gabby as well will follow suit. Trying to get some more damage. And Gabby now looking for damage. He's going to find the kill onto the Clockwork. Phoenix already dead. And Drew Missile, he's been kited out. Into the Chronosphere he goes. Bob able to stand his ground and fight. There's no buyback now on our Sven. And that, my friend, I'm going to say now, it should be the GG push out from TNC.
Oh, thank you for supporting me.
I got you. I got you. This time I'll take, in case they dive a bit too far, I'll take the blame for this one. I got you.
Now there's no buybacks.
Now that there's no buybacks, I think they got it. Now that there's no buybacks and they've already, you know, they got their fun out on the one
fair, Richie. That's not fair.
Well, what can I say? Sometimes life's not fair, but great job there. Boom Esports, they really felt confident about that, but maybe just just underestimating the amount of HP KB really has. He is indeed a frontliner. All that HP,
they dropped all their spells on him. What, Storm Hammer, Hook Shot, but he was at half.
And Meteor Hammer.
It wasn't even close to getting him. Your meme hammer. You like your meme hammer.
It's a really good item. I loved it since they added it into Dota. It was such a bad item. You know what I can't wait? I can't wait for Holy Locket to be good.
And when you can combine Holy Locket and Mech.
Into like Super Guardian Greaves.
I don't know. Something useful.
Yeah, something like that. Maybe a tier 5 item. I actually had an idea for a tier 5 item. It's a good one, but I don't know what it was.
Keep it in your dreams, man.
I'll keep it in my dreams. It might have been in a dream. Sometimes you ever dream about Dota?
Invisibility.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I dream about my fish.
There's Jiro dreams of sushi, and then there's Winter dreams of beta fish. I think we're going to have the last hurrah out here for Boom Esports. They're going to be on the triangle. Bob might actually be the first to make the jump, but Boom Esports already kind of scattered here. Gabby smoked up with the ninja gear behind. It's going to be some great counter initiation as Hyde might be the first one to go. They're going to go right through him on accident, but Kescute instead is going to be some fried chicken. Hook shot is going to connect onto the back line. There's going to be an important kill onto Phoenix. They're trying to hold down March as Phoenix will at least have the buyback available. Tim's jumping forward. This is a free kill. He wants it. They've got the detection there in time. Hyde with the Havoc Hammer. Again, wasting the time here, but not much. Not much. And Phoenix is going to die again, by the way.
You ordered another fried chicken?
Another fried chicken right away, sir, right away. And they're going to deliver it, as well as a fresh gem of true sight, even for some nice dessert on top. What is going on over here, Makoto? How did you end up over here? Okay, he's going to be able to juke him out at the very least with the BKB Ghost Walk, but that leaves nothing for the defense?
Well,
I don't know. No, we still have Chrono. Dreamusel now man-fighting versus Bob, but because of the refraction charges, he's able to blink out. So that's that 25. Oh, he's actually going for the meld hit bash. Okay.
Would you rather the...
Nah, I mean, I don't know. This game, I think you definitely want the meld hit bash. It's going to be paying dividends here. Good tornado. Don't scare them away from Dreamusel.
Good.
He does have that ulti active, so they do well to just kind of wait, but I don't think TNC want to wait any longer. Neither does FPZ jumping in, popping the BKB now. Great meatball there onto 2. The Tusk taking a bit of damage of Gabby. Now with that 25 level Chronosphere, he actually has a refresher shard? Okay, that's cool. Here, Makoto, why don't you just stand still for 10 seconds while I beat your butt? GG is called. TNC Predator will take game number 1, and a very important one here.
Yeah, having a stand-in didn't really affect them too much. Just the laning phase was a bit subpar and some early smoke. Like you said, first game playing together, some hiccups here and there. But overall, after that, everything went smoothly, and they were able to take the game.
Exactly. A very fun game, and we're going to be going a little bit later tonight, of course, for you guys, as we will have game number 2 coming up in just a bit, guys. We're going to throw it over to our panel, Fluke, Danog, and Pog, to break this game down for you. Poglets to break this game down for you in just a bit. So we'll see you after a short break.
It's the adrenaline running through my gait. It gets me high, high, high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm fast at you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just fast at you. Look into my eyes. I'm not afraid. Take over my mind till it fades. Like a medicine, it keeps me safe.
Stand in or not didn't seem to matter there for TNC after they take their first victory up against Boom Esports in a banger of a series to close out day number 10. My boys here are back on the panel, Danog as well as... I was going to call you Q. I don't know why I keep getting you guys all messed up, you guys.
Q and I have been a pretty staple part of this panel, but we got Poggy now. It's all good.
We got the Pog man.
I've only been here for 5 games today.
Yeah, and I've already forgotten what your name was, so maybe be a little bit more memorable next time.
Man, you're just copping it left, right, and centre here. But Boom copped it that time. I like that segue there.
Hey!
But I think a lot of that was on the back of some fantastic team play coming through from TNC. Some nice meme hammers coming through, but it just didn't feel like beyond that first, honestly, 15 or 20 minutes, Boom were in the lead in my mind, but nothing seemed to translate. You know, there were a few ganks where, for whatever reason, they just stopped attacking targets, let them get away on 20% HP. And when you go things like a Tusk, you can get a lot done with just 20% HP. You just need to get another set of your rotations off with your cooldowns, and then you're very happy with how a team fight's gone.
Yeah, it was interesting to see though, because TNC, they started the game off quite awkwardly as well. I mean, BOB especially in that mid lane, he got pumped.
You can call him Bob, by the way. It's not. He's not the rapper. He's
To
not
tell
the
you the truth, I was going to make a BOB joke later, but Bob in the mid lane, he didn't play too well. I think he needed a bit of a warm up. I think he was called very, very late on today. We didn't know until the game basically started. Good on him for keeping up there. He didn't really do anything miraculously ridiculous, but he didn't throw the game. He played solid Dota. He did what he needed to do, and I think that's all you need from your sub.
And now his hands are warm, so who knows? Like, he might be in for a bit of a treat for game number 2. We'll see the Bob show come out, and yeah, like you mentioned, he just played some stable Dota. The lanings phase, not fantastic. I think you should probably expect a little bit more as a TA against an Invoker early on, especially one that is going this Quaswek style. So something for him to improve on, but overall, I liked it. He was good with his ability usage. He even had a few cheeky side blades, splashes through neutral creeps to make sure he got the last hit. KP was trying to take a fair few of those, but wasn't able to get it all.
Yeah, well, speaking of KP, he had a little bit of a change of his hero pool for this game. He wasn't playing on one of those sit back, get some auras, run into the team fight, and be this gank absorber for TNC. He was more on an active hero. He was able to get quite a lot of kills. He moved through quite a lot through the map and just basically put the team on his back. Him and Gabby really just made it feel like they didn't even have a stand-in in that game. You know, they made Bob put him on a very stable hero on that Templar Assassin. He looked quite comfortable on it, and then they just played their regular game.
Yeah, the pride of Australia.
I mean, is that Anna or KP?
Currently, it's KP.
Imagine if we just put like an Akubra on his head with some corks hanging off it, a VB in his hand.
I think he would suit the Akubra pretty well. I think
he would.
Yeah,
We'll have to wait. If this is the big if they win this series, we might be able to get him on if he plays another ridiculously good game like that. And you know, we'll just force him to wear an Akubra. How hard could it be?
I'm sure he's got one in the garage.
Someone sent it for a meme, that's for sure.
He's just going to dust it off and be like, all right, boys, putting it on over the top of his hat. But TNC, they're looking strong here, considering they do have a stand-in. And I think that is a big asterisk up against this game here for Boom, is if they don't win this series, they're losing to a TNC that doesn't have RML.
they could have also done a lot of preparation for coming up against Armel and his style. So maybe it was throwing a little bit of a spanner in the works and weren't quite ready for the last minute change. I think even when I was looking at the lobby, I thought I saw Armel's name there right until the very end, and then it was pulled out. I think there's some like a brownout happening in the Philippines right now, which is like the lights kind of dim and all that sort of stuff. So just not wanting to reliably play where you could just DC midway through the game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm nothing but impressed by Bob. Like, we're saying, oh yeah, they've prepped for Armel, they've prepped for this, prepped for that. The sub was great. They changed KP a slight bit. They made themselves have 3 win conditions in my mind.
3?
I mean, the Void TA and obviously the Void Spirit, all of which could take over a game. And we saw fights where, I mean, the end there specifically, Gabby just double chronoed on the one hero.
The
Stuff
old
like-
Venn diagram.
Yeah, I mean, why not make a big giant 8 Astrobad to clean up the enemy team? There's no reason to hold it. But that's what I mean. There's 3 heroes there that all can win team fights for you. And I think that's how we're going to see TNC draft with this sub coming in.
I think there's something that we need to touch on here is the fact that this Invoker really just hasn't had the wins that we were expecting coming in for ESL1 Thailand. Like, we've seen it picked up, 3rd pick, 4th pick in, halfway in between these drafts, but it's never really worked out for these teams. Is it because it's Quaswex Invoker? Do you think Xlot's a little stronger, or teams just aren't playing around it properly?
I just didn't think it was an Invoker game, honestly. There's plenty of other heroes that you can pick that can fulfill similar sorts of roles. I think at that time there was still the Void Spirit available. Why not give that to Makoto? That was a perfectly fine hero to go up against a TA in my mind.
Yeah, the other side of it is, we're not talking about Sven, but I'm sure someone's reading this ticker down the bottom. It's a 22% win rate on Sven. It's 2 for 9 right now in ESL Thailand. That's not a good win rate, and that's enough games so you can say it's not just the bad teams picking it. It is a lot of different teams trialing it out. No one's really found success with it just yet.
I don't know if it was just the hero though, right? Because we pointed it out a couple of times when we were watching. He was without the God Strength and a number of fights died without buyback. I can understand if you've got buyback and then you can come out, you've obviously bait out perhaps a few of their BKBs and then come back roaring and ready to go, but it was just never the case.
Yeah, awkward fighting. We saw obviously that replay with the Meteor Hammer, but from that point onwards, they had 5 fights. 4 of them started without him having God Strength. One of them he died, and the green bar ticked to say he had God Strength 1 second after he died. So they couldn't wait that extra 6-7 seconds before they started this fight.
It's a little unfortunate.
It's just a bit awkward coming out from Boom, a team that we expect very clean team fights from.
But on the other side of that, I think TNC played absolutely insane. Obviously our boy KP played out of his brain, considering he played something a little bit different, and that's why I feel like he's starting to encroach here on our Mercedes-Benz MVP. And for those of you playing along at home, that is open now for the voting for Mercedes-Benz MVP. It's been open for a few days now, and I feel like we should probably give KP a little bit more love here. He's been playing insanely well across TNC. I think a lot of TNC have been playing extremely well as well. Do you think coming in here, day number 10 for ESL1 Thailand, if anybody's really snatched that vote for you guys so far?
Well, we only get 1 vote too, don't we?
We do only get 1 vote. I mean, who's had it's not necessarily who's been the best player for mine. It's the most valuable player, right? So who has influenced the highest amount of games? And for me, that has to be God King.
What about you, Poggy?
Honestly, it's too early to tell. I'm more of a playoffs mean more than group stage. Because if you come 2nd or 3rd in the group stage, that's not a massive difference. But if you come 2nd or 4th in the playoffs, that is a huge difference for me. That's a whole series ahead, a whole set of 5 games potentially if you get into that finals. And I believe we have the vote until the end of playoffs.
Yes.
So I will have to wait till see then, because right now there's about 4 or 5 players that are all about equal footing for me, and they're all in that top 2 teams.
All right, well, it looks like Poggy can't make yet another decision here on the panel, and Mr. Danog is going to stick with God King. But we're going to go to a very short break, and on the other side of this, we're going to see if TNC can clean this up in a 2-0 up against Boom. Stay with us, and we'll see you after this.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th Gen Intel Core processors, and bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Welcome to the war game.
You're no ally of mine. Your life is a kind of lie, and I know that I won't change your mind. We have no common ground, and we're never gonna figure it out. So don't get friendly, get angry. I'll bury you down by the bar. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege, and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a fever pitch, you're at a leisurely pace. Unscathed, I'm unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game.
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
An inconsolable Poglet can only be made happy with one thing, and that is our Game 2 draft, which is just around the corner. Boom Esports going up against TNC here for our final series of day number 10. Boys, back on the panel, Danog, Poglet. Are you okay? We gave you 3 minutes
Why
to...
am I here, man? I just feel so unloved right now.
He just needs brownies and then he'll be
Oh.
fine.
We got something back in the green room for you, mate. But we are starting to get very, very close to our Game 2 draft, boys and girls. So what are you guys most excited about? You excited about Boom coming back for a game number 3? You guys excited about some Bloodseeker position 4? What about some techies?
Okay, I honestly think Bloodseeker position 4 is just as likely as techies, and that's 0
Ooh.
both ways.
Have a look at this.
Okay, if there's a techies there, I'm quitting.
There is no techies. Dude, I would have just taken this off.
I would have just been dancing by myself and be like, hell yeah, techies!
But we are seeing an IO come out. My man, 100% win rate so far in ESL 1 Thailand, Asia's region. I'm not sure if it's been picked on the Americas side, but here where it matters, that's what we're looking at. And I think it's a really good block pick. Obviously, you want to take it away from Boom Esports. They've waited until... Well, actually, they have the second pick this time for TNC, so they're running the risk of it coming through, but we've seen how reliable that Grimstroke Doom combination can be.
Yeah, there's nothing too surprising by not picking that IO there. I think Grimstroke sets up a lot more, weirdly enough, as much as IO is like, you put it on a carry and you're good to go, or you play it carry, which we saw DreamerCell do. Grim's just too reliable. It's so simple to play around. You just get one big spell. That's all you need. Doom, Laguna Blade, hell, even some normal stuns like Stormhammer make that hero viable.
With this IO being picked up though for TNC, it is a March hero, right? Do we have to try and find an IO partner here? You know, Tiny as well as Gyrocopter are all gone here. The only one that I can really think of is like Luna and CK.
Or Gabby IO? It's a possibility.
I mean, we don't know Bob's hero pool. Maybe throw it in the mid lane.
We saw with the TA once he got through that very early stages, especially now with this Venge being picked up on top of that.
It's Luna. I'm calling it. It's going to be Luna from TNC.
Will this be the first pick of Luna this tournament?
That would be the first pick of Luna.
Would.
Is it that good up against the Sven, though? This is where I need my analyst to come help me with this.
You do go the Manta. You can't really build a Halberd on Luna, so that's not great there. But you can dodge the stun a bit. It's not great against Winter Wyvern, as Danog, I'm sure, would love that.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, with a Luna, if you're going to pick it, you need to be able to, kind of like how Adroit built that Shadow Fiend in Game 1 against Fnatic, you need to just stand there and right-click. You don't want to be moving around too much, despite the fact that you've got some good movement speed. You just need to be this raid boss that's constantly chunking away at you. And if you don't have that capability, then it's going to be so much rougher. Like, Drow Ranger can at least build things like the Hurricane Pike to give her a little bit of space. They've not made the error of picking a Drow before either Spectre's been banned, which they have gone, or a Sven that needs a little bit of time until he's able to get that Ag Scepter timing up and online. So I think more than ever, it's going to be up to FBZ to get a solid laning stage out, which isn't going to be super fantastic against a ranged hero, and then get that Blink Dagger and make sure that marksmanship isn't a factor.
The other side of it is you've now got Venge Swap. We saw the first time when they picked the Drow, it was quite awkward. They could get on top with the Spectre. But now you've got a way out. And not only that, it's a simple way out. You don't have to commit this Venge on core. Well, you kind of have to unless you want to play Pars 3 Task.
KP can play it. It looks like they're banning out mid heroes here for Bob. So
I would be happy with it playing 3. I don't really want to see it in the mid lane, to tell you the truth. But KP, that Tusk lane is very solid. I'm sure Tim's, despite the fact he hasn't had practice this tournament, like we said, Tusk isn't really getting picked. He's played it enough previously. He definitely knows how to do it. And it'll set their tempo up so quickly that we might not even see a point where the Sven has an Ags and the big fights around the tier 2s, the Roshans. He might not have it ready by then.
I want to see a Quap come out here from TNC for Bob. It's one of those heroes that he plays relatively well. You've got Avenge with it for that extra little bit of range to help with your sieging somewhat. The downside is...
no frontline.
No frontline, exactly. Unless you put this Tusk as a position 3, yeah, it's not quite as strong there, I don't think, and it's probably going to be the Venge unless you go something super beefy. But there's not really too much that they have that Bob likes to play that fulfills those sorts of roles. He's much more into, you know, your Ember Spirit. Tiny a little bit, is it? Yeah, it's been banned out. Magnus hasn't been banned out, but it's not fantastic with the lineup that they have.
It does give a lot, I mean, obviously not the cleave, but it does give a lot of damage to Drow. Something that builds all into Agi. I don't think it's great either, I do agree with you. I'm more thinking DK, a hero that's fell out of. Can anyone say they can't play DK though? It's not the hardest hero in the toolshed.
Yeah, but it's also one of those heroes that, yeah, you might be able to mechanically play that hero, but can you abuse that hero's strengths? Can you understand where that hero has its strengths and weaknesses? You know, get those item timings going in, understand how to play properly around your ulti, and be a useful Dragonite. Because we've seen it time and time again where you use Tanky Dragonite, and that's about it. Slaughter.
Okay.
Oh,
well, that's
mid IO. Does Bob play it?
It could be mid-Venge.
Mid-Venge is possible. Mid-Slaughter is also possible. It depends what this last pick of Boom is. I think they're just leaving it open for flex as to how they want to do it.
Yeah, well, we've seen that if they put a melee mid, we were talking about Doom in the first series. They obviously put Conqueror instead, but that melee versus Slaughter matchup is very awkward. Once you get level 3, level 4, at 2 levels in Bash, the Sprint plus the Crush is very hard to deal with.
But
and also, you can just put Venge.
Boom doesn't play it mid. That's the thing. Doom is not a mid hero for Boom. It's always on either FBZ and occasionally Hyde, but with this Grimstroke Wyvern, it's not going to be the case. So I think you can lock it in for FBZ. So that just means what's left for Makoto. What's been taken out from his pool already? You know, in the Invoker, I don't think that's the style that he wants. Yes, you've got the Sven that you've gone back to again. I was kind of hoping that Dreamer Cell would play a lot more of an active position 1 hero. It's not going to be the case this time around, and so you have to also consider how much farm is there on the map for you to be able to take up. Ember Spirit's in the pool.
What about maybe like a Monkey King?
Hero's dead.
Yeah, I think Monkey King A, the hero's not great, and B, you're running it into one of the best melee combinations, Tusk Slaughter on top of your head. They're going to beat you up. And not only that, once you get Corrosive Haze, you're not jumping to any trees. You're not getting away from this fight. Gust pushes you off the trees as well. I'd love to see it because I think it'd be hilarious to watch it get absolutely nailed.
Okay.
I like this.
Something a little bit different here. It is going to be Makoto picking it up. And it's not a core IO coming out. KP Slaughter, so it's going to be a mid-Venge, we're thinking.
A Gabby Venge? No, Bob's going to be playing the Venge. Okay, so we're going to have a mid-Venge up against a mid-Zeus. Poglet, you are the Zeus specialist here on the panel. How do you feel about it?
Quite comfortably. I mean, you go 4-0-2 build, max that Arc Lightning, which is pretty much standard nowadays anyway. And Venge will never kill you. As simple as that. Zeus will out-farm you in the jungle as well. But on the other side, Venge rotates quicker. That's the big thing about Venge.
Venge rotates quicker, and I'm interested to see what build Makoto goes as well. Not just for his spells, but for his items. We've seen triple null Boots of Travel on the international stage. I don't think that's quite the way to go. I think you still need a couple of nulls and arcane boots.
I think it should be double null, Aether, Yules should be his build today.
All right, boys, before we start getting to our potentially final map for today, where we're sitting here for our predictions.
I'll go first, and honestly, TNC's drafts is better, and I can't knock the fact that Bob played very well. I'll be wrong again, but I'll be happy if I'm
All
wrong.
right, TNC, what about you, Danog?
Yeah, let's go TNC.
All right, let's go, my boy KP. We are rooting 3 from 3 here for TNC to take this out in a 2-0. We're going to leave it with our casters one more time. Seek and Strike and Winter.
Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up, take a action, now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say done is why you sad. I said I just need a thing. Red tape, got too close, I hate the city. I black face, show you everything you need till you fornicate it bad. Someone said it's sad. I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay, bad face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my follow me around, okay, bad face, hey, follow
Game number 2 and potentially our final game of the day as TNC prepare for battle. The mid lane Vengeful Spirit on the stand-in. Bob is going to be the play here. Seek and Strike and by my side, Winter. What do you think about this one? The mid lane Venge, we've seen it as a core earlier. It lost very quickly. Do you think maybe it's going to suffer the same fate here?
I mean, Venge is going to be the least of their problems.
You think so?
Yeah.
Well, what could we be looking for then in terms of bigger problems to be had here for TNC?
I mean, they picked the physical lineup against a Winter Wyvern.
Yeah, that'll do.
I mean, Wyvern naturally counters most of the stuff that they have in their lineup. Well, the simple solution is just kill the Wyvern.
Just kill the Wyvern, right? Just buy Lincolns on everyone.
Just buy Blink on Slardar, go for the Wyvern.
Yeah, our panel was thinking maybe this is a mid Slardar. They weren't really sure. Obviously, Bob at the 11th hour, but it's not like we knew ahead of time.
Venge core is strong.
Is it?
Strong.
Tell me about it.
You want items on the hero because of the Vengeance aura, so you do a
Yeah.
lot of damage.
Yeah.
And you have a lot of synergy with the Drow.
The attack speed is quite low. Okay, the Drow synergy is good. There's no denying that, especially as a support, right?
It's just good to have items and levels on Drow on Venge.
Okay,
I don't really like the Venge so much as a support because of this thing, you know. Like sometimes it's okay, like if it's heavily countered, or you're picking in for a purpose like swapping out the Chronosphere.
Yes. Well, interestingly enough, actually, we saw FBZ. He starts off with dual rings of protection. He's really anticipating a lot of physical damage, as you said, coming through from this lane. It should be okay. Hyde
Save
actually.
my dragon.
Yeah, Hyde's gonna be okay. It's not a dragon, it's a wyvern. Be careful. People on the internet get very upset if you confuse the two.
Save my
wyvern. Yes, exactly. Mikoto, mid lane. Zeus, not really the flashy hero that we tend to see him on. So I was a bit surprised to see Boom Esports decide for the Zeus on him.
It's damage.
It is damage.
They lack damage.
They were, especially early before the Sven is active.
It felt like they were going to pick like some rotating hero. Because Zeus is not exactly the greatest rotating hero. You can still rotate, but you don't provide any lockdown.
No, he doesn't rotate. He sits in the mid lane and says, let me know when I need to ult.
He still does rotate, this hero. You're supposed to rotate when you have to.
We'll see here. He's probably going to have a nice early CS advantage over his opponent mid lane, the Vengeful Spirit, and indeed he does here already with the 1 deny. As Luke said, you kind of max the Arc Lightning now, and you're a very happy camper. Not too many points into the Lightning bolts.
Soulbind, double Arc Lightning.
Soulbind, double Arc Lightning. Yeah, double a lot of spells this game, actually. Of course, what you don't want to Soulbind is the Winter's Curse. That interaction is very ugly.
Yeah.
Does not work very nicely.
Nope, that's not.
But the Splinter Blast is going to be a great thing. And of course, the double Doom and double Storm Hammer is extremely scary and a very potent team fight here.
The double everything.
The double everything, yes. Exactly.
Who is better than one?
I would agree here. KP, interesting off lane. March and KP are going to end up being the off lane here as they'll leave Gabby safe lane with the Venge, of course, for the combo.
Double ring of regen for the Slardar, double ring of protection for the Doom.
Lots of double rings here, Boom Esports.
Wait, is that good for the laning phase right now? I haven't seen people do it.
Double
so
what?
Much. Double ring of regen.
Actually, that's the first
Don't
time.
you waste it on the Slardar? Are you using everything?
What, because you got a headdress at the very least, right? For... not mech, probably, but for...
For what?
Pipe. For pipe. This game? For the pipe.
Okay, fine. You might buy pipe this game.
Yeah. There we go. That's all. That's it. Cool. It's like 3 rings of regen in that thing. There's so many. Every single time I buy pipe, I'm like, how? I just end up with 4 rings of regen, you know, and you panic buy and you just end up with 6 rings of regen, and it's okay because you use all of them anyway somehow. I swear that.
That's not even the nightmare. The nightmare is combining it with your to make tranquil boots.
Oh, don't even get me started. That's right. That's why I normally buy.
Oh no, I forgot to lock. I wasn't looking. Can't sell right now.
Uh-oh.
Why do I have this green, ugly, disgusting boots on my inventory?
You cannot actually disassemble those disgusting boots either. Those boots used to be good back when they gave armor, but that's been transitioned over. I mean, look at this. TNC, they are not messing around. The last hit advantage is staggering compared to the safe lane counterparts here. 18-4 compared to the 10-0 of Sven. Already 2 waves ahead here on our safe lane Drow.
They're supposed to be ahead with their lineup. Their heroes are stronger in the lane. The Radiant lineup is more towards like team fight. You have this like Soulbind, Double Doom.
Sure, I'll
And
take...
Wyvern and Grimstroke are not the best laning supports, but comparing to Tusk and Io.
No, but also KP in practice doesn't actually have the best time here against Dream Assault, just because, well, once the cleave gets up, he's going to be taking a lot of damage. Look at March! He's overpowering just to attack Execute.
It's that ring, you know? The ring.
The ring! Making all of the difference.
Io.
Yeah, well, he's locking one of them, you can see. This is just making sure no tranquil boots. Get those disgusting things out of here. We don't utter those words in this bottom lane. He's doing pretty nicely in this lane though, KP. It's quite surprising, I gotta say. That's the most shocking lane win here to me. FBZ 4-minute mark. No one rotates for them, so Makoto just free to snag an Arcane Rune. That's going to be a big win for him. Bob has to be careful here. Again, maxing the Arc Lightning, but it's going to find him the kill.
So much damage.
I mean, really, what's ridiculous?
He had a Fairy Fire, right? He didn't pop his Fairy Fire.
I mean, it would not have made a difference there.
He wouldn't have died.
I don't know about that one.
He's going to need another round of Arc Lightning.
Yeah. Well, he would have had it. I mean, it's 1.1 second cooldown.
At least make him chase.
Well,
at least try.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Why you give up on yourself so quickly?
We'll see. We'll see what Bob the Builder decides to end up with here.
Build something the next game.
I don't know. That's another thing with the Venge. Doesn't farm very well. Rotates nice and early, as their panel outlined.
It's the synergy with their lineup. Yeah, it's the glue to bind the Drow, the Slardar, everything together. The aura works amazing with the Drow.
Yes. Yeah.
It's good for the strength heroes. They have 3 strength heroes, mind you.
They do. Wisp is a strength hero. I mean, not even just
thank you for noticing.
Yeah, exactly. Good call. Okay. That's cute. Just, there you go. Nice secure. Nice job securing, rather. Range creep. He might be in some trouble, though. March trying to hit him with a slow. Good Stormhammer is going to set up for a double stun out of the Inkswell. Marchie wants to fight this one, though. Wow. Are they going to actually dive KP with another Slithering Crush? He's going to get that kill. Okay.
So a lot of kill potential in this lane. It reminds me of back in the day when we see a lot of this Io Slardar running at you.
And what day was that?
It was the MVP run at you days, you know?
Yeah. Good time.
Darkseer. There's the dark. Their draft is always with the Darkseer Spirit Breaker.
Oh, goodness. They've reverted that, actually. Kind of a big nerf to the Darkseer. It acts as haste rather than granting you flat movement speed now, which is a bit of a shame. Makes it stronger earlier, of course, but at the cost of what? Snowball to buy a bit of time. Creep heading on over to this middle lane. Lots of heroes here, though. 3v3.
The pain.
A little magic missile there. The Ice Shard's just shy of locking Makoto in, but I don't think they have the damage here with just these 3 heroes alone, to be honest.
Bob's gonna want to have a pipe too.
Yeah. It's not a very fun time at all here in this lane, as you can see. Zeus, luckily out of mana, has to return back to base, but Hyde take a solo kill there. Actually, no, assisted by Tims as they cut off the rotating Winter Wyvern, who was heading back to that top lane. FPZ is really starting to struggle here. He's actually afraid of showing even.
I mean, they should be trying to move to the Doom's lane soon. He's gonna have level 6. Zeus has ultimate to KS if need to.
You mean kill secure, of course. There we go.
It's a long cooldown right now. You want to kill for sure when you use it.
You do. That's a good point, right? Especially now that kills are worth even less early on. They're worth more later after you have more than 4k net worth. But
I mean, in general, it's always good to give the global spell to KS so the whole team gets more.
There we go. You gotta split it a bit. Zeus is
sharing is caring, man.
Double null tally build, casual Sage's Mask.
Double null into travel?
Into travels, indeed. Global presence.
Yeah, there we go. They're gonna go top. Doom is level 6 right now, so time to join him and create some chaos here.
Tim's is positioned very nicely here to break smokes, but I think he's going to actually deciding to get a bit aggressive here as we pan on over. Boom, Esports, hide.
They want
into
the drow.
Makoto.
Go for the
They
drow.
want the drow. Gabby getting kited forward is going to find Makoto and company. Luckily, the Doom is a bit too
No
slow.
silence.
The Doom actually will be dropped, I believe, onto our Tusk now. He's going to go for a kill on the courier, but he's not going to get it. No silence, and that means 2 kills. It's a very successful gank out from Boom Esports.
Yeah, you don't have to farm. See, with Zeus you can gank.
You can gank.
Stop spreading false information.
He's already halfway towards that Boots of Travel now already, actually, so he's making fantastic
He's
progress.
going to be looking to play more the dead lane, and you can able to join your team. Wow. I actually kind of like the travels on this hero, but I don't think I've seen many players that actually rush it. Usually I see it as a second item. You go for your Aether Lance or use, then you go travels after.
Cell heading into the jungle to steal some stacks with the DD rune. Look at this.
Why do we seem like this place is always the place Radiant team gets like some bonus extra stacks all the time?
I don't know.
All our games.
I think it's because the Dire side there is so easy to stack. You can usually double stack it.
And it's very hard to defend that area.
Yeah, that's the downside of the camps being so close. It's a little bit harder to double stack in my experience on the Radiant side. I always have a lot of difficulty.
But you see that the way they are itemizing as well on the Dire team is about to hit the timing when they have this Vlads on the bench.
By the way, to be
pipe on Slaughter.
To be clear, when I say double stack, I mean stack 2 camps at the same time.
Yes, I know.
Well, you know, not everyone else knows, you know. I know you know that. But yeah, lots of big items coming, right?
Around minute 15 to 20, they'll have everything. I think the pipe and the Vlads are gonna just allow them to, I think number 1, get Rosh and move up and just run down the lane. You know, that's what they're gonna hope to accomplish with this kind of lineup.
A bit of a death ball sort of idea.
Yeah, and you have the relocate just to deal with the split pusher that they're gonna throw at you.
Yep. Split push already quite weak. We don't have the best split pusher. Actually, we don't have really any tower damage to speak of, except for Dream Cell. He's gonna be he needs to be in the fights, to be completely honest with you. But we'll see how it works out.
The Wyvern's gonna be
well, there we go. Just run at Yodota. Makoto will take a death. A snowball into the ice shards should secure the kill here onto Kez. Cute, a little bit of bonus damage, and the auto attack out from March to secure the kill.
Runes.
Right into this rune timing too. They're gonna scout a courier. It's gonna be the courier of Dreamacell, so they're gonna know he's nearby. I think they're gonna try. Oh no! Instead, the relocate gank over to the mid lane for the kill onto the Doom. Gabby is even getting involved in that one as well. We'll see though. The Wisp is going to be returning just below that secret shop. Tim's just going to be able to scout him here. He could be in some trouble here, Dreamacell. They will now return with 1. The rotation's out from the Wyvern. Does have that level 6 ulti ready to use. Will drop it now onto the Wisp. And that's going to be a very dead ball of light. Nice 2-man stun. Committing the Soulbind here. Slightly excessive, but it's going to net you the 2 kills you're looking for.
Yeah, getting too greedy there, going for that extra +1 kill. It's way too near the tower, so it's easy for Boom to react and send heroes to help their buddies out right there. So getting punished. Right now, travel on the Zeus completed. Doom still has ultimate. I mean, they don't have to rush, you know, they just need to keep the game going, clear out quick ways, because they have the stronger team point lineup going into the later parts of the game. But the TNC draft is more about like they're gonna hit like this very, very sharp timing with the first few items.
They're gonna
like
get
the medallion, the pipe, the Vlads are gonna make them so strong, and the dagger as well, either from the Tusk or the Slaughter.
They're gonna be pretty crazy. Yeah, that's for sure.
They need to survive that timing, which is gonna be soon, within like 20 minutes.
Yep, Fade's boots coming onto our Slaughter. He's now got the.
He's not finishing his pipe, yeah?
No. I mean, he needs boots. He can finish his pipe. He's just I guess he's going to be the front liner, right? Tank this Zeus.
Yeah.
Just have that barrier up. As we see a 10 minutes Boots of Travel there on Zeus.
His dagger is probably going to come a little later after he finishes the pipe.
I feel like maybe you have to go what? Pipe, dagger? Do you go Axe maybe instead of the dagger?
Axe nice, Medallion's nice.
Yeah, remember it's not been too long since we've seen basically Slark in every single game. They're looking for the big bitch here.
We go.
We do have Hyde. The Winter's Curse is going to hold down 2, and actually look at that. He saw the relocate coming in, so good damage onto KB. Sven in trouble, getting ran down. As now the Wyvern has nothing left to offer. Gabby is going to be able to get the kill here. March will take him right back to farming, however. Wasted very little time. Back into the gold mine area. since they've collected the kill onto Dream ESL.
That was very, very good move there by TNC. The Wyvern was kind of like standing on the side trying to protect the Sven against all this kind of smoke ganks, but they were able to bypass it with the Tusk, you know. The curse was good initially. They locked down like 3 heroes, but they weren't able to TP the Sven out because the Tusk was just like...
Yeah, Tusk can close the gap
very
very
nicely.
nicely.
Like tailgating on him, like he was just following, waiting for the curse to be over and just ready to cancel his TP if the Sven tries to escape.
Yep.
So all in all, a very, very big kill there for TNC. They're going to be looking to get another kill like this, and go for Roche very soon with their lineup. They have a Dragon Lance completed on the Drow.
Yeah.
He's super strong right now with the Slaughter. And the Venge, all this minus armor.
Yeah, what's our Venge got even? I feel like we haven't seen her in a little bit of time. All right, I mean, very similar build to
Everyone's
Gabby.
getting Dragon Lance.
Everyone's getting Dragon Lance. She is going for that Vlad, which is such a great item on the Vengeful Spirit. It almost makes it necessary to kill her twice.
Yeah, Medallion, Bloods. Maybe you could go Aghanims later. Aghanims is
Do you need the Medallion? I mean, you already have the Corrosive Haze. It's been buffed back to its regular form after Ice Frog decided armor can be good again.
Yeah, maybe someone else can get it. There's a lot of items the Avenge needs to buy this game.
Yep, 4-man smoke gank here through the river. We have the relocate available as well, but good positioning from Boom Esports as they'll...
Oh, the smoke. Oh,
no. They're going to have to settle for a Wyvern. They're going to have to try and force a bit. FBZ has the Doom available, decides not to use it here on... Oh, no, actually, he changes his mind. KP going to get the Doom after all, and they will get the deny.
the
Out from
deny.
Gabby. Look at that attack range with Bob nearby. Boom Esports,
They're strong.
They're looking
strong
for
together.
more. They are looking for more. They're going to get a 2-man silence here, but Gabby and Wisp are going to be able to clear out those Phantoms quite quickly. FBZ, he's overcommitted for sure. Maybe thought he had a BKB or something. Dream himself throwing out the stun, but he's going to eat a snowball and a wall response from himself. The Zeus ulti trying to get as much damage as he can, but Makoto now out of mana, forced to use the bottle to retreat and sip on it. And that's a kill here in favor of TNC.
Underestimate the Drow like this. She does a bunch of damage right now with the Venge right next to him and the tag team.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Doom just looked like paper there.
Because the damage aura is back onto Vlad's, isn't it? Of course, the Vlad's not up yet. But they have reverted that. It used to be on the Helm, and now it's on the Vlad's. And you can see 15 minutes. I think they're going to try and go for another pick here.
Yeah.
They're setting up the vision for Roche.
Look at the timings right now. What do they have? They have a mech on the March.
Mech on the March?
They have a pipe. They have a pipe almost completed on the Slada. They have the Vlads on the bench.
Yep.
This is going to be a very, very strong timing for the Dire lineup.
Vlads on the Bob.
Got it. Bounty.
Bob's building the Vlads.
Yep. Can he build it? Yes, he can. Now he's going for that.
I mean, the Dragon Lance allows him to be also the damage dealer with the Slada.
Yeah. I mean, a Vengeful Spirit's attack range without the aura is quite pitiful as well. The attack speed is mostly actually suffering quite a bit.
That's nice. Very, very nice.
Indeed. Here they go straight into Roche. There's no Doom. There is a Winter's Curse, but they also don't have the Thunder God's Wrath here to try and scout for it either. Koketsu's going to have to do it the old-fashioned way just by running into Tim's here and put on toward the Stroke of Fate.
Nothing much to do.
No, not really. Wyvern not too near enough. And they're going to be able to catch it by surprise here. TNC claiming Roche already. Oh, they're fighting. I heard a relocate. Didn't I? I heard the portal. No, okay, I guess not. I thought maybe they just went for a very YOLO play there.
Why are you always lying?
I can't stop myself, honestly.
Serial liar.
Serial liar. That's me.
Yeah, so right now the Radiant has to try to dodge and avoid this timing. The Dire team is super strong with this lineup at this point of the game. They have to get to the point where Sven needs a bunch of items more, you know. Everyone needs a lot more items. You're gonna need like some armor items, some mobility.
You need a Glimmer, you need a Force.
Yeah, you're gonna need like a blink on the Wyvern is very, very crucial.
That is.
He has to...
Same thing as before. Sorry to cut you off, Winter. He's going straight for this Ags. I know you don't really like to get too nitty-gritty into the builds, right? But
it's viable. I think his item is not going to change the game too much. It's more about like how much this Wyvern and the Doom and everyone else can do. What do they? What is it they're able to buy and accomplish in the team fights?
We'll see. They're a little bit open for the taking here. Smoke will break. Tims might find the vision onto Hyde. Ooh, they're not going to find anyone. I think this could just be a... Oh my goodness, actually, KP. He finds Dream ESL. That's the only one they really want here. He has the ulti activated, but he is going to get stunned up right in return.
He has to be the carry, right?
Kill to Bob. They gotta let him TP first, right?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I think they all TP'd home, and they all TP'd maybe to like the tier 3.
He was going to the tier. He was going to the tier 2 to farm ancient.
Such a long TP for him. They're not done fighting either, as there goes our Drow and Wisp combo. Rather, the overcharge. He's in trouble. Look at that, going through that minus armor. Make that Drow, just right-clicking him down. Bob has the level 2 swamp available. Needs to watch the spacing here onto Hyde, but gets a massive kill there.
That damage is insane. It's like literally crazy.
And even Dream Missile is impressed. Now the pipe is absolutely completed.
Like how do they stop them right now? They have to just clear waves. Their heroes are just way too weak against the Dire lineup right now.
And you can already see TNC, they want this mid tower, they want this top tower. They've already sent Tims to go push that top wave. He's unnecessary here.
Look at the damage. He loses half health from that. That's insane. I mean, it does scale with the range of the hero. That's why he lands so far away. With the bench aura, it's so strong.
That's right. And actually, I don't know if it was still like this, but when they reworked Venge and Luna aura and also the Dro aura, for some reason the split shot counted as physical and magical damage, so it ended up getting amped by both Drow and Venge and Veil and everything. So I'm not sure if that's actually changed or not. But
isn't that spell like physical?
Yeah, so it is a spell, but it was amped as both for some reason. So you could yeah. So it is physical, so who knows, but it counts as a spell? I don't know. Maybe I think they must have patched it by now, because otherwise I think we'd see much more Drow. This was quite some time ago. But look at this, she's actually just attacking outside of tower range, and they've got plenty of protection. Bob, even though he's the mid laner, knows his place. He's got to be behind. He is serving the win condition that is Gabby right now. And as I said, Tim's pushing the creep wave up to the tier 2. They're setting up vision below the tower as well.
Nice Strangle holding the triangle, cutting the mid and the top wave.
This is your classic chokehold.
This is fun.
Yeah. The fast-paced Dota. I feel like I generally don't see this out of TNC. This is a bit different. They've hit us with the change up here.
And Neon is one of the few teams that does this.
Exactly. Neon, this is a very Neon draft, isn't it? Maybe
Neon pace. Maybe not the draft, but the pace of the game.
Fair.
We had a little discussion about like sometimes how you outmeta everyone else, because everyone is doing this 4% command. They're trying to get outwit you by getting the better late game. And it's always been like this, even before. Like someone tries to do something different because everyone's doing this.
Okay, big item here for Boom Esports, though, it must be said. Crimson Guard is huge. That might be the Aghanim Scepter for our Sven. I know he's getting pretty close. 20-minute mark would be a nice time.
One good fight.
So close.
Why are they trying to fight when he has 3K
I do not know. They need to chill.
That's not going to give you interest in the fights.
No, it is not. It is not. If anything, you're going to lose all that reliable gold, aren't you? Makoto, though, with a regen rune could be quite nice. KP, they're actually kind of collapsing on that bottom power rune. Oh, they're baiting it, actually, but Bob smokes, breaks the smoke, and he's not going to get baited by that one.
So Dire gets all the runes, Radiant just needs to go back to farm. They have to just be patient, Their lineup is meant to hold the high ground and just delay it until they reach a critical point of mass with the Sven. He's going to need a lot of items.
Yes, that's very true. Nice ward there.
Everyone needs a lot of items, not just the Sven.
No, the supports need items, the Doom needs items. I mean, the Crimson Guard is great rather than going straight for the BKB like we've seen some Dooms do, but obviously this game calls for a different circumstance. He is going for that BKB next.
He's gonna need to...
Oh, Shadowblade, look how fast marches.
He's gonna need to find a Frost armor creep too.
Yes, yeah, that would actually be excellent.
Frost Oak.
Or you can go for the Ghost and just man fight for that minus attack speed. Ha. Oh, there's the jump. Oh, the Blink Dagger reveal as well. They're going to catch Kesku, trying to mirror initiative. It's going to be Dream Assault, but they stun him up once. KP is able to dance away after that one. Tim's perhaps in some trouble. The Zeus ulti is going to locate everyone, but Bob with the aggressive swap here, trying to find a bit more. He's got another one in his pocket, ready to use it, but the damage on the Doom, it's too much. Crimson Guard is down. Crimson Guard be damned even. There's going to be the double jump, though, onto 2. They managed to get the kill onto the Venge, but she has still the utility here. They're going to drop the Winner's Curse. Some pretty decent damage, actually, onto KV, but they're not going to be able to nuke him down. Dream Assault without buyback. That's the Winter's Curse. We still have a Doom, but no, not if he's dead here. They need the vision up onto the high ground, and the Corrosive Haze will provide it. Gabby with the triple kill just stands his ground and auto attacks.
Getting ran over by this Drow Venge. Ayo, it's great. This is great. Something different, something interesting.
Yeah.
Just pulling off something novel.
They've even got vision there thanks to the catapult. Gabby is the true catapult at this point, and with the vengeful
Give me
spirit
vision.
still nearby. Yeah, she doesn't like it. They're pinging. Bob. Bob, get up there. What are you doing? You're already dead. Oh, nice jump there. They're going to find the kill onto Makoto. The Slytherin Crush proving to be unnecessary. He does have buyback. Whoops.
Look at that range.
We just accidentally killed him. Gabby wants more. He wants more. He's going to get rescued as well. GG. The GG gets dropped. The Neon pacing is going to turn this one into a 22-minute GG. What the heck was that?
Stand in or not, TNC show like we can play good Dota even without Armel.
Yes, indeed. Even without Armel, he had to take a disconnect because of internet issues, but that's a much-needed win for TNC Predator here. That'll put him even, I believe, with Boom Esports now and give Boom their first loss in the group stage.
Yeah, but what a game.
Yeah, indeed. Really looking forward to tomorrow's matches, guys. That's going to be it for us here in Malaysia, but we still got the Aussies to break down our series for you guys, so don't go anywhere. On behalf of Winter, the crew here in Malaysia, and myself, thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow. But again, stick around for the panel.
This feeling I get, my heart's in the right place, and so is my soul, yeah. I won't take no excuses for it. I feel like something's missing when I'm not there. I feel it in my bones, gotta find my space. These emotions on my face, taking a toll, I gotta give it more. I give it all that I can. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. If I want, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in
spills your blood. A whisper out fills your head, but you have to fight again. So take one step, take another.
An absolutely dominant victory there for TNC, and they solidify themselves as one of the strongest teams in Group A here for ESL 1 Thailand. And now we're into our Game Fuel post-match where me and my panel try and tell you guys why that went so wrong for Boom Esports. But now, boys, back here on the panel, Danog as well as Poglet. I know where Matt wants to start for this. We had a quick look at some questionable skill builds from one of the players from Boom, but that was just pure dominance from TNC, man.
It was pure dominance. They didn't help it with the way that they were playing. You know, I felt like, yes, there was some issues with skill builds, but they just didn't use their spells. I mean, even just to create space to allow them to have a go back into the game, but a little bit of luck going their way as well with that Grove boat being picked up. We were just laughing at how long that multi-shot was going for.
We were trying to figure out, like, he outranges Blink, but we were trying to figure out how far away does Winterwyvern have to stand. Not that it mattered, Winterwyvern was obviously standing so far ahead. I'm not sure what was happening with Hyde that day. It was ridiculous. It was like 2,000 range arrows.
I think this is one of the fights as well. You know, he's just standing in relative safety, and he's going to get burst down shortly enough, just with the multi-shots coming through from Gabby there. But yeah, it wasn't good. They were just chunking through him constantly. Buybacks being used for not much purpose. Even getting, you know, a few nice Storm Hammers off and using the Glimmer Cape to, sorry, not the Glimmer Cape, the Soulbind to relatively good effectiveness. But at the end of the day, when you're getting run over like that, there's not much you can do. Yeah,
I mean, this is all an Aegis fight as well. They had the Dragonlance, the Shadow Blade as well. None of this had to be used because of how far ahead they were. Look how quickly these supports are dying. Hyde's about to get 2-shot here, or 3-shot rather. He has about 20 health on the third one. It's just a tale of close drafting and then play style. TNC just ran them over too quickly for this Sven to be ready.
Yeah, I think we really need to touch on the fact that March seems to be one of these drafting masterminds. He's coming out with all these insane strats. They seem to be able to understand how to play around them as well. Usually you see these predetermined drafts and, you know, some teams might be a little clunky with their execution, but TNC, they played this Miners Armor draft to absolute perfection. And you can just see it here across the net west. Just the fact that this Drow is so much bigger than a Sven, right? They had so many more objectives going their way, and they just ran them over. It was 22 minutes before that game was done, and it felt like that game was done at like 15.
The weird thing was, it was a 2-minute turnaround in my mind. It was quite even net worth, and then all of a sudden, they were ready to fight. We didn't even need to see any swaps from Bob. We just needed to see them group up as 5, have that strat revealed, and then the game just flipped on a switch, and then within 5 minutes, it felt like it was over.
Yeah, and with Bob as well, I felt like he had a pretty decent showing. Obviously, he's playing with Vice Esports at the moment, but you know, to come in for a stand-in and play against Boom, who until this game were undefeated throughout the entire ESL 1 Thailand, now you've kind of shown your wares a little bit more. You know, some teams might be looking out and thinking, well, we can use him to stand in, or maybe even give him a trial shot for one of these teams slightly higher up the pecking order.
Oh, you're encouraging someone to poach him from Vice Esports, though. I'm not sure how we feel about that one.
No, not poaching. Just give him a
He
shot.
looks good. He looks good here. You know, obviously being able to stand in for Armel, but I think that the saddest point here for Boom Esports is they lost this quite handily against a TNC that wasn't at full strength. I mean, going forward here for ESL 1 Thailand, with TNC now putting themselves at 3-1 here after their 4th round, means that they're quite high up there in their standings for Group A. It means that going into playoffs, these teams have got to be scared, man. Like, we haven't seen TNC versus GeekFam, we haven't seen TNC versus Sparking Arrow, but they seem to dominate basically everyone in Group A except for Fnatic right now.
And that means we've got 3 teams sitting at 3-1 in Group A. So neck and neck between the whole lot of them, and it's anyone's game.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. I obviously love when group stages get this close. We were talking about do-or-die games for Adroit, Team Trust. But on the other end, having first place, second place, third place have to play these final games at their maximum potential. It's none of these, oh, seedings are set, we'll play a clown game, we'll try new strats. No, these games are crucial for them coming in the next few days.
Well, luckily enough for TNC, they get to go up against Team Trust. So these boys, they have an easiest final day for them. You get to play against a team that's 0-4, mathematically outside of playoffs. But I mean, just have a look at Gabby here. Man, like that guy is stone cold. Look at him. He's just like, all right, just come in, play a draw game, easy game, throw out some multi shots, get my stuff done, get my W, and go home.
I love the way that Gabby's been able to transition into this. He's happy to play these harder carry heroes. You know, Drow Ranger, obviously not the same mold as, you know, your Nagasar and Anti-Mage Terrorblade. He's got the capabilities of doing that, but it seemed to be back in the day you saw these highlight videos where you would make a flashy play with a puck, or these high skill heroes where you need to be twitchy to make sure that you're getting the full potential out of those heroes. But very stable, plays around his team super well, and I think a lot of that has to go down to March, just being able to bring the team together and have this one focus strat.
Yeah, it must help having him in lane. So often, obviously, POS 5. And just having that voice of reason. I'm not quite sure how they draft, but by the look of it, we're singing March's praises, and we really should be. And having him in your lane on top of just the draft would be so soothing. He'd be just telling you what to do. All you have to do is whack creeps. The brain can turn off outside of that until the 20-minute mark where you start having to make individual plays.
But, you know, going past this, boys, Boom Esports now, their final series of their group status for ESL Thailand, it's up against Fnatic. They've shown some weakness here up against TNC. Obviously, Fnatic would have been watching this series, and they're going, all right, how do TNC take these guys apart? How can we start to take these guys apart? And if you're Boom, you might have to go back to the drawing board playing against these high-tier teams, because they were 3-0 in their group, but it was 3-0 up against teams not like TNC and Fnatic, who are looking quite strong here in Group A.
I think that's fine, though. Like, you come into this, you get the 3 easier series to start it off, but you're relaxed then. You know, maybe they were a little bit too relaxed coming into this series, underestimating the capabilities of Bob and the drafting potential coming through from March and the execution from the rest of the team.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that, though, because Game 1, they looked better than Game 2, which would imply that they got rattled by Bob. Maybe they came in overconfident, lazy, like you said. But Game 2, they looked completely rattled.
Yeah.
And they just got run over. And it's not one of those, if at first he fools us, that's shame on us. No, this was just twice in a row you got pranked by the entire team, not just one player.
Yeah. Well, TNC are looking good, and another guy who was looking quite good was KP here. We're having a quick interview with him right now. KP, mate, how you doing?
Hello, I'm doing great. Thank you. How is everyone?
Yeah, pretty good. First off, I'd like to say congratulations again on another victory here for ESL 1 Thailand. I want to touch off on this series here up against Boom. Were you guys expecting a little bit more resistance from these guys?
We weren't really thinking too much, to be honest. I think we were just playing our own game. I mean, pretty standard answer, boring, but it's pretty much it. Because we had Bob as well, so we really didn't know what was going to happen, to be honest.
Yeah, I've heard through the traps, we've been hearing that you're a bit of a fan of these personality tests, and I hear you're more of a defender personality type. Do you feel like that translates through to your Dota style, you know, playing these heroes that stand on the front lines?
Actually, I did that like last year, and then I got defender last year, but then this year I did it again, and I got something different. So I don't know like how accurate that is anymore, but in general, yeah, I would say I'm like more of a defender style of offlane. Like, I just want Armel and Gabby to shine, and I'm just there helping them do that.
Good man.
Yeah.
How good is it having loyal teammates like KP? I got to ask you though, KP, speaking of just play styles and drafts in general, I want your thoughts on Cold Embrace not being leveled that game. Is there any reason behind it? Did you think, eventually they might get saved? What was your team's thoughts when you saw that happen?
Oh, I actually didn't even think about it. So did he not get it?
No, he didn't get it at all. He got it at level 10, and I'm thinking, you've got all these physical damage heroes, you've got a minus armor strat. Surely that would be a way for them to potentially reset a team fight and turn it back around, but you just were able to steamroll through, right?
I believe that one's a blunder, to be honest. He should have got it at level 8, I think. Yeah, that's the ideal timing.
All right, KP, mate, you guys look quite strong here in your group stages. Who's the team that you guys are looking forward to playing against in the playoffs now that you guys have basically mathematically secured yourself a slot?
We don't really care. I don't really care. I mean, SAG, Geek Fam, they're all strong.
Yeah,
yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And you mentioned Bob before, you know, you didn't know exactly how it was going to go when you brought him into the team. He's obviously a Filipino player. Was that on Armel suggesting him, considering that he was the one that had to sit on the sidelines? I know he's played in a bunch of Filipino leagues and done pretty well with the likes of Luzify and a few others.
I think we, as a team, we just threw in random suggestions and stuff like that. We even like thought about getting SCCC,
Oh,
but that
cool.
didn't happen, you know. But yeah, overall we just chose like the most suitable one because we needed a mid player. A lot of other players we were considering were like carries and stuff. So at the end of the day, we just chose Bob as a team. Yeah.
All right, well, he seemed to work out for you guys here, but I'm going to let you go, KP, and congratulations one more time, and hopefully we get to see you for the rest of ESL 1 Thailand.
All right, thank you, boys.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
It's always good to see an Australian representing us here on the big stage, and it's always good to hear from KP. He's a little bit of a humble bloke, but he's always good to watch.
Yeah, I wonder what streets he's going to be driving around with his Mercedes when he eventually wins that.
Okay, here's the problem. You can't just say that because now if he wins, someone's going to be like, whoa, those panelists. We do only get half the vote, though, so obviously...
He does look really good.
Like, we have a very insignificant contribution towards it. It's the fans that need to get involved with the MVP vote if they want their favourites to be up in the running.
Exactly, especially being an Australian. I hope all the Australian guys are getting behind these players here for ESL 1 Thailand. But, boys, we've wrapped up today. We had a big day, or potentially a big day for us with 3 series back-to-back here. Group A is basically all done and dusted. Right now, we have 3 teams that are sitting 3-1. There's a few mathematical situations that need to go forward here, but the big series for us going forward will be Boom versus Fnatic. Who are you guys going to pick for that one? How's that going to pan out for you guys?
I mean, if they play like they both did today, you got to go with Fnatic, right?
Yeah, not just go with Fnatic. It should almost definitely be a 2-0 if they both play like this. I don't see Boom Esports ever playing this badly again, though, especially in this tournament, because Game 1, we'll give them a pass. Like, they played well. There was just a couple of mistakes. Game 2 was just a disaster. There's no sugarcoating this. There's no, oh, they did this well, they did this well. No, it was just like a really rough game for them. They can't play like that again, and they will get punished because Fnatic are a good team. And we saw what they did when Adroit made mistakes, and Adroit were playing on form today.
Well, it is the end of day number 10 here for ESL 1 Thailand, so let's have a quick look and see how our standings are going. As I did say, a lot of teams are on 3-1 right now, so this is where it starts to get interesting for our final round for Group A. They're going to play that in 2 days' time, so you have to keep your eyes out for how these matches do pan out. There's a lot of things that could potentially happen here. We have Motivate going up against Detroit in their final series in 2 days' time, so that will be basically the determination of whether or not one of those teams will be going home, one of those teams will be going to playoffs, and then rolling into Group B. Just a little recap before tomorrow's matches. Geek Fam and Sparking Arrow Gaming sitting quite comfortably there at 3-0 right now, and unfortunately for Asta Aries and Question Mark, they're basically outside of playoffs right now, so it's going to be a little bit of a fight for 3rd and 4th there with Neon and T1. But boys, this is looking spicy. This is what I wanted towards the end of group stages here. I wanted to make sure that we were coming into these last couple of days and we still didn't know who was going to go where.
And unless I'm dead wrong, I'm pretty sure that Geek Fam against Sparking Arrow is the last series of the entire group stage. So that'll be really exciting to see who's able to clench that top spot in Group B on, I'm just going to dub it Mad Monday when you've got a lot of teams playing at the same time as each other. It's all
That's an Australian reference for you guys playing along at home.
Yeah, that's a footy reference for all the fluke-esque people in the...
So people that go outside, be active and play sports. Is that a roast?
Well,
or is that a compliment?
Maybe a little bit. But
So,
I mean, without explaining what Mad Monday is like, I can't fully commit to this roast.
Yeah, well, it's all Group A today, it's all Group B tomorrow, and then a mixture of both on the Monday.
Well, speaking of tomorrow's games, as Danok did touch on, we've got all Group B action. Another triple header for you guys at home. First off, we'll have Asta Aries going up against Question Mark. Both these teams looking to try and get a score on the board. Sparking Arrow Gaming going up against T1. Those boys from Korea, they really want to try and get a victory up against Sparking Arrow. And then Geek Fam versus Neon. That's going to be a hype one for us at the end of tomorrow. But boys, before we wrap up for the rest of the day, which one are you guys looking forward to tomorrow?
I'm excited for all of them, to be honest. Those last 2 series seem super even. First one is going to be whichever team gets that first win on the board. So it does make a difference whether you come 5th or 6th in terms of the prize pool. Yes, neither of them are probably going to advance forward to the playoffs, but still, it's something to play for.
Yeah, I got to look at Sparking Arrow Gaming. They've been a team I obviously couldn't do enough research on them just because China teams do scrim inside of China a lot. We don't get those visions. We only get to see them when they're in tournaments. But they are looking really good. And on the other side, T1, they haven't lived up to my expectations. I really thought they were Geek Fam level or just a touch below.
I don't know. I'd say their Neon level is where I was sort of expecting them to be.
Yeah, I mean, I've just been slightly disappointed. I was expecting a lot more from Miracle, to tell you the truth. And so far, they're not doing any bad plays. They're just being run-of-the-mill, mid-range. They haven't shown us anything exceptional. They haven't thrown games completely. So I'm looking to see them really step up the day or two before playoffs.
Yeah. Well, people who haven't been disappointing are our people for our Mercedes-Benz MVP. As I said, voting has opened for those guys, so make sure you guys do get your votes in. We can have a quick look at how our standings are going here for a Mercedes-Benz MVP. Right now, God King has taken that top spot. DD has jumped down to second. JG and LWW still in that top 4. That is still an amazing top 4 that we've got. And I think God King, man, he's got some fans. I'm a fan. I'm a fan.
Yeah, I mean, you guys may have not... I mean, you definitely helped him, because the first time we announced this Mercedes-Benz MVP, we used his footage to be like, this is what we're starting. He did play an exceptional game, don't get me wrong. But since then, he's been top of the leaderboard.
Oh, yeah.
So people have
always
been
in that top 4.
Yeah, that first impression, and he hasn't dropped the ball since. I could very well see him running away with it very quickly in the coming weeks.
I think it's going to come down to the playoffs, though. That's where you really separate the men from the boys.
Exactly, and that's where the boys will be turned into men. But that is it for us here at ESL 1 Thailand. The boys here from Australia, we had a magical day of Asian Dodo. It was 3 2-0s, but unfortunately for us, we do have to close the show. Tomorrow, we have all Group B action, another triple header for you guys. Make sure you guys stay safe, and we'll see you tomorrow.